Jon Snow stood on the battlements of Winterfell with the cold wind combing through his dark curls, though the chill touched him less these days. Perhaps a sign, he thought, that his blood was not only that of the North. In his veins ran the fire of House Targaryen, a truth he had only recently embraced. All his life, he believed himself the bastard son of Ned Stark, raised among the wolves, shaped by the biting cold of the North. But the truth had come bearing down upon him like an avalanche, revealing him as the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, born in secrecy and hidden from the wrath of men who would have destroyed him. The knowledge clung to him, weighed on him, but also kindled something else, a sense of destiny he had never before allowed himself to feel. He gazed upon the courtyard, where the snow had begun to melt in the early spring, muddy puddles forming around the scattered footprints of soldiers, servants, and the direwolf that still prowled. Ghost was not in sight at the moment, but Jon knew the white wolf never roamed far. He felt the brush of memory reminding him that he was still a Stark, in heart if not in name. And yet the Targaryen heritage stirred within him, a gentle whisper urging him to look beyond Winterfell's gates, beyond the icy stretches of the North, and to consider what dragons might yet be waiting for him in the wide world beyond. Though the war with the dead had been won, though the Night King had been destroyed, and that victory had nearly cost them everything, there were still shadows and echoes of that great darkness. Jon felt it in the way people spoke in hushed tones, in the fear that still clung to the corners of the great hall, and in the rawness of the scars the living bore. His own heart had not settled. Once, he had bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen, convinced that her dragons and her claim might be the key to saving the realm. But Daenerys's flame had burned too brightly, scorching kings landing in a conflagration that Jon could not abide. He had put an end to it, and with that one act, his world had torn itself in two. For a time, he had fled, thinking he could disappear once more into the identity of a Stark, refusing the mantle of Aegon Targaryen. But the truth was not so easily buried. When the realm learned of his parentage, though it was still spoken of only in corners and behind locked doors, some scorned him, others saw him as a beacon of hope, and still others waited for him to take his rightful place as king of the Seven Kingdoms. But Jon refused. He would not be a king, not when he had caused so much bloodshed. Instead, he returned to Winterfell with his surviving family and promised his loyalty and protection to the North. Yet, in the quiet hours of the night, he found himself dreaming of dragons. More than once, he awoke in a sweat, hearing the roar of wings beating the air, as if a great beast circled overhead. Sometimes, in these dreams, he saw a dark shape against a moonlit sky. Other times, he soared on its back, feeling the wind rushing around him, tasting freedom he had never known. His half-siblings, cousins truly, knew of these dreams, though Jon did not speak of them often. Arya teased him that perhaps another dragon was out there waiting for him. Sansa, ever the realist, scoffed at the notion. Bran, cryptic as always, merely gazed at Jon with his distant, all-seeing eyes and said, "We shall see," as though he had glimpsed a future he did not yet wish to share. Jon tried to dismiss these dreams as echoes of guilt, or perhaps the lingering bond with Rhaegal, the dragon that had accepted him as a rider for a short time before the tragedies at King's Landing. Yet the dreams persisted, growing more vivid with each passing fortnight. In them, he flew over rolling hills of green, over glistening rivers and winding roads. In them, he saw the shores of Dragonstone, the charred remains of the dragon pit in King's Landing, the lonely spires of Harrenhal. In them, he felt a warmth in his chest, a blazing warmth that did not burn him, like a spark searching for tinder. And each time he woke, he found himself whispering, "Dracarys," under his breath, startled by his own voice in the darkness. One cold dawn, Jon departed Winterfell alone, riding a sable mare whose breath steamed in the morning air. He did not know exactly where he was going. He only knew that his dream the night before had been more insistent, more pressing. His mind told him to remain to help rebuild the North. There was still so much to be done, but something stronger propelled him forward, guided him through forests still recovering from the war with the dead, across half-frozen streams, and over rolling hills that led eastward. At times, he spotted shapes moving in the trees, bandits, or perhaps wildlings who had traveled south. But no one interfered with him. He traveled in peace, ignoring the curious stares of travelers he passed on the road, clad in the black and gray of House Stark. Perhaps they recognized him. Perhaps they did not. He kept his hood drawn and spoke little, always pressing onward. Day after day, Jon felt an odd pull, as if following a map written behind his eyelids. At night, he slept fitfully beneath the stars, haunted by the roaring of wings. He thought of the dragons he had known, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, and wondered if some distant cousin yet lived. A wild dragon, perhaps, that had slipped away from the notice of men. Or else the dream was leading him astray, dragging him into madness. But each morning the pull was there again. It grew stronger when the sun touched the horizon, as if the dawn itself whispered secrets of Targaryen heritage to him, urging him to keep riding. He crossed the neck and ventured into the riverlands, passing by villages that still bore the scars of war. He lent his sword arm where he could, protecting travelers from roaming outlaws, offering to help push wagons out of muddy ditches. Each time he did so, folks offered him bread or ale, and he took no payment except for enough provisions to see him a day or two further on the road. He avoided large towns. Crowds made him uneasy now. He did not wish to be recognized, did not want anyone to hail him as a Targaryen prince or a hero. He was simply Jon, and for now that was enough. It was near Maidenpool that he spotted a sign scrawled in shaky letters, posted on a leaning fence. Warning, Great Winged Beast. His heart nearly stopped. Most would assume it referred to some monstrous bird, or maybe a wyvern out of fable. But Jon felt a tingle of excitement that he could not deny. Could it be a dragon? He questioned some villagers who looked at him wide-eyed. They had been hearing strange noises at night, the sound of wings flapping like thunder. By morning, scorched earth was found in a neighboring field. A few sheep had gone missing. One farmer claimed to have seen a scaled shadow against the sky, lit by the moonlight. Jon's pulse raced at the mention of that sight. He followed the leads, coaxing details from skittish townsfolk, learning that sightings were most frequent near an abandoned tower to the south, on the border between the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The tower was rumored to be haunted, with unnatural noises emanating from it at night. Some said an ancient WIRM had taken up residence there, while others insisted it was only the wind in the crumbling stones. No one dared go near. As he set out from the final village, Jon could hardly catch his breath, his mind aflame with the thought that this might not be a ghost story at all. It might be the real thing, a dragon, unclaimed, unbound, but somehow drawn to him as he was drawn to it. He arrived on a moonlit night, the pale glow washing over a collapsing tower that looked like a broken finger pointing at the sky. The land around it was blackened, as though scorched by some immense heat. Jon dismounted and led his mare to a safer patch of grass before approaching on foot. He felt the weight of Longclaw at his hip, though he hoped he would not need the blade. As he drew closer, the smell of smoke lingered in the air, and his heart thudded against his ribs. The tower's base was open to the elements, the heavy stones having crumbled away long ago. He could see no sign of any beast from the outside. But as he crept closer, a low rumble drifted out, somewhere between a growl and a purr. It was so deep he felt it in his bones. Summoning courage, Jon stepped through the shattered doorway and found himself in a space illuminated only by the narrow shafts of moonlight filtering through the collapsed roof. The dust hung in the air, and there, coiled among fallen stones and scattered debris, lay a creature far larger than any wyvern or eagle. Her scales, for indeed Jon sensed it was a she, shimmered a dark gray, nearly black in the dim light, flecked with faint silver at the edges of each massive plate. Her eyes glowed a molten gold, fixed on Jon the moment he entered. He froze, hand hovering over Longclaw, but he did not draw it. The dragon let out another rumble, shifting her weight so that shards of stone clattered against the floor. Jon breathed, "Seven save us." But he was done begging gods for mercy. He took another step forward, slowly, his arms open to show he meant no harm. She regarded him, nostrils flaring. A small column of smoke trickled from her snout. He swallowed hard but forced himself not to retreat. In that moment, something ancient and profound stirred within him. He recalled how Drogon had eyed him once, how Rhaegal had allowed him to ride, and how Viserion had turned undead in the service of the Night King. A swirl of images and emotions overtook him, visions of Targaryens of old, men and women who had once commanded dragons in battles that shaped the course of kingdoms. The flame that lived in Jon's blood roared in response to the presence of this living embodiment of fire. He felt a tug in his mind, a gentle pressure that was neither painful nor unwelcome. He spoke softly, words that came unbidden to his tongue. "Soves," he said in High Valyrian, though his knowledge of the language was scant. He meant it as a gentle command, or perhaps a plea, telling the dragon to fly. Fly if she must, but do not fear him. She let out a hiss, smoke turning to a flicker of flame around her teeth, but she did not strike. Jon waited, heart hammering, until she eased back her head and curled up once more among the rubble. Tension slowly leaked from his body. She would not kill him, not now. Cautiously, he closed the distance, footsteps echoing through the ruin. Her scales radiated warmth, and he realized the air around her was hot enough to have dried out the stones. He placed his hand on the scaly side of her neck, half expecting her to lash out. But she did not. In her eyes, he saw curiosity, perhaps even a glimmer of recognition. Jon felt tears prickle his own eyes, remembering how Rhaegal had accepted him once. He knew that bond now, felt the echo of it in this moment, and in the hush of the tower he whispered, "I am of your blood, and you are of mine." For a time, he stood there, just breathing, his hand resting against the pulsing warmth of her flesh. He could feel the slow expansion of her lungs, hear the rumble of her breath. When he finally withdrew, her gaze lingered. He took a step back, and she shifted again, rising to her feet. He realized, with a surge of awe, just how large she was, her wings half unfolding like banners. He marveled that no one else had stumbled upon her. Or perhaps they had, and none had returned to tell the tale. Jon spent the night near the tower, lighting a small campfire at a respectful distance, though the dragon was heat enough on her own. Sleep eluded him at first, so he watched her silhouette in the moonlight as she prowled the broken confines of her makeshift lair, occasionally stretching her wings as if testing the wind. He felt certain she could leave if she wished, but perhaps something bound her to this place, fear or caution, or maybe a wound he could not see. The next morning, he scouted the area and found scattered sheep bones, charred, which must have been her recent meals. She had been hunting livestock, explaining the villagers' terror. Her presence here was unsustainable. Sooner or later, armed men would be sent to slay her, or she would cause destruction that would be laid at her feet. Jon had known many horrors in this world. He would not see another dragon needlessly destroyed. He decided, with a resolve that surprised even himself, that he would stay. At least until he knew if there was some deeper reason she was here, or until he could guide her to a safer realm, perhaps back to Dragonstone, or to the untamed lands far beyond the sea. But would she follow him? The bond was tentative, like a silent question between them. Each day, Jon repeated the same cautious ritual, approaching her slowly, speaking in Valyrian when he could recall the words. He found a peasant who sold him a few goats, and he brought them, their bleating echoing in the scorched courtyard. The dragon devoured them with a ferocity that reminded him of Drogon. She was vicious but not mindless, and each day she allowed him closer. He learned the patterns of her scales, saw how they shifted from darkest gray at her spine to an almost pearlescent silver at her throat and belly, as if she bore a shimmer of the moon. He began calling her Moondancer, though the name carried echoes of another dragon from distant Targaryen history. But she accepted his voice as if it were familiar. In the evenings, he practiced mounting her, first by placing a cautious hand on her shoulder, hoisting himself up inch by inch. She allowed him to climb, though her muscles trembled with contained power. One misstep and he would be crushed or flung into the shattered remains of the tower. But she did not lash out or roar. Instead, she rumbled softly, as if urging him to be certain. Jon recalled the awkward, wondrous moment he first rode regal above the frosted mountains near Winterfell, how his entire being had vibrated with terror and exhilaration. Now, he felt a sense of destiny envelop him again, albeit tinged with sorrow for all that had been lost before. When at last she spread her wings beneath him, it was only for a heartbeat, a short hop that nearly threw him from her back. But it was enough to remind him how small he was in the presence of such might. He dismounted shakily, panting as if he had run a mile, and she watched him, her molten eyes steady. That was their beginning. Each day a step further, each night riddled with dreams that turned from memories of Regal's flight to an uncertain future alongside this new companion. Word spread in the nearby villages that a lone man with dark curls and a long sword was taming the beast. Some curious souls came to witness from a distance, though none dared draw too close. Jon caught their stares but did not encourage them to linger, for fear their presence would agitate Moondancer or lead to conflict. Once or twice, a braver band of hunters approached, thinking to slay the dragon for glory. Jon faced them down with a calm warning. "I know what you intend, but if you draw that bow, we will all die here today." His voice carried a quiet authority that unsettled them more than any shout could have. One look at the looming silhouette of Moondancer was enough to quell their courage, and they retreated. Still, the tension in the region grew. Farmers complained of lost livestock. Children told stories of a man who walked with dragons. Jon knew it was only a matter of time before lords of the crownlands or the riverlands sent armed forces to handle what they would see as a threat. With no desire to shed blood, he sought a way to relocate Moondancer peacefully. But how to convince a mighty dragon to fly to some new territory without spurring her to rampage along the way? That question lingered unanswered for weeks. Each day, Moondancer grew more restless. She tested her wings more often, sometimes soaring short distances above the tower at dusk, leaving Jon below to watch in awe. He suspected she was waiting for him to join her, to prove his worth as a rider. Yet he hesitated. His memories of the last Targaryen queen, of the devastation that can accompany dragonfire, weighed heavily on him. Did he have the right to command such power again? Late one night, as he stared into the dying embers of his campfire, a voice startled him. "You're not easy to find," it said with a soft, measured tone. Jon leapt to his feet, hand on long claw, and turned to see a cloaked figure. Though the hood was drawn, the slender shape and familiar stance gave her away. "Arya?" Jon breathed, his guard dropping in an instant. She pulled back her hood, revealing a faint smile, her gray eyes glinting in the moonlight. She had traveled far, he could tell. Dust and weariness clung to her, but she looked at him with relief. "I heard rumors," she said, glancing behind him at the looming shape of Moondancer curled among the collapsed stones. Her expression carried fascination and a hint of wariness. "You really do have another dragon." "I don't know if I'd say have," Jon replied, looking back at the sleeping beast. "She's here. I'm here. We're learning." The honesty of his words surprised him. He didn't feel like a conqueror or a tamer. He felt more like a student. Arya studied him for a moment. "You left Winterfell without a word." Sansa was furious. Bran was... well, Bran, and I wanted to find you. She paused, her gaze flickering between her brother and the dragon. "I had to see it for myself, to see if you truly embraced being a Targaryen." He sighed. "I'm still Jon," he said, as if that alone explained his entire inner turmoil. "But I can't ignore what I am. Not anymore." His voice caught on those last words, reminding him of the burden and the wonder of his heritage. "When I first learned the truth, I wanted nothing more than to go back to being Ned Stark's bastard son. But we can't hide from what we are." He turned to face his sister fully. "I'm sorry I left without telling you." Arya's expression softened. "We're all fighting to find our place now. Sansa's trying to restore order in the north. Bran is, well, who knows what he's doing inside that mind of his. And I'm not sure I'll ever belong in one place." She glanced at Moondancer. But this seems bigger than all of us. Do you trust her? Strangely, Jon said, yes, more and more each day. He told Arya of how the villagers had been frightened, of the huntsman who had tried to kill Moondancer, of the precarious situation that was unfolding. Arya listened intently, her face a thoughtful mask. I need to move her to safer ground, away from people, he finished. But to do that, I have to ride her, and I've been afraid. Arya's eyes flicked to the sword at his hip. You've never lacked courage on the battlefield, Jon. This is different, he murmured, recalling the City of Kings landing aflame, recalling Daenerys's descent into madness. I've seen what dragons can do. I'm terrified of what might happen if I fail to guide her. She's so powerful. Arya stepped closer and laid a hand on his arm. So are you, she said simply. But you've never misused that power. You do what's right no matter the cost. That's who you are. Targaryen or Stark, that won't change. In her eyes, he found a fragment of the reassurance he had been seeking. He nodded, the silent gratitude passing between them. They spoke late into the night, the drifting embers of the fire dancing on the breeze. Arya told him of her travels, of how life in the north was slowly rebuilding under Sansa's guidance, and of the rumors that small pockets of Lannister loyalists still roamed, planning petty rebellions. Jon told her of the dreams that led him here, of the possibility that maybe the gods or fate had willed him to find this dragon. By dawn, they agreed. He would attempt to ride Moondancer to Dragonstone, where the Targaryen seat still stood, largely abandoned since Daenerys's death. When the first rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, Jon approached Moondancer. Arya stood at a respectful distance, her expression tense. The dragon stirred, lifting her head to watch him. Jon ran a hand over her neck, feeling the rippling muscles beneath her scales. She shifted, allowing him to climb carefully onto her back. He settled behind the ridge of her shoulders, fingers curling against a row of smaller spines that served as a sort of handle. The heat radiating from her skin was intense but not unbearable. Arya gave him a nod. Jon said in a hushed voice, "Fly." In the same halting Valyrian, Moondancer rumbled, tensing her legs. He felt her heart pounding through his body. He braced himself, remembering how it had felt with Regal. Then, with a suddenness that knocked the air from his lungs, she leapt into the sky. One immense beat of her wings drove them upward. Another carried them higher. The ruined tower shrank beneath them, the land rolling away in every direction. Jon clung to her scales, teeth gritted, as the wind whipped his hair and stung his eyes. The exhilaration and fear mixed into a potent cocktail. He felt her muscles working in perfect harmony, the raw power of a creature meant for the skies. She roared, a sound that echoed over the countryside. Below, Arya looked up in wonder. In that moment, Jon lost himself to the sensation of flight. The ground spread out like a quilt of green and brown, patches of farmland and meandering rivers. He felt an uncanny freedom, as though all the burdens of the world slipped away, left behind on the land. For an instant, he thought of Daenerys, of how she had once soared like this. Sorrow pricked him, but he focused on the now. He guided Moondancer with subtle shifts of his weight, gentle tugs on the spines behind her neck. They circled the tower once, twice, then soared across the rolling hills. Jon spotted Arya riding after them on his mare, waving wildly in the distance as Moondancer wheeled overhead. He circled back, trying to control her descent, mindful not to frighten her or crash to the earth. She landed with surprising grace, the impact vibrating through Jon's body. Once on the ground, she huffed, curling her tail around her body. Jon slid off shakily, stumbling in the dirt, a mad grin plastered on his face. He felt breathless, alive in a way he had not felt in years. Arya raced up, dismounting, her eyes shining. "You did it," she breathed, looking between Jon and the dragon. "I've never seen anything like that." Jon brushed the hair from his eyes, feeling sweat trickle down his temples. "Neither have I," he admitted. He turned to Moondancer and murmured a quiet thanks in Valyrian, though he knew only simple phrases. She watched him, smoke curling lazily from her nostrils, as if to say the gratitude was unnecessary. They were bonded now, however tenuously. The next day, they departed the ruined tower. Arya rode ahead along the roads, scouting for villages and vantage points, ensuring they had a safe path. Jon flew overhead with Moondancer, though at a lower altitude to spare the farmland beneath them from the terror of seeing a dragon's silhouette without warning. It was not always possible to stay concealed. Now and then a farmer looked up in shock, or a shepherd cowered by his flock as the shadow passed overhead. Jon tried to keep Moondancer from roaring, coaxing her with soothing words. She obeyed mostly. Traveling in this manner was slow, for a dragon in flight could cover vast distances quickly, but Jon refused to abandon Arya and his horse. He worried that if he soared out of sight, the bond might break, or Moondancer might decide to roam free and hunt. So they moved in careful stages, hoping to reach Dragonstone without trouble. At night, Moondancer often hunted game in the nearby forests, leaving Jon and Arya to share a small camp. He told her tales of riding with Daenerys's dragons in the north, of how Rhaegal had seemed to accept him instantly, as though attuned to his Targaryen blood. Arya listened, fascinated, though she said little about the past. She seemed more interested in where it would all lead. By the time they reached the outskirts of King's Landing, word of the dragon's approach had undoubtedly preceded them. Jon caught sight of the city's walls, the scorched ruins still visible where Daenerys's wrath had fallen. The remainders of the Red Keep loomed on the horizon like a broken monument, a reminder of the cost of blind ambition. Memories rushed through him. He saw the faces of the dead, the children who had hidden in the streets, the guilt that tore at his heart. A part of him wanted to turn away, to flee and never set eyes on the city again. But he pressed on. Arya's presence steadied him, reminding him he did not have to face the city alone. He opted not to fly Moondancer directly over the city, but skirted its edges, hoping to avoid panic or confrontation. He guided her in a wide arc, eventually heading east along the coast. Even from a distance, the sight of King's Landing made his stomach twist. The harbor was busy, he could see. Fleets had returned and trade was picking up, an effort to rebuild the devastation from the war. If the city guard noticed a dragon passing by, they did not scramble any defenses. Perhaps no one had expected the return of a dragon so soon, or perhaps the realm's new rulers had not had the resources to maintain a network to repel such a beast. Whatever the reason, Jon saw no ballista on the ramparts, no scorpions raised to the sky. They continued until the coast bent toward Blackwater Bay. There, the ancient castle of Dragonstone stood against the crashing waves, dark and formidable, carved in the likeness of dragons. Smoke drifted from its rocky foundations, ever present due to the volcanic tunnels beneath the island. Jon's heart pounded. The last time he had been here, he had come as a guest of Daenerys, uncertain and fearful. Now he arrived in a new role, carrying the same Targaryen blood, seeking refuge for a dragon that might well be the last of its kind in Westeros. They landed on a rocky beach below the causeway leading to the castle gate. Arya, who had booked passage by boat, arrived not long after, drenched in sea spray but determined as ever. The castle above them loomed, silent except for the wind howling through its towers. It seemed abandoned. No lights shone in the windows, no guards patrolled the walls. In the wake of the war, Dragonstone had largely been left to emptiness. Perhaps House Valerion, sworn to the Targaryens in ages past, sometimes visited but not recently. Jon led Moondancer up the causeway cautiously. He half expected the great gates to be sealed, but they stood ajar, the iron portcullis rusted open. Inside the courtyard, sea birds had taken roost, and the sharp tang of salt air mingled with the lingering smell of sulfur. Moondancer sniffed the stone walls, letting out a low rumble. This place, shaped by Targaryen hands in ages long gone, echoed with the presence of dragonkind. They stabled the horses in a moss-covered stable. Arya explored the castle's main hall, while Jon and Moondancer inspected the grounds. The castle was well suited to house a dragon. Large courtyards and wide battlements offered ample space. He recalled how Dany's dragons had perched atop its towers in days gone by. Moondancer let out a roar that seemed to claim the place as her own, sending seabirds into frantic flight. In the following days, Jon and Arya settled into a routine. He hunted fish and game for Moondancer, though she mostly preferred to hunt for herself, plunging into the bay or snatching birds from the sky. The castle offered shelter and enough resources to sustain them for a time. Arya occasionally ventured to the nearest villages on the mainland, trading for supplies with what little gold they had. Though she took pains to conceal her identity, rumors of a dragon roosting again at Dragonstone spread quickly. Jon feared the arrival of ships bearing soldiers or, worse, assassins sent to end the Targaryen line once and for all. But for weeks no such fleet appeared. Perhaps the realm had grown weary of war, or was too fractured and leaderless to attempt another conflict. Or maybe they simply waited to see what would happen. In that lull, Jon found a semblance of peace. He rose at dawn, walked the battlements, felt the spray of the sea on his face, and let Moondancer roam. When he returned from these walks, he practiced flying, and she responded with increasing familiarity. Each time they soared, the bond between them grew stronger, the unspoken connection deepening. Arya watched from below. Sometimes she practiced her own sword skills, cutting at the air with grace and precision. Sometimes she disappeared for days at a time, only to return with fresh knowledge of the realm's state. She whispered of plots brewing in the shadows, Lannister loyalists, the Ironborn forging their own path, the uncertainty of who would ultimately sit the Iron Throne. The people might not want another Targaryen, Arya said one evening, but they might want a figure of stability, someone who can keep the peace. That someone could be you. Jon stiffened at the idea. I won't take the throne, he insisted. I've no desire for it. She shrugged. Desire doesn't always matter. People want security. If they learn a Targaryen with a dragon stands at Dragonstone, they might rally behind you. Her words unnerved him. He had not sought power, yet power seemed to find him. But for now, he chose to remain outside the game, focusing on understanding the fragile alliance he shared with this last dragon. He felt, on a fundamental level, that Moondancer needed him as much as he needed her. Perhaps there was more at work here than the petty struggles for crowns. Months passed. Winter receded fully, and the waters around Dragonstone grew busy with fishermen and small trading vessels. Most gave the island a wide berth, for they knew of the dragon's presence. Now and then, a bolder ship approached close enough for its crew to stare at the castle walls, only to turn away. No one dared set foot uninvited. But one morning, a skiff appeared at the edge of the beach, carrying a single passenger dressed in simple gray robes. Arya was the first to spot him, calling Jon down from the parapet. Together, they approached warily, swords in hand, with Moondancer perched above on a rocky outcrop, ever watchful. The figure stepped onto the beach, hood drawn, but his stance calm. "Jon Snow," the robed man greeted, pushing back his hood to reveal a shaved head and a small, kind smile. "I've traveled a long way to speak with you," Arya hissed. "State your name and purpose." He bowed slightly. "I am Brother Torrhen, a monk of the Quiet Isle. I come at the behest of certain lords who wish to see peace in the realm. They sent me to reason with you if reason can be found." Jon frowned. "I'm not looking for war." Torrhen nodded. "They know, yet they worry. Rumors of a Targaryen with a dragon stir fear. Lord Gendry Baratheon in King's Landing seeks to stabilize the kingdom. Many see you as a threat or as a potential ally. Lord Baratheon would prefer the latter, if you can be persuaded." Arya exchanged a glance with Jon, her expression suggesting caution. "What does he want?" "To speak with you," Brother Torrhen said simply. "To ensure that the dragon at Dragonstone poses no threat, perhaps even to form a pact. He has no desire to see further bloodshed. The realm has seen enough fire and death." Jon felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Gendry Baratheon, his friend, once a blacksmith and rumored bastard of Robert Baratheon, now evidently a lord. Could it be the boy he remembered, raised to lordship amid the chaos? Jon recalled him forging alliances and proving his worth in the battle against the dead. The idea that Gendry now wore the Baratheon name and seat was not surprising. Still, the thought of traveling to King's Landing with Moondancer, after all that had happened, weighed heavily on Jon's heart. "I'll consider it," Jon said at last. He looked to the robed man. "Tell Gendry I have no interest in taking the throne or plunging the realm into war. My only concern is the safety of the people and the safety of this dragon." Brother Torrhen smiled kindly. "That may well be enough to pave the way forward. I'll carry your words back. If you do journey to King's Landing, you may find open doors, though I suggest you approach without inciting panic. A dragon's presence can be overwhelming." With that, he departed as quietly as he had come. Arya blew out a breath. "A trap?" she asked, eyeing the receding boat. "Or a genuine plea?" Jon said. "Gendry was never one for games. I trust him more than I trust most lords." Arya tilted her head. "You trust him enough to fly Moondancer over King's Landing? After everything that happened there?" Jon sighed heavily. "I don't know, but if the realm sees me as a threat, it won't be long before a fleet appears at our shores. I'd rather talk than fight." Arya nodded, understanding. Over the next few days, Jon wrestled with the decision. Every fiber of him balked at returning to King's Landing, that place of ash and devastation, of betrayal and heartbreak. But he also understood that running from the realm's concerns would only sow more suspicion, possibly leading to another war. If Gendry truly sought peace, perhaps it was time to face the ghosts of the past and prove he was no conqueror. On a bright morning, as gulls cried overhead, Jon prepared to leave. Arya decided to remain at Dragonstone, unwilling to walk the corridors of King's Landing again. "My place isn't in that city," she said simply, clasping Jon's arm. "But I'll be here if you need me." "Thank you," he murmured, grateful for her unwavering support. With that, he mounted Moondancer. She had grown stronger over the months, her gray-black scales shining in the sunlight, her wings spanning wide over the castle courtyard. She let out a roar that sent echoes through the halls once inhabited by Targaryens of old. Jon took a steadying breath and urged her skyward. They rose above Dragonstone's towers, the wind catching her wings as they soared out across the bay, heading northwest toward King's Landing. The flight took only a few hours at high altitude. Jon kept Moondancer circling beyond the main gates before descending, hoping not to incite panic. Yet as they dropped lower, he saw the city beneath them erupt in shouts and frantic motions. People pointed, some fled indoors, others merely stood in awe. Jon guided Moondancer toward an open courtyard near the collapsed remains of the Red Keep, a place large enough for her to land without crushing the city's rooftops. Her arrival sent dust swirling into the air. Soldiers, bearing the stag banner of House Baratheon, scrambled into defensive positions. Jon dismounted slowly, hands raised in a gesture of peace, and Moondancer lowered her head, snorting with mild agitation. A familiar voice rang out. "Jon!" A tall figure in sturdy leathers pushed through the throng of guards. Gendry Baratheon's face bore the lines of leadership, but his eyes flashed with a mixture of excitement and relief. Jon felt a tension ease in his chest. "Gendry!" Gendry came closer, though the guards behind him fidgeted uneasily at the dragon's looming presence. "I heard the rumors. Part of me didn't believe it until now." He looked up at Moondancer, wariness etched in his features. "Gods! She's something." Jon nodded. "I mean no harm. She means no harm." He glanced at the men who were inching forward with spears. "It might help if they lowered their weapons." Gendry gestured, and the soldiers obeyed, though they kept a wide circle around the dragon. Moondancer rumbled, shifting her weight on her talons. Jon ran a calming hand along her flank. The city's walls, blackened and partially rebuilt, loomed in the background. It was as if the stones themselves remembered the last time a dragon appeared here, and the horror that followed. "This way," Gendry said quietly, leading Jon through a section of the courtyard where the rubble had been cleared. There stood a makeshift throne room of sorts, what remained of the great hall, with newly erected wooden beams supporting the old walls. Jon could see the cost of reconstruction everywhere he looked. Stonemasons, carpenters, and laborers swarming like ants, trying to restore the city to some semblance of its former glory. Once inside, Gendry signaled for privacy, dismissing most of his guards. "It's good to see you," he said earnestly, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I only wish the circumstances were simpler." Jon returned the gesture. "Likewise, I'm sorry for all that's happened." Gendry's expression clouded. We've all lost so much, but the people here are trying to rebuild. They want peace above all else. I'm doing my best to keep it, but the rumors of a new Targaryen with a dragon have stirred old fears. Some think you'll claim the Iron Throne. Others think you'll burn the city as Daenerys did. Jon's jaw tightened. "I never wanted the throne. I never wanted power. I couldn't let her." He broke off, the memory of that terrible day gripping his heart. "I did what I had to do." Gendry studied him. "I know. You saved countless lives, Jon. She wouldn't stop. I was there. I saw what she did." He paused, glancing down, perhaps recalling the carnage. "Now the throne is gone, melted into slag by her dragon's fire. There's barely anything left of the Red Keep. We've been ruling by council, trying to restore some semblance of order. The lords look to me, though I'm not sure I'm fit to lead. But I'm Robert Baratheon's last acknowledged son, and that name carries weight." Jon nodded. "If the people need reassurance that I'm not seeking to rule, I'll give it. I'll swear it if that helps." Gendry's eyes flickered with relief. "That would do much to ease tensions. But there's more, Jon. The realm is fractured. Even if you don't want to be king, people might rally to you simply because you have a dragon. War could break out regardless of your wishes." Jon exhaled, feeling the weight of prophecy and destiny pressing on him again. "I just want to keep Moondancer safe, and to ensure the people are safe from her. She's not a mindless beast, but dragons are dangerous. I won't use her to conquer, but I won't let her be killed either." Gendry nodded. "And I want no more bloodshed. Perhaps we can craft a solution, an alliance of sorts. Pledge your support to the council, that you won't act against King's Landing. In return, we acknowledge your rightful claim to Dragonstone and allow you to live there in peace. The realm needs a symbol of hope, Jon, not just fear. Dragons used to be revered, once." Jon hesitated, the idea of forging a formal alliance with King's Landing stirring memories of the oath he had once given Daenerys. But this was different. He said slowly, "I can do that. I will do that if it keeps the peace." Gendry extended his hand. "Then let's do it publicly. Let the people see you in the city, not as a conqueror, but as a protector. Show them you're not here to burn them alive. Walk among them, Jon. Let them see your true nature." A flash of anxiety rippled through Jon. The thought of walking the same streets still haunted by the ghosts of Daenerys' fury made his stomach turn. But he understood Gendry's reasoning. If he appeared only as a distant, aloof dragon rider perched above them, fear would rule their hearts. He needed to show them he was a man, not a monster. Reluctantly, he agreed. The next day, Gendry organized a public gathering in one of the partially repaired squares. Word spread quickly, and by midday a large crowd had formed. Commoners, merchants, craftsmen, even some minor lords who had remained in the city. Jon stood beside Gendry on a makeshift platform, his cloak blowing in the breeze, while Moondancer perched atop a nearby tower, watching warily. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they beheld the legendary beast, her wings draped like a living banner. Gendry raised his hands for silence. In a strong voice, he declared, "People of King's Landing, gather and listen. We have endured war and horror. We have lost homes, loved ones, and a king. But we have survived. Now we look to a future without fear. Jon Snow stands with us. Though Targaryen blood runs through his veins, he does not come as conqueror or claimant to the Iron Throne. He comes as a friend, to pledge that no dragonfire will again scorch this city." Jon stepped forward, heart hammering. He saw the crowd's eyes fixed on him, suspicion and hope mingling in equal measure. He spoke plainly, his voice carrying, though he preferred the quiet. "I was born a secret," he said, "raised as Ned Stark's son. I fought alongside the North to protect this realm from the dead. I know the horrors of war. I will not bring another upon you. By my life, by my honor, I swear Moondancer will not harm the innocent. I will do all in my power to keep the peace. I do not seek a crown. I do not seek your fealty. Only that we, together, rebuild what was lost." A hush fell. Some looked uncertain. Others seemed moved. Then, in the back, a single cheer went up. It spread, slowly at first, until a wave of applause and relieved murmurs echoed through the square. Jon glimpsed tears in some eyes, a mixture of gratitude and lingering grief. He swallowed, feeling unworthy of their trust but determined not to betray it. Moondancer, as if sensing the crowd's shifting mood, roared once, a deafening sound that vibrated the air. Fear flashed through the gathered people, but she did not unleash flame. Instead, she spread her wings in a display of terrible magnificence, then folded them neatly, as though acknowledging the vow. Jon exhaled. That evening, Gendry hosted a modest feast in what remained of the Red Keep, with invited guests from the city's councils and influential merchants. Jon sat beside Gendry at a long table, picking at bread and salted fish, the memory of the carnage that once filled these halls refusing to fully relent. Still, he saw hope in the faces around him. They toasted to peace. The conversation turned to plans for the realm, rebuilding roads, forging alliances with Dorne, pacifying the Iron Islands. Jon listened, offering counsel when asked. He realized how starved the realm was for stability, how desperately they wanted to believe in a future free of conflict. Yet among the cordial chatter, Jon sensed undercurrents of tension. He caught sideways glances, guarded whispers. Some men still feared the dragon, or perhaps resented Jon's claim to an ancient legacy they deemed dangerous. He knew trust would not come easily, but for now, they all wore polite smiles and nodded to one another. After the feast, Jon stepped out onto a balcony that overlooked the city. The moon bathed King's Landing in silver light, softening the charred scars that ran through its streets. He leaned against the railing, thinking of all that had happened here, of Dany's arrival, of the battles, of the moment he took her life in a desperate bid to save thousands. The grief was still there, a raw ache in his chest. Footsteps approached behind him, and he turned to see Gendry, who offered him a sympathetic look. "It's never going to be easy," Gendry said, as if reading Jon's mind. "But it's better than it was. The people have some hope now." Jon nodded, unable to speak for a moment. "You've done well, Gendry. Better than I could have done." Gendry shrugged. "I just swing a hammer at problems until they break." He managed a small grin. "But I appreciate the faith. And I appreciate you coming here, showing everyone you're not another conqueror." Jon shifted, staring out at the city lights. "I can stay a while, help if I can, then return to Dragonstone. That's where I belong. I'm not a lord or a king. Yet the blood of kings flows in your veins," Gendry said softly. "Can't change what you are. But maybe that's not a bad thing." Jon watched the moonlight glint off the bay, thinking of his father, his true father, Rhaegar Targaryen, a prince who had sung songs of prophecy and destiny. Jon wondered if Rhaegar would have wanted this for him. A life spent mending the wounds of war, protecting a realm that barely understood him. Perhaps that was precisely what Rhaegar had dreamed of. Jon let out a long breath, feeling some measure of acceptance settle over him. A few days later, Jon prepared to depart. He gathered supplies, said his farewells, and assured Gendry that if the city needed him or Moondancer, they knew where to find him. The morning sun painted the sky with streaks of pink and gold as Jon walked to the courtyard where Moondancer waited, the watchers on the walls standing at a respectful distance. The dragon pawed at the ground, eager to leave. Jon could sense her impatience, a restless energy that crackled through the air. He paused near a shattered section of stone, remembering the iron throne that once stood within the Red Keep. Now it was gone, melted and lost, a relic of a monarchy that had brought so much suffering. The future was unwritten, as Bran had once cryptically said. Finally, Jon mounted Moondancer. The Watchers braced themselves as the dragon bellowed and spread her wings. With a powerful surge of muscle, she leapt into the sky, carrying Jon high above the city. He looked down one last time, seeing the people gazing upward, many of them pointing or waving. Not in terror or anger, but in wonder. The wind tore through Jon's hair as they climbed higher. He turned Moondancer's course eastward, toward the sea, toward Dragonstone, where Arya waited, and where the next chapter of his life beckoned. As they soared over the sparkling waters of Blackwater Bay, Jon felt a strange sense of calm. He was no longer running from his heritage, nor was he bound by it. He carried it, embraced it, but would not let it consume him. Below them, the sea stretched out, vast and unknowable, reflecting the clouds in shimmering patterns. Moondancer let out a roar that Jon felt vibrate through his bones. He ran a hand along her neck, and she tilted her head as if to regard him with her molten eyes. He thought of the histories he had read, the tales of Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters, of the Dance of the Dragons, of the Doom of Valyria, countless stories of dragons and Targaryens, of glory and destruction. Now he was part of a new story, one yet to be written in the annals of Westeros. And for once he did not fear it. He did not seek to shape it by ambition or prophecy. He would do what he had always done. Strive to protect, to care for, to honor the memory of those he loved. When Dragonstone's high cliffs and carved towers came into view, Jon guided Moondancer in a gentle descent. Arya stood near the gates, cloak whipping in the ocean breeze. She shielded her eyes against the sun, watching him land. The dragon's claws scraped the courtyard, and Arya approached without hesitation, her posture relaxed. She offered Jon a tight-lipped smile, relief visible in her eyes. "How did it go?" she asked as he dismounted. "Better than expected," Jon replied. "We've found some measure of understanding. Gendry wants peace. The people want peace. For now, that may be enough." He looked around at the castle, the ancient seat of House Targaryen. "This place, it might be home for me, at least for a time." Arya shrugged. "You and your dragon, living in an old castle by the sea. People will talk." "People always talk," Jon said, smiling a little. He walked Moondancer to her favorite perch near the outer wall. She settled with a low rumble, resting her head on a broad ledge that overlooked the bay. Jon patted her flank. "I have a feeling she likes it here." Arya nodded, scanning the horizon. "So what now?" Jon paused, considering the expanse of sky and water, the future that stretched before him like a blank page. "Now we live," he said softly, "and make sure the realm stays at peace if we can. Perhaps one day, the world will need a dragon's fire again. Until then, I'll see to it that she's free, that her wings can soar without burning the innocent." Arya looked at Moondancer, then back to Jon. "That's a good aim," she said, her voice taking on a distant note. She gripped his arm, holding his gaze. "You're doing something good here, Jon. I can feel it." He exhaled slowly, letting the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future dissolve for a moment in the warmth of his sister's presence. "Maybe," he answered, "but I couldn't have done any of this alone." Together, they walked back into the heart of Dragonstone, leaving the dragon to doze in the afternoon sun. The corridors still echoed with the footfalls of Targaryens long gone, but Jon felt no haunting dread. Instead, he felt a sense of belonging that was unfamiliar but not unwelcome. The day wore on, and he found himself drifting through the halls, reflecting on all that had transpired. His resurrection, his battles against the Night King, the heartbreak of King's Landing, the discovery of his true parentage, and now the forging of a fragile peace. As evening fell, he ascended a staircase that led to an old library chamber, the walls lined with dusty tomes. He lit a few candles, their flickering light revealing texts about dragon lore, Valyrian history, and the genealogies of the great houses. Sitting at a small wooden table, he opened one of the volumes. The pages crackled with age. He read of dragons long extinct, of secrets in the blood of kings, of the harmony that once existed between dragon and rider. He thought of Moondancer, sleeping in the courtyard, and felt a stirring of pride and humility all at once. He was entrusted with a living relic of a bygone era, a flame that could easily scorch the realm or protect it. Somewhere in the castle, Arya moved quietly, ever watchful, like a ghost. He knew she was restless, that she would not stay indefinitely. She had roads yet untraveled, faces yet unknown. They would say their farewells in time, and he would let her go. But for now, she was here, and that comforted him. He spent hours poring over the texts, learning about the old ways of dragon riders, how they forged saddles specifically designed to fit a dragon's spine, how they commanded their mounts using ancient Valyrian words. He remembered the fleeting lessons Daenerys had shown him, the awkward attempts he'd made to speak Valyrian. A pang of sadness hit him at the thought of her, the woman he had once loved, consumed by her own righteous fury. He pushed the memory aside. He could not change the past, only honor the lessons it had taught him. Midnight came and went, and eventually, Jon's candle flickered low. He stood, stretching, and made his way to the courtyard. The night sky was clear, stars strewn like diamonds across black velvet. Moondancer still rested where he had left her, the slow rise and fall of her breath rattling the stones. He approached quietly, laid a hand on her side, feeling her warmth. She shifted slightly, a contented rumble in her throat. The bond between them was deeper than he had imagined possible. He could sense her dreams, her raw instincts. She was no mere beast. She had a presence, a spirit that resonated with his own, the blood of the dragon uniting rider and mount. He gazed out at the sea, the moonlight glinting off the waves. He pictured the future. Perhaps, in time, more dragons might be born if Moondancer was not the last. Perhaps not. Either way, he was no longer afraid of his birthright. He understood that he could be a Stark in heart and a Targaryen in blood. The two need not be at war within him. He thought of Ned Stark's quiet honor and Rhaegar Targaryen's poet's soul, of Lyanna Stark's fierce will and the lineage of kings that had led to this moment. A soft footstep sounded behind him. Arya approached, her face half in shadow. "Can't sleep?" she asked, folding her arms. Jon shrugged. "Too much on my mind." She stepped beside him, watching the sea. They stood in companionable silence for a while. Then Arya spoke in a careful tone. "You've built something here, Jon, a bridge between the old world and whatever comes next. People might still fear you or resent you, but at least they'll know you stand for them, not against them." He nodded, the weight of her words settling in. "I hope so. I'll do what I can." Arya sighed, resting a hand on the hilt of a slender blade at her hip. "You'll have to keep an eye on Moondancer. Dragons can be unpredictable. You remember what happened with Daenerys? She thought she had absolute control, but she didn't have control of herself." "I won't make the same mistake," Jon vowed quietly. "I've no intention of using her for conquest or for fear. She's free, Arya, and so am I." She studied him, a slight smile tugging at her lips. "That's all I needed to hear." "Good." In the starlight, Moondancer stirred, lifting her head to peer at them with one golden eye. Arya grinned, her expression one of grudging admiration. "I might have to ride her someday," she said, half joking. Jon gave a soft laugh. "You've always been fearless." She smirked. "Learned it from you, big brother." Then her tone softened, turning pensive. "But we should be cautious. Word might spread across the narrow sea, to places where dragons are coveted or hated. Old enemies might resurface, men who see you as a threat or a trophy. Just because Westeros is tired of war doesn't mean others won't come looking for it." Jon had considered that. The presence of a dragon in Westeros could attract all manner of opportunists and zealots. He frowned, a new layer of worry settling in. "If that day comes, we'll face it together," he said. "For now, though, I'm going to trust that peace can hold." Arya nodded, satisfied for the moment. She gave Jon a brief embrace and slipped away, disappearing like a wraith into the corridors. Jon remained, leaning against the warm scales of Moondancer. He gazed up at the sky, where the stars shimmered in patterns he had known since childhood, constellations that guided travelers and dreamers alike. A half-smile curved his lips. He could almost imagine the future as a book yet unread, blank pages beckoning. What if more people learned to respect dragons, to see them not as weapons but as living wonders? What if the Seven Kingdoms found unity not through subjugation but through cooperation? Perhaps it was a naive hope. Yet Jon knew the cost of cynicism and defeat. He'd seen the brink of annihilation beyond the wall, watched the living nearly succumb to eternal darkness. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that hope had to be protected as fiercely as life itself. In the weeks that followed, Jon oversaw the restoration of Dragonstone with a handful of loyal workers drawn from nearby villages. He paid them fairly from what remained of the Targaryen coffers once stored here. He cleared rubble, repaired walls, and slowly brought the fortress back to functionality, if not grandeur. Word spread that the Dragonstone Lord, a Targaryen of Stark upbringing, had no designs on war and welcomed peaceful trade. Fishermen began docking at the island's harbor, selling their catches to the small garrison. Merchants occasionally arrived with goods, exchanging them for coin or for the iron or steel found in Dragonstone's foothills. Moondancer became a familiar sight. She often soared above the island's crags, hunting fish in the deeper waters or sunning herself on the rocky outcrops. Sometimes, Jon flew her to nearby coasts, where children flocked to see the legendary creature, their fear mingled with wonder. He never stayed too long or ventured too far inland, mindful not to stir up trouble. Still, his presence became a topic of conversation throughout the crownlands, and eventually beyond. Arya, true to form, grew restless. She spoke of sailing west to explore unknown waters, or perhaps heading north again. "I have a list of places I haven't seen yet," she told Jon with a grin. "You found your purpose, or at least you're on the path. I need to find mine." Though he wished for her company, Jon understood. They shared a final meal, recalled old memories of Winterfell, and parted with an embrace. She departed at dawn, slipping onto a trader's ship bound for the Sunset Sea, leaving Jon to watch her sail away from the battlements. He felt a pang of loneliness but also pride. Arya had always been a wanderer at heart. She deserved her own adventures. The days bled into months. Jon's life took on a quiet rhythm of stewardship and guardianship. He received letters from Sansa in Winterfell, updates on the North's harvests and politics. He received missives from Gendry, informing him of continued rebuilding efforts in King's Landing, urging him to visit when he could. Each time, Jon considered flying to the capital, but a lingering heaviness in his heart kept him from returning too often. He preferred the solitude of Dragonstone, the crash of waves against the rocks, the silent companionship of Moondancer. When he did venture to the mainland, it was usually to settle disputes. Some local lord frightened by the occasional passage of the dragon overhead, or a fishing village protesting that Moondancer had frightened away their catch. Jon did his best to mediate, paying compensation where needed, or arranging for new fishing grounds. He discovered a talent for quiet negotiation, a skill likely inherited from Ned Stark's steadfast diplomacy. Over time, complaints grew fewer. People adjusted to the idea of a dragon living near their shores, especially when it did not descend upon them in flame. One cool autumn evening, Jon walked the ramparts of Dragonstone and found himself remembering old nights atop the wall. The sea stretched out before him, endless and vast. The wind carried a slight chill, reminding him that winter would one day return, though not for many years if they were lucky. He wondered if the dead would ever walk again, if the Night King was truly gone for good, or if some other horror lay beyond the horizon. He recalled Melisandre's prophecies, the cryptic words of the three-eyed raven, and the swirling tapestry of fate that had brought him to this point. He heard the heavy thump of Moondancer's wings behind him. She landed on the far side of the wall, claws scraping on the stone. He turned to see her silhouette against the moonlit sky, a regal outline of scales and ridges. She approached, lowering her massive head until her eyes were level with Jon's. He placed a hand on her snout, feeling her warm breath wash over him. There was comfort in that primal connection. "Are you as restless as I am?" he murmured. She blinked, exhaling softly, her breath carrying a faint spark of heat. He smiled. "I suppose we're both meant to roam. We've been cooped up too long here." She seemed to nod, or perhaps it was his imagination. Still, he felt a stirring of adventure in his blood, the memory of their journeys, of the sky's wide-open promise. He found himself recalling Arya's words that people would talk, that old enemies might come. The realm was quiet now, but the world was larger than Westeros alone. Part of him was curious about what lay beyond the seas. Had not Daenerys crossed them once, bringing dragons to these shores? But that was a thought for another time. For now, the wind, the sea, and the loyalty shared between a man and a dragon were enough. Jon stroked her scales and watched the moonlight play over the water. In the distance, he imagined he could see flickers of distant ships, tiny lights bobbing on the horizon. There was so much yet to discover, so much yet to protect. The tapestry of stars overhead seemed to shift, as if forming patterns he could not decipher. His life had been a series of reckonings, of deaths and rebirths, of oaths and regrets. Now, at last, he had found a moment of equilibrium. He was a Stark and a Targaryen, belonging to both houses and to neither. He was the rider of a dragon, yet he bowed to no throne. He was a protector, a guide, and perhaps one day he might be something more. But for now, he was content to stand on these ancient stones, the thunder of the sea below, the fire of a dragon beside him, and the quiet promise of a future that might yet be bright. For a little while longer, Jon remained on the wall, contemplating the mysteries of life and death, of prophecy and free will. He thought of Samwell Tarly, of Tyrion Lannister, of Brienne of Tarth, and all the others scattered throughout the realm, each forging their own path in the new era. Though they were apart, he felt connected to them, bound by shared trials and hopes. In the end, every man and woman had to find their own road, whether it led to a throne or to a humble cottage. His road, unexpected as it was, had led him here, standing between land and sky, draped in the memory of wolves and fire, with a dragon's heart beating close to his own. He allowed himself a final, deep breath of the salty air, then turned to descend the stairs, Moondancer lumbering behind him in a protective shadow. Torches lit the corridor that led to the great hall, newly refurbished, where a meal and a warm fire awaited. Tomorrow would bring its own demands, perhaps more pleas from the mainland, perhaps new trade arrangements, perhaps the arrival of a raven bearing news of some distant threat. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, he belonged to the stillness of these ancient walls, to the hush of the waves, and to the steady presence of a dragon he had embraced as both companion and symbol of who he truly was. He walked into the hall with a lighter step, feeling that whatever lay ahead, he would face it without shame or fear. Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell, Lord of Dragonstone, last scion of the Targaryen line. He carried many names, but they all belonged to one man, forged by ice and fire, standing at the edge of an era that might yet see a lasting peace. And if peace were to falter, if some new darkness rose to challenge the realm, then the dragon beneath him would rise in turn, flames ready to protect the living. Not for conquest, not for a throne, but for the promise he had once made, that a lord's duty is to his people, and a protector's duty is to all. So he would stand, sword in hand if need be, a dragon at his back, unafraid of the storm and steadfast in the face of any winter, because at last, he knew who he was, and he would never again yield to the voices that told him he was less. Jon settled by the hearth, Moondancer curling outside on the smooth stones warmed by the leftover heat of day, both guardian and friend. He let his eyes close, listening to the hush of distant waves, the crackle of fire, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of the dragon. There were no more illusions to maintain. He was done hiding from his own blood, from his destiny. The road ahead might be long, and the realm might still look to him for guidance, for mercy, for a measure of strength found in Targaryen lineage. But he would not bear that burden alone. The wolf and the dragon within him had found harmony, and in that union, Jon Snow felt a measure of peace he had never known before. He drifted into a quiet slumber at last, dreaming not of war and loss, but of open skies and bright, unclouded dawns. He dreamed of a land that looked upon a dragon's flight with awe rather than terror, and of a rider content simply to watch over the realm that he cherished. In his dream, he soared above the world, neither king nor conqueror, but a watchful guardian, hoping that one day all children might gaze upon the horizon without fear. And even in sleep, he felt the warmth of Moondancer's presence, a steady flame beside him, guiding him onward to whatever fate the gods had yet to weave. The halls of Dragonstone slept in hush and shadow. On certain nights, when the wind slanted just so through the ancient corridors, one could almost hear echoes of voices from centuries past. The cadence of Valyrian conversation, the light tread of courtiers in embroidered silks, the scuff of armor on stone. Jon Snow walked these halls often, searching for glimpses of what used to be, uncertain whether the hushed murmurs he sometimes sensed were truly ghosts or merely his own imagination stirring the dust of an ancient place. The nights were long and filled with quiet, but that suited him well enough. His life had been one battle after another, one desperate rush from conflict to conflict. Solitude gave him time to reflect, and in reflection, he discovered the seeds of acceptance. He had embraced being a Targaryen, yet would never shed the stark sensibilities carved into his spirit. Night after night, he chose the ramparts as his place of contemplation, where the sky opened and the sea churned below, ceaselessly eroding stone and drifting away again. At times, Moondancer perched with him, tail curled around the crenellations, her breath warming the chill from the air. Together, they gazed outward at the moonlit waves. When the restlessness in Jon's blood flared, he saddled her. Though saddle was an overstatement, for the harness he fashioned was still crude, and they soared above Dragonstone spires, letting the sharp wind clear his head. He woke each dawn to the cry of gulls circling the towers. Often, a handful of laborers and servants who had taken up permanent residence in the castle were already about, hauling supplies or scrubbing floors, building the place back to the semblance of what it had once been. He passed among them silently, exchanging polite nods. They still whispered that he was the last Targaryen, the dragon rider. Some seemed awed, others cautious, a few openly friendly. Over time, a sense of normalcy grew around Dragonstone. Guards on the walls, fishermen in the harbor, supplies arriving on small ships from nearby villages. Jon made sure the folk were treated fairly, paid decently, and given his protection. Word of the arrangement spread quietly through the crownlands, so that men who had once been unsure of the Targaryen presence began to see him less as a threat and more as an unusual lord with an unusual beast. He found a measure of purpose in this stewardship, ensuring that the fishing boats could dock safely, that the larders were stocked, that the peasants from the mainland might approach without fear. There was a library to restore, too, its books warped by damp sea air, many half devoured by time and neglect. On certain afternoons, Jon pored through these texts, hoping to glean more about the old dragon riders, searching for secrets of how they had once shaped the bond between man and beast. There were fragments of lore that drifted through dusty pages, half lost to centuries of rumor. He followed the mentions of the Valyrian freehold, of the bloodmages who had once tamed dragons with arcane arts. That knowledge felt distant from him, perhaps better left in the shadows. His bond with Moondancer came from a simpler, quieter place. Shared trust and the intangible thread of Targaryen blood. All of this gave him a strange contentment, though deep within, an unease lingered. He'd lived enough years to know that peace rarely stayed unchallenged. Yet for a while, no storms arose. Sansa's letters from Winterfell spoke of harvests and trade deals, the forging of new alliances with small northern houses. She inquired politely after his dragon, sometimes half-joking that it would be nice if Moondancer could help melt some of the ice clinging to damaged keeps in the far north. Jon always smiled at that, shaking his head at the notion. Arya remained unseen for months, beyond the scope of ravens. He hoped she was enjoying her explorations, for no one could restrain her wanderlust. Gendry sent fewer messages now, presumably because the capital was growing stable under the rule of his council, and the demands on his time were mounting. Jon took that as a good sign. Summer deepened, the air growing humid, the days long and bright. Jon found himself preferring the cooler twilight hours, when the breeze off the water brought relief. One such evening, he went down to the cove where a handful of small fishing vessels had taken refuge. The men there greeted him with respect. Lord Targaryen, some called him, or simply, my lord. Unsure of the proper forms, Jon did not correct them. He offered a hand unloading crates of salted cod and barrels of fresh water, then lent an ear to their stories. How the fish were running further out at sea, how a rumor spoke of a monstrous kraken near the Iron Islands, how storms on the horizon threatened the upcoming voyages. While he helped, he spotted a boy sitting on the dock, no more than 12 or 13, with bright eyes and hair bleached by the sun. The child was staring at Jon's belt, specifically at Longclaw's pommel, shaped like the head of a direwolf. Jon had grown used to curious looks, but something in this boy's gaze made him pause. He knelt by the crate he was lifting. "You have a question?" he asked gently. The boy blinked, then nodded shyly. "Is that a Valyrian steel sword, M-Lord?" Jon inclined his head. "Aye, it is. My papa said Valyrian steel was forged by magic, that it can slice through a man like he's made of paper." The boy spoke softly, in awe. Jon managed a small smile. "It's strong steel, yes, and carefully folded, but the real magic is in how it's wielded. A sword is only as honorable or wicked as the man who holds it." He rose, ruffling the boy's hair. "Look after your father and keep working hard." The boy nodded, eyes still fixed on the pommel. Jon felt a pang of memory. He himself had once been a boy full of questions, uncertain of his place. Now he stood on the other side of that mirror. The moment made him feel older than his years. He returned to the castle with the fisherman's concerns in mind, planning to allocate some coin to purchase sturdier nets and lines for them. As he climbed the steep path, he heard a great flapping of wings overhead. Moondancer, returning from a distant hunt. She dove low over the fortress, her silhouette a living shadow, then soared out over the courtyard and perched upon her favorite ledge. A handful of new arrivals from the mainland cowered. Even after months, it was one thing to hear stories of a dragon's presence and another to see her in the flesh. Jon offered them a nod of reassurance as he passed by. They bowed or curtsied awkwardly. He found the steward, a middle-aged man named Beric, no relation to the late Lord Beric Dondarrion, who had lived in a small settlement near Dragonstone all his life. He had once worked in service to Stannis Baratheon, then fled during the war. Now, with the old wars done, he had cautiously returned and offered his services to Jon. The man kept meticulous notes and had a canny understanding of local trade. Jon told him of the fishermen's requests, and Beric promised he would see to it that their next shipments included heavier nets and stout ropes. "We can also spare a few tarred planks, my lord," the steward added, frowning in thought. "Their boats leak something fierce." "Good," Jon replied. "See it done." Beric bowed, departing to carry out his tasks. Jon made his way to the library, hoping for a quiet evening with the ledgers, until he heard the heavy clang of the castle's main gate. It was unusual for anyone to arrive after dusk. Curious, he changed course and walked out to the courtyard, where a small party of riders was dismounting. Their cloaks were worn, their horses lathered with sweat from hard travel. Leading them was a lean man with a hawkish nose. At the sight of Jon, the man hesitated, then bowed. "My Lord Targaryen," he said, "I am Osric Fell, sworn knight to the Stormlands. I come bearing a message from Lord Gendry Baratheon." Jon's heart clenched a little. Something about the man's anxious posture told him this was not a mere courtesy visit. He gestured for him to rise. "You've ridden far. Come inside." They settled near a brazier in the courtyard, for the men did not seem eager to move indoors, and Moondancer's presence above made them glance upward frequently. Jon poured wine for Osric and his two companions, who looked equally road-weary. By the flickering firelight, the Stormlander presented a sealed parchment. The wax was stamped not with the Baratheon stag alone, but with a combined sigil showing a stag and a hammer crossed, Gendry's personal crest. Jon broke the seal and read, "Jon, I send this letter with urgency. Our realm's peace is threatened by unrest in the Stepstones. Reports speak of pirates growing more brazen, harrying ships from Dorne to Blackwater Bay. Some say these brigands are led by rogue sell-sails who once served the Golden Company. They grow bold, perhaps believing Westeros is weak in the wake of war. They have taken hostages and begun demanding ransoms from merchants who trade under our banners. I fear their raids will escalate. We do not have the naval power we once did. Our fleets still recover from past devastation. I ask for your counsel and, if possible, your aid. The presence of a dragon might be enough to cow them, or at least give them pause. I know you have no desire to be a conqueror, but we share a bond that goes beyond titles. If these pirates are allowed to grow in power, they might threaten shipping to Dragonstone as well. I humbly request you come to King's Landing, where we can plan our next step. Gendry Baratheon. Jon felt a swirl of worry. Conflict with pirates was no small matter, especially for a realm still reeling from warfare. The Stepstones had been troublesome for centuries, a haven for outlaws and sell-sails. He understood Gendry's predicament. The royal fleet was diminished, and the Stormlands had always been the first shield against marauders from the Narrow Sea. Since the official end of the wars, no new large ships had been built in great numbers. Steel and coin had gone into rebuilding farmland and roads, not forging war galleys. He folded the parchment. "We must ride at once," he said. "Or rather, fly." Then, remembering that the men likely could not stomach a dragon's back, nor would there be enough space, he added, "We'll take a ship. Moondancer can follow." Osric bowed again. "Lord Baratheon will be grateful for your presence, my lord." He seemed sure you would answer. Jon nodded curtly, dismissing the flicker of regret that rose at the thought of returning to King's Landing so soon. "You and your men can rest here for the night. We'll depart on the morrow." He provided them with lodging as best he could, simple but decent quarters in the castle's lower levels. Then he called for Beric, instructing the steward to ready a small galley from the harbor at first light. It would be a 4 or 5 day sail at best, but that was still quicker and safer than riding the roads. Moondancer could fly overhead or veer off on her own if she grew restless. When the arrangements were done, Jon found his mind swirling with uneasy questions. Would this be the start of another conflict that spiraled beyond control? He had no desire to lead armies, to burn fleets, or to unleash the dragon's wrath. Yet if pirates and outlaws plagued the coasts, innocents would suffer. He could not stand idly by. Still, the notion of showing up in King's Landing astride a dragon might stir old nightmares. He needed to be careful. Sleep did not come easily that night. He paced his chambers, listening to the night wind batter the windows. Memories tugged at him. King's Landing in flames, Daenerys' face twisted with righteous fury. He closed his eyes, trying to banish the image. The realm was in a precarious peace. He would not repeat the past. Near dawn, he dozed a while, then rose to oversee the departure. The morning sky was bleak and overcast, clouds threatening drizzle. The ship that awaited them was a lean galley with a single mast, outfitted for speed rather than comfort. Its crew of Dragonstone men seemed anxious at the sight of Moondancer perched on the rocky rise near the fortress, but they said nothing. They loaded crates of provisions with brisk efficiency. Osric's men were quiet, glancing often at the dragon. Jon approached Moondancer before boarding, placing a steady hand on her flank. Her scales were warm, despite the cool breeze. She regarded him with bright, molten eyes. "We're sailing to King's Landing," he told her softly, aware she understood the intent if not the words. "You can follow along if you like. Hunt when you need to. We'll meet outside the city walls." She let out a soft rumble, then spread her wings and launched herself into the low-hanging clouds. The sudden gust from her flight rattled the rigging on the galley, and sailors ducked, cursing under their breath. Jon took a final look back at Dragonstone's towers. Then he climbed aboard. The crew raised the sail, the rowers heaved at their oars, and the ship cut through the slate-gray waves. High above, Moondancer's silhouette glided in and out of the shifting clouds, a dark shape trailing them as though a guardian spirit. Jon stood at the prow, cloak whipping in the wind, and tried to steady the anxiety roiling in his gut. The voyage was grim with drizzle and contrary winds. Osric, for his part, was taciturn. Now and then, he asked polite questions about Jon's stewardship of Dragonstone, about the sightings of Moondancer. Jon answered as best he could, but otherwise let the conversation lapse. He was no courtly lord adept at small talk, and Osric seemed more comfortable in silence. They spent long hours watching the horizon, scanning for other sails. Once, far to the south, Jon spotted a cluster of ships. Merchant cogs, perhaps, but they kept their distance. At night, Moondancer disappeared from view. Jon assumed she was roosting on some stony outcrop of the coastline or hunting large fish in the sea. Whenever the dawn sky cleared enough, she returned, circling overhead as though to reassure him. The crew eyed her warily, but no one complained. In truth, her presence might well scare off any pirates who fancied an easy raid. On the 5th day, King's Landing came into view. The city walls, the patched scars of the old destruction still visible. From a distance, it appeared busy with new construction, ships cluttering the Blackwater Bay wharves. Jon's stomach tightened. Each time he returned, the memories of that dreadful day pressed in on him, but he shoved them aside, focusing on the present need. As their galley approached, a city patrol vessel intercepted them, standard procedure to guard against smugglers and raiders. The patrol's captain, a barrel-chested man wearing the Baratheon stag on his tunic, recognized Osric's crest and waved them on. As soon as they rounded the city's outer harbor, Jon glimpsed Moondancer overhead, her wings beating in slow, purposeful strokes. She roared once, high-pitched and powerful, sending gulls scattering. The harbor itself was abuzz, cogs loaded with grain, fishing boats hauling nets, a few new warships still under construction. Jon guided the galley to a quieter quay away from the main bustle. By now, the city's watchers had spotted Moondancer, and the usual stir of excitement and fear rippled through the docks. People pointed, scurried, or simply stared. Jon disembarked, boots hitting the worn planks with a hollow thud. Osric and his men followed. The air smelled of brine, fish guts, and tallow smoke. Guards approached, but upon seeing Osric, they saluted and stepped aside. With measured steps, Jon led the way off the wharf and onto the wide street that sloped toward the Red Keep's charred remains. The thoroughfare, though repaired, held a lasting memory of soot and rubble. Masons had rebuilt many structures. Others still bore blackened edges or half-scorched timbers. The city's pulse had returned, merchants hollering, passers-by haggling. But the reminders of war were never far. Moondancer circled overhead, attracting gasps. Jon paused, shading his eyes to watch her. He would never force her to land in the middle of the city, not with these narrow streets and thousands of uneasy people. She seemed to sense his hesitation, because she veered away, gliding toward a rocky outcrop beyond the city walls. That would suffice. He'd call her if needed. As he made his way up toward the keep, a small contingent of guards marched out to meet him. At their head stood Gendry, wearing a sturdy leather jerkin and a dark cloak trimmed with modest fur. He looked older, Jon thought, or maybe just more tired than before, though his smile was warm and genuine enough. "Jon," Gendry called, striding forward. They clasped forearms in a firm greeting. "I'm grateful you came." Jon nodded. "You said the Stepstones are stirring with pirates?" Gendry said, lips pressing into a grim line. "It's worse than we feared." He glanced behind Jon, perhaps expecting more men. "Is it just you?" Jon shrugged. "I've no army, nor do I wish to bring one. My sword's at your service, if that helps." "Moondancer is here too." Gendry exhaled, relief mingled with tension. "Come inside. The council is waiting. We've a plan to discuss, or what passes for a plan, at least." He led Jon through the Red Keep's gate, now patched with fresh timbers and metal reinforcements. The courtyard was partly reconstructed, though the main walls bore gaping holes where entire sections had collapsed in the dragonfire. Within, a makeshift hall had been set up, a broad space with large timbers holding up a temporary roof. Jon recognized some faces from his previous visit, lords of lesser houses, knights with newly minted titles, a few old veterans. They rose as Gendry and Jon entered, though their gazes flicked nervously to the skies above, as if expecting Moondancer to descend upon them. "Lords and ladies," Gendry said, gesturing. "Jon Snow." Jon offered a curt nod. He noticed that the Iron Throne, once melted, had not been replaced. In its stead stood a modest dais with a heavy wooden chair. A new seat for Gendry, though it looked nothing like the monstrous spiked seat of the Targaryens. That, at least, was a small mercy. He stayed on his feet, feeling all eyes upon him. One of the lords stepped forward, a tall man with thinning hair. "Lord Targaryen," he addressed, voice clipped. "We appreciate your arrival. The realm is in no shape for another war, but these pirates bleed us with every passing moon. They raid merchant ships, seize cargo, capture sailors for ransom. The shipping lanes between King's Landing and Dorne are nearly cut. If we lose that trade, the city starves. We can't afford it." Jon listened intently. Another man, this one with a bushy beard, added, "We've attempted to muster a small fleet from the royal docks, but we only have a dozen seaworthy war galleys. The pirates are said to have triple that. We suspect they're financed by some hidden backer. Could be Myr, could be Lys, or even someone in Westeros with an agenda." Gendry nodded. "And that is where we hope Jon, and his dragon, might come in. If the pirates learn that a dragon is patrolling the sea, they might think twice about risking open raids. Or, if we must engage, Moondancer could tip the balance. No one wants to fight Dragonfire." An uneasy rustle went through the gathered lords. A woman with coppery hair who wore a fine, though understated gown, folded her arms. "We remember well what Dragonfire did to this city. We do not wish to see it again." Jon inclined his head. "Nor do I, but these raiders can't be allowed to terrorize our shores. I'll help if I can, but I won't burn innocent sailors or small villages on foreign coasts. My part in this will be to prevent slaughter, not cause it." She pursed her lips, appearing only partially relieved. Another lord spoke up, voice tight. "Let us hope you can control your beast." Jon met the man's gaze. He felt a flicker of anger but hid it behind a calm mask. "I can," he said simply. Gendry raised a hand, calling for order. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're forming a small expedition to the Stepstones. A show of force, no more than a half-dozen warships, plus a handful of smaller support vessels. We'll coordinate with Dorne, who is also threatened by these pirates. If Dorne commits some ships, we might gather a combined fleet large enough to challenge them. Jon's presence will be our sharpest weapon. The moment the pirates see a dragon, half of them will cut anchor and flee." Jon frowned. He knew these waters well enough to grasp the dangers. The Stepstones were a maze of scattered islands and reefs, easy to hide in, full of coves for ambush. A large fleet could be whittled down by cunning raids. Even with Moondancer, the risk was real. But what was the alternative? Allow outlaws and ex-Celestials to strangle the lifeblood of Westeros's trade? The realm was barely stable as it was. "All right," Jon said. "When do we sail?" Gendry spread his hands. "Within a fortnight. We need time to outfit the vessels, gather supplies, and hopefully hear word from Dorne. Lord Euler or Lady Jordain might send ships if we ask. Our outriders and ravens are already on their way south." Jon glanced at the lords arrayed around them. Most wore expressions of grim resolve. "And who commands this expedition?" Gendry gave a thin smile. "I had hoped you would. You're the most experienced among us at commanding men in dire circumstances. You led the Night's Watch, you've seen battles beyond the wall. And, well, the presence of your dragon speaks for itself." Jon stiffened. He loathed taking on authority again, but these men were looking at him with a mixture of fear and hope. He felt the old weight of leadership pressing at his shoulders. In the hush, he heard his own voice from years ago. "I don't want it. I never have." Yet the realm needed him, and he had given Gendry his word. Reluctantly, he dipped his head. "If that's what it takes, I accept. But I'm no naval commander. I've never led a fleet." An older knight with silver-threaded hair nodded. stepping forward. "I am Sir Miles Sunglass, my lord. I served under Stannis at the Blackwater, for all that was worth. I can be your second in naval matters. We have capable captains who know the Stepstones as well as any. They will advise you, see that your orders are carried out." Jon let out a slow breath. "Very well," he said. "I'll do my best." Gendry clapped him on the shoulder with obvious relief, then turned to the gathered lords. "You have your orders. Begin preparations. I want each vessel fully supplied, every crewman armed. We'll reconvene in a week to finalize the details, or earlier if word arrives from Dorne." The lords and knights dispersed, some wearing determined expressions, others burdened by worry. Jon lingered by Gendry's side. "You're sure about this?" Gendry exhaled. "No, but I don't see another option. The city's short on funds, short on ships, short on everything. If we allow these pirates free rein, soon they'll be blockading us or raiding towns along the coast. The Stepstones have always been a sore spot, but with our fleets in ruin, it's become worse. At least with you aboard, I have hope. If not for Moondancer, I might have had to beg the Iron Bank for coin to hire a foreign fleet, and that's never a good bargain." Jon nodded. "All right, I'll ride out to the outskirts of the city, gather Moondancer. We can remain near the keep if you've a place for her to perch." He glanced around at the rubble. "Though I'm not sure we want her prowling above so many workers." "Use the old dragon pit," Gendry suggested. "It's still half in ruins, but the structure might hold. That is, if she's willing to roost there. It's not exactly comfortable. Some say it's haunted by the ghosts of dead dragons." He gave a grim half-smile, aware of the irony. Jon recalled Daenerys's dragons had once been chained beneath the Great Pyramid in Meereen, and how poorly that had gone. "I'll show her the space," he said carefully. "If she's uneasy, I won't force it. I'd rather keep the city calm." They parted ways. Gendry remained in the keep to handle the next wave of tasks, while Jon ventured back through the streets, heading toward the city gates. Here and there, he drew curious stares. He was not entirely unknown. Many had heard rumors of a Stark Targaryen who had once tried to protect the city from madness. But rumors were always more myth than man. Some recognized him from his previous visits, though that had been brief. A few guards saluted, uncertain of the proper courtesy. Jon simply inclined his head and carried on. Once outside the walls, he found Moondancer perched on a rocky hill overlooking the Blackwater. She had tucked her wings neatly, scanning the terrain. Jon approached, noticing a small circle of charred grass and half a deer carcass. She had evidently hunted while waiting for him. Her eyes followed his movement as he climbed the ridge. "You've made yourself at home," he muttered, half amused. He stroked her flank, feeling the tension thrumming in her powerful frame. They spent some time exploring the outskirts. Jon led her away from the roads, searching for a quieter place. He found an abandoned estate near the scorched outer perimeter, a place that had once belonged to a minor lord who fled during the war. The building was half collapsed, but it had open fields where Moondancer could rest, close enough to the city walls that Jon could return to King's Landing each day, far enough to limit panic. He spent the afternoon riding with her along these fields. She soared overhead now and then, letting out occasional roars that echoed across the grasslands. Jon cringed, hoping not to frighten travelers too badly, but he knew she disliked confining herself to the ground for long. If she was to remain near the city for the next fortnight, she needed some measure of freedom. In the late afternoon, he guided her to the ancient dragon pit remains, perched on one of the city's hills. The structure was mostly rubble and scorched arches, though the dome had collapsed decades ago. His hope was that she might find it a suitable shelter in case of storms. But when they entered, Moondancer hissed, smoke curling from her nostrils. She sniffed at the blackened stones, pacing among the toppled pillars, seeming agitated. Jon whispered soothing words, but she was uneasy. He suspected the stench of old death lingered there. Generations of Targaryen dragons had died or been caged within these walls. The ghosts of her kind might haunt the place. He left soon after, not wishing to force the issue. Moondancer retreated to the open fields outside the walls, roosting atop a craggy outcrop where ancient catapults had once stood. That would have to do. At least the city watch knew where she was, and the people could keep their distance if they wished. Jon then returned alone to the Red Keep to find some lodging. Despite his Targaryen blood, he felt more like a visitor than a returning heir. Word spread fast that the Dragon Lord was in the city again, forging a plan to fight pirates. Jon overheard tavern gossip about how he might intend to march an army to the Stepstones, or burn the entire region. Others whispered about whether he might claim the throne after all. The swirl of rumors reminded him why he loathed politics. He focused on the real tasks at hand, coordinating with Gendry's chosen captains, examining charts of the island clusters that comprised the Stepstones, and sorting out supply lines for a small fleet. The men listened to his instructions politely, though some wore skepticism on their faces. Jon guessed it had less to do with him personally and more to do with the shape of this entire gambit. Half a dozen ships and a single dragon was a thin reed on which to rest the city's hopes. During the week that followed, ravens came bearing mixed news. Dorne promised 3 galleys, though it would take time for them to sail north. The Stormlands could spare 2 more. The Vale offered a token of coin, but no ships. Its lords felt their ships were too far from the relevant waters. The Iron Islands remained standoffish, some of their reavers possibly complicit in the piracy. There was no help forthcoming from that quarter. It dawned on Jon that they might be assembling a fleet of barely a dozen or so warships, scattered from different corners of the realm. Against triple that number of ruthless freebooters, the odds were daunting. Still, they pressed on. Gendry and the council set out calls for volunteers, sailors, mercenaries, any who would accept a fair wage to crew the new war galleys. Some men answered, lured by coin or the promise of fighting under a dragon's banner. Others ran the other way, wanting nothing to do with more conflict. The city's forges worked overtime, hammering out swords and spears, forging chain links for naval catapults. Supplies trickled in: sacks of dried beans, barrels of fresh water, salted pork, casks of ale. Through it all, Jon oversaw the logistics, mindful of how quickly an army could run short of rations. He remembered the lessons from the wars in the north, how hungry men lost morale faster than anything. He took time each day to visit Moondancer outside the walls. Sometimes he walked alone, sometimes he rode a borrowed horse. She greeted him with low rumbles, always watchful of the city's silhouette. He tried to speak to her in gentle Valyrian phrases, comforting her. Once or twice, they flew above the bay, drawing the gaze of half the populace. He wanted to keep her in practice with the open sea, so the transition to battling ships wouldn't spook her. She soared over the water with grace, diving once to snatch a fat fish. A handful of sailors in the harbor nearly jumped from their skins at the sight of her jaws. But she was learning, too. She recognized friend from foe and took her cues from Jon's body language. Each day that passed, their bond felt stronger. One late afternoon, after a round of flight exercises, Jon guided Moondancer to the outskirts of the city, letting her land in a field by a sparse grove of olive trees. She settled down, panting lightly. Jon dismounted, stretching his limbs. The adrenaline of flight still thumped in his veins. As he paced, he heard the rustle of someone approaching. From behind a copse of stunted trees emerged Davos Seaworth. Jon's breath caught in surprise. He had known Davos was in King's Landing, assisting Gendry with matters of trade and reconstruction, but they had not crossed paths in over a month. Now the older man approached in well-worn boots and a travel-stained cloak, the setting sun streaking the edges of his hair with silver. A small smile tugged at Jon's lips. "Ser Davos." Davos's face creased with warmth at the greeting. "Not a Ser, my lord, as I've said a dozen times." Then his gaze slid to Moondancer, and he tipped his head respectfully. "You've found yourself quite the friend." Jon patted the dragon's flank. "She's not so bad, once you get to know her." Moondancer sniffed the air, eyeing Davos warily. Then she lowered her head, exhaling a breath that stirred dust around the old smuggler's feet. Davos let out a low whistle. "Hells, I never thought I'd see another living dragon so close. I've had enough adventures with dragons to last a lifetime, but it seems the gods have a sense of humor. He shifted his weight, clearing his throat. I wanted to see you before you sailed. Gendry told me you're leading this expedition. Jon's expression grew guarded. I am, though not by choice. I'd rather no one had to lead anything, but the pirates leave us little option. Gendry's out of choices, you know. The city's holding on by a thread. Trade is her lifeblood, and these raiders choke it off. Davos looked off toward the sea, lips pursed. I'll be honest, Jon, it's dangerous. The Stepstones are a graveyard of broken ships for good reason. Winds, hidden reefs, cunning foes. I've sailed through them a few times in my smuggling days. It's easy to get cornered if you're not careful. Jon inclined his head, respecting Davos's seamanship. We'll need every bit of advice you can offer. I'd come with you if I thought these old bones could still climb rigging, Davos said ruefully. But Gendry needs me here, keeping the city afloat in his absence. You'll have captains who know the waters. Listen to them. Rely on your instincts, too. You survived the Battle of the Bastards. You survived the Army of the Dead. You'll survive this. Jon gave a faint grin. I can't say I feel invincible. Nor should you, Davos replied. But you're a good man and you've a dragon. That's more than most can claim. Just keep in mind that men can be braver or more foolish when they think Dragonfire is on their side. Overconfidence has sunk more ships than storms. Jon looked away, the memory of Daenerys's unstoppable confidence burning in his mind. I'll remember that. Davos rested a hand on Jon's arm. You do that. I'll be praying for calmer seas than we expect. With one last glance at Moondancer, he smiled wryly. She's bigger than the last time I saw her, I swear. Jon nodded. She grows every month, or so it seems. He thought about how large Drogon had become under Daenerys. Moondancer was younger, but the potential for growth was there. With time, she could dwarf most of the warships at sea. That realization was both comforting and daunting. Davos bowed slightly. Gods be with you, Jon. Then he walked away, leaving Jon to watch the swirl of dust in his wake. Moondancer snorted, shifting her bulk, as though impatient to return to flight. Jon sighed, climbing back onto her shoulders. One more circuit around the city, he murmured. Then we'll rest. She leapt skyward, the ground falling away, and he felt the familiar rush of wind and power beneath him. The next days unfolded in a steady rhythm of preparations. Word arrived from Dorne. 3 ships were indeed on their way, captained by men loyal to House Martell's new stewardship. They would meet Gendry's fleet off the coast near Tarth. The final muster was set for 9 days hence. Beyond that, all remained uncertain. Finally, the day dawned clear and bright when the first wave of King's Landing's new war galleys unfurled their sails at the mouth of the Blackwater. The scene in the harbor was organized chaos. Men shouting orders, sails snapping in the wind, supplies being hauled aboard. Gendry stood on the dock in full leathers, a hammer slung across his back in homage to the father he barely knew. He clasped hands with Jon. Are you sure about coming aboard the flagship? You could fly above us, scout the seas from Moondancer's back. Jon considered that. I will eventually, but I need to speak with the captai. And as we depart, ensure we keep formation. Once we're well underway, I'll take to the skies. Moondancer can follow or circle as needed. We'll keep signals for communication. Gendry said, glancing at the sky, where Moondancer was a distant shape. The men will feel better seeing you on the deck, at least until we settle into the routine. Jon nodded. He eyed the ships. They were not the grand war galleys of old. Some had mismatched sails, patches on their hulls. But they were the best the city could muster. The banners hung limply in the slight breeze. Black and gold stags, a few crowned golden roses for the Reach, a couple of wolf sigils from the north that had found their way there. Jon forced back the wave of nostalgia for the old alliances. This was a new realm, forging a new shape in the ashes of war. He boarded the largest galley, a ship named the Sea Talon, presumably Gendry's flagship. Sir Miles Sunglass waited at the helm, conferring with the helmsman about the tide. Gendry followed, intending to sail with them for at least part of the journey, but not all the way to the Stepstones. He was needed back in the city after a show of solidarity. The plan was for him to transfer to a smaller, swifter boat and return to King's Landing once the main fleet was fully committed. Sailors scurried up the rigging, releasing ropes that bound them to the dock. The sails caught the wind, the gangplanks were pulled aboard, and the sea talon lurched away from the pier. Other warships followed suit, forming a ragged line behind them. Onlookers filled the quays, some cheering, others silent with worry. The horns sounded from the walls, echoing over the water. Within the hour, King's Landing's harbor receded behind them. Moondancer appeared from a nearby rocky promontory, flying low over the waves to keep pace. Jon watched her from the deck, feeling an odd mixture of pride and fear. The city's final hopes might rest upon a half-rebuilt fleet and a single dragon. He found himself whispering a prayer to the old gods and the new, something he had not done in a long while. By mid-morning, they were out in the open waters of Blackwater Bay, sails full under a gentle breeze. Gendry paced the deck, scanning the horizon as though to reassure himself no immediate threats were lurking. Sir Miles navigated with practiced skill, steering them toward the narrow corridor that led south. The rest of the ships formed a wedge behind them, a formation that left Jon uneasy, but Miles insisted it was standard to keep the more vulnerable vessels inside. They sailed for 2 days under fair skies, making decent time. Gendry took notes on the cargo manifests, ensuring every ship had enough supplies. Jon conferred with the captains, clarifying that as soon as they neared the Stepstones, he would patrol from the air, signaling if he spotted anything suspicious. The men nodded, though they were clearly anxious, many having never fought under a dragon's banner. Tension built with each passing league. On the third day, they sighted Tartha's lush green coastline on the eastern horizon. Dorne's ships were expected somewhere in these waters. Late that afternoon, a lookout spotted 3 sails with Dornish colors approaching from the south. The wind carried them swiftly. An hour later, those ships joined formation, raising bright orange and yellow pennants in greeting. Their captains came aboard the Sea Talon in a rowboat, and Jon met them on the deck. Lord Euler's nephew, a young man with bright eyes, introduced himself as Corin Euler and said, "We come by order of House Martell, who wishes to see these pirates driven from the sea. Our swords and sails are at your disposal, Lord Targaryen." Jon nodded politely, feeling the weight of that vow. "Thank you. We need every ally we can get." Corin was accompanied by 2 knights from House Dane, their surcoats bearing a sword and falling star. Jon had heard tales of that house's legendary knights, including Ser Arthur Dane. Meeting these men reminded him of the ancient ties between Dorne and the Targaryens. The knights expressed quiet respect and pledged their loyalty for the duration of the campaign. After some brief coordination, the Dornish ships took positions on the fleet's flanks, forming a broader line. They were swifter vessels with shallower drafts, well suited for skirmishes. The next day saw them skirting the eastern edge of Shipbreaker Bay, passing storms in the distance that threatened to drive them off course. Fortunately, the weather held enough for them to continue southward. All told, they had 11 ships, 8 from King's Landing and the Crownlands, plus 3 from Dorne. Another pair from the Stormlands was trailing behind, rumored to arrive late. Less than 15 total. Jon tried not to dwell on that number. If the pirates truly had thrice as many, only cunning and the threat of dragonfire might carry the day. Gendry, as planned, took a smaller vessel back to King's Landing once he was satisfied the expedition was underway. Before leaving, he gripped Jon's shoulder. "Good luck, my friend. May the storms be kind." "You too," Jon answered. "And watch over the city. We'll send word if we need anything." Gendry nodded, face etched with the weight of command. "I'll keep forging alliances. Gods know we might need them." With a final clasp, he boarded the smaller craft, and they parted ways at sea. Jon watched the boat dwindle to a speck on the horizon. It took another 5 days of steady sailing to reach the waters off the Stepstones. Each day was marked by tension. Men cast uneasy glances at the horizon, where strange islets and jagged peaks jutted from the sea. Legends said these islands were once a land bridge from Essos to Westeros, shattered by some ancient cataclysm. Now they were a labyrinth of coves, hidden reefs, and treacherous currents. For centuries, they had harbored pirates, sellswords, and worse. Jon felt the air turn saltier, the wind sharper. He noted that Moondancer grew restless, circling the ships in broad arcs. She seemed to sense the collective unease. Sir Miles called a war council on the Sea Talon's deck. The Dornish captains joined, along with a few other key figures. They spread out a rough map of the Stepstones, marking known passages and rumored pirate strongholds. Rumor puts their main base somewhere near Bloodstone, one of the larger islands, Miles said, tapping the map. But they could be scattered across multiple coves. How do we approach? Asked Corran Euler. If we sail in a single formation, we might be ambushed in a narrow channel. But if we split, we risk being picked off piecemeal. Jon folded his arms. We need a scouting party, he said, the idea already forming in his mind. Moondancer and I can fly ahead, spot any large concentrations of ships. A small fast vessel could follow at a safe distance, ready to relay signals to the main fleet. Once we have a sense of their positioning, we either strike if their forces are divided, or lure them into a disadvantage. Miles nodded. It's a sound strategy if a dangerous one. If they see you overhead, they might scatter. Or they might have weapons prepared, scorpions on the decks, perhaps. The Golden Company used such devices in the war, if rumors are true. Jon set his jaw. I'll keep my distance. Moondancer can move faster than any ship. If I see scorpions, we'll retreat and regroup. The point isn't to engage alone. It's to locate them. They worked out the signals. If Jon spotted a large enemy fleet, he'd fly back to the main group and dip Moondancer's right wing. If he saw only scattered ships or a safe channel, he'd dip the left. Torches and horns would be used at night, though flying in darkness over unfamiliar waters would be risky. That evening, as the sun dipped low, Jon shared a meal with the Dornish knights. They passed around a skin of spiced wine and told stories of their homeland's deserts and mountains. Jon listened quietly, offering only a few words about the North. He was too preoccupied with the days ahead to truly indulge in camaraderie. After the meal, he settled in his cramped cabin to plan. Sleep was elusive, and he found himself pacing on the deck under flickering lanterns. Moondancer glided above, a silent sentinel against the moonlit sky. Morning dawned, the fleet forging deeper into Stepstone's waters. The labyrinth of islands began to loom on the horizon. Rocky spires rising sharply from the sea, fringed with scraggly trees, gulls and cormorants wheeling overhead. The wind smelled of brine and rotting seaweed. Dark waves lapped at the hull, whispering of hidden dangers below. Jon stood at the prow, scanning with a spyglass as they neared the outskirts of this domain. He saw jagged shorelines, sea caves, narrow channels. No immediate sign of a large fleet, but that meant little. The pirates could be hidden beyond the next island. He closed the spyglass, turning to Miles and Corran. I'll go up, he said. Keep the fleet here. Move slowly along this stretch, but do not enter the channels until I return. They agreed. Jon called for the boat that carried his dragon's harness. Just a simple set of straps he used to stay secured to Moondancer in flight. It took only a short time to prepare. A smaller supply vessel pulled alongside, and the crew helped him buckle the harness around Moondancer's shoulders as she hovered just above the water, wings beating slowly. She bared her teeth in protest when a man accidentally tightened a strap too sharply, but Jon soothed her with quiet words. Once ready, he climbed up, settling in place. The harness looped around his thighs and chest, anchoring him. He gripped the scaled ridge at the base of her neck. Fly, he breathed. She launched into the sky, the sudden velocity making his heart lurch. Below, the ship's sails receded, the figures on deck shrinking to toy-like shapes. They climbed higher, seeking a vantage above the island peaks. From this altitude, the Stepstones spread out in a ragged chain, spires and inlets scattered like shards of broken glass. In the distance, he glimpsed open sea, hazy with salt mist. He guided Moondancer southward along the chain, scanning the water for ships or signs of habitation. For a time, he saw only empty sea, the waves glinting under the rising sun. Then, near a cluster of rocky islets, he spotted movement, tiny shapes bobbing in the water. He raised the spyglass, fighting the rush of wind buffeting him. 10, maybe more, anchored vessels. He counted at least 15, maybe 20, some larger than others. They were moored close to shore, where jagged cliffs might hide them from a casual glance at sea level. Even from above, they were half concealed by outcroppings. A prickle of fear went through him. If the pirates had 15 to 20 ships in one place, how many more might be stationed elsewhere? He circled, trying to see if they had scorpions or other anti-dragon weapons on their decks. It was hard to tell from this distance. He thought he saw catapult-like structures on at least 2 galleys. Men moved frantically on the decks, pointing at the sky. They had spotted him. He heard faint horns, or maybe it was just the wind. A few archers even loosed arrows, though at this range, they fell harmlessly into the sea below. Jon pulled Moondancer higher. He did not want to risk a scorpion bolt. She roared, circling once. He caught sight of banners, none he recognized, likely designs cobbled together from mercenary outfits. He saw no sign of an overarching heraldry. Pirates, indeed, but they were no mere rabble. Their ships looked well-maintained, and the men scurrying about the decks moved with discipline. He decided not to linger. Better to bring this information back. He urged Moondancer to wheel around, soaring north again. She angled into the wind with powerful strokes of her wings. As they glided along the coastline, he kept watch for any sign of additional fleets. In one hidden cove, he saw 3 smaller craft, likely pirate outriders. But the main cluster was that group of 15 or more anchored near the rocky islets. He also spotted a scattering of huts on one island, maybe a settlement or base. Smoke rose from a crude watchtower on a high ridge. Jon prayed they did not have scorpions in great numbers. The flash of memory seized him, Regal, Daenerys's green dragon, struck by Euron Greyjoy's scorpion bolt. The beast had died screaming, plunging into the sea. The recollection made Jon's stomach clench. He would not let that happen to Moondancer if he could help it. When he returned to the fleet, he dipped Moondancer's right wing in the agreed signal for a large enemy presence. Horns blew from the sea talon, responding. Jon guided her to the deck, where they scrambled to provide space. She landed with a thunderous thud, rocking the planks. Men hurried to moor the rigging. Jon dismounted quickly, removing the harness. Miles, Corin, and a handful of others gathered around him. "They're anchored in a cove southeast of here," Jon said, speaking loudly over the flapping sails and Moondancer's agitated snort. "I counted at least 15 ships, maybe more, possibly catapults or scorpions. They saw me overhead. Likely they'll move soon. We need to prepare for a fight." Miles grimaced. "Any sign of more?" 3 smaller craft in another cove," Jon replied. "Hard to say if there's another big group hidden further on. This region is a maze." Corin chewed his lip. "Then we can't risk blindly sailing into that cove. They'll pick us off with artillery if we do. They have the advantage of the terrain." Jon nodded. "We might draw them out. If we approach from the north, let them spot us, we can feign a retreat. While they chase, Moondancer and I attack from the flank. Once they're out in open waters, they lose their advantage of the cove." Miles crossed his arms. "It's a gamble. Pirates are cunning, but it might be our best chance. Staying here gains us nothing." They hashed out the plan in hurried conversation. The fleet would sail in 2 columns, appear to thread a narrow channel, then reverse as if fleeing. The hope was that the pirates, emboldened by superior numbers, would pursue. Meanwhile, Jon would fly high and strike them from above, sowing chaos in their ranks. Then, at the crucial moment, the fleet would reverse course again, turning to fight. It was a classic ruse, but in Jon's experience, even cunning foes could be lured by the promise of an easy victory. The men agreed. Corin and the Dornish ships would lead one column, Miles and the Crownlands ships would lead the other. Jon readied Moondancer once more. Though he and the dragon were weary from the morning's flight, there was no time to rest. If the pirates weighed anchor soon, the window for surprise would close. The men adjusted rigging, prepared weapons, tested the catapults. Tension thrummed in the air like a drawn bowstring. They set sail toward the cove, carefully choosing a path that would bring them into the pirates' view. The day grew hot, the sun glaring off the water. By midday, they spotted the first pirate outrider to the southeast. A swift galley painted dark, likely used for scouting. It raised a black pennant and darted back toward the cove. Miles exhaled sharply. "They've seen us." "Good," Jon said as calmly as he could. "We want them to see us." He took to the skies once more, keeping Moondancer high and circling behind the fleet. From up there, he could see the pirates mustering, the anchored galleys raising sails. The cove became a hive of activity. 15, 16, 17 ships. He counted them again, swallowing hard. If there were other detachments hidden elsewhere, they could appear at any moment. This was going to be close. The crownlands fleet advanced until they were just within sight of the cove's mouth, then turned abruptly as though losing nerve. Sails swung around, keels carving the water in a broad arc. Jon watched the pirate ships surge forward, horns echoing faintly. They smelled weakness. He urged Moondancer to glide down behind the cliffs, out of their line of sight, waiting for the perfect moment. As predicted, the pirates rushed out of their shelter, sails full, scorpions or catapults glinting in the sun. They spread in a wide formation, aiming to envelop Gendry's smaller force. The pirates' war cries and pounding drums reached Jon in bursts. He waited until they were fully committed, streaming into open water. The crownlands ships faked a disorderly retreat, allowing the pirates to close in. Then Jon spurred Moondancer upward, rising behind the pirates' flank. He felt the hot wind against his face. His heart pounded as he saw the chaos below. The black-sailed pirate galleys arrayed in a crescent, archers standing by. He singled out the largest vessel near the center, its deck bristling with men, a tall mast with an unknown sigil. If he could strike there, he might break their leadership. He inhaled. "Dracarys," he said, voice trembling just a bit. He guided Moondancer into a steep dive. She roared, and a column of flame erupted from her jaws. It speared downward, striking the pirate flagship amidships. The deck exploded in fire, men screaming, sails igniting in a heartbeat. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw archers raising bows. A few arrows whizzed by, but Moondancer had already pulled up. In moments, the entire middle of the pirate formation was reeling, the flagship aflame. A scorpion bolt zipped past, narrowly missing Moondancer's wing. Jon's breath caught. He saw a second scorpion pivoting below, reloaded by frantic crews. He banked hard, urging Moondancer into evasive maneuvers. Another bolt shot wide, sending up a plume of water. She angled away, circling for another pass. Pirates scrambled to aim at the sky, but catapults and scorpions were cumbersome. With each swoop, Jon could see their confusion building. The presence of a dragon unnerved even the bravest men. Now the crownlands ships reversed course a second time. War horns echoed as they turned to face the disordered pirate line. The Dornish galleys struck from the flank, hurling flaming pots of pitch. A savage melee began, ships ramming each other, men boarding and clashing with steel. Smoke rose in columns as multiple vessels caught fire. The sea churned with debris and floating bodies. Shouts and screams blended into an unholy din. Jon dove again, unleashing flames on a second large pirate vessel, raking the deck with fire. He had to be precise. He dared not incinerate friend and foe alike. A catapult hurled a firepot upward, missing Moondancer by mere feet. His flame burst in midair, showering sparks. She roared in fury, twisting her serpentine body. Another scorpion fired. Jon yanked hard on the harness, and the bolt whistled past. Heart hammering, he signaled Moondancer to ascend. She soared out of range for a moment, giving him a chance to survey the battlefield. Chaos reigned below. Some pirate ships were ablaze, their crews leaping into the water. Others pressed the attack, ramming the crownlands' vessels. One Dornish galley was taking on water, battered by multiple foes. The battle was furious, swirling, impossible to control, but the dragon's presence clearly weighed on the pirates. Their formation had collapsed, fear rippling through them as they sought to evade the next torrent of flame. Jon dove again. This time, a Scorpion crew managed to track him more accurately. They fired just as Moondancer unleashed fire. The weapon's bolt tore through the edge of her left wing, punching a ragged hole in the membrane. Moondancer shrieked in pain, her flame cutting off abruptly. Jon nearly lost his grip as she jerked sideways. The Scorpion crew died an instant later, engulfed in the half-formed bee. Lays that spat from her jaws, but the damage was done. Panic shot through Jon. He felt Moondancer flailing, her wings struggling to catch air. They spiraled downward, dangerously close to the masts of a burning pirate ship. Wind whipped past, the stench of smoke and blood. "Steady!" he gasped, fighting to keep his seat. She roared again, pushing through the pain, beating her wings unevenly. Together, they managed to climb above the rigging, the dragon's flight now laborious. The wound bled, dark red trickling from the wing's leathery membrane. Jon clenched his teeth. They had to get higher, away from more scorpion fire. With a furious flapping, Moondancer managed to gain altitude. Jon realized they might not be able to keep diving. He turned her away from the densest fighting. Another scorpion bolt streaked harmlessly below. The entire bay was a vision of swirling smoke and flame. He saw the Sea Talon exchanging rams with a pirate ship, grappling hooks entangling them. Miles was on the deck, brandishing a sword. A wave of dread threatened to unseat Jon's focus. This was the thick of war, savage and unpredictable. A horn blast sounded from the north side of the battlefield. Through the smoky haze, Jon glimpsed 3 more pirate vessels emerging from behind an island outcropping. Reinforcements. They raised black pennants, surging into the melee, hoping to flank the crownlands ships. If they succeeded, the loyal ships would be trapped between 2 pirate groups. Despite Moondancer's injury, Jon knew he had to act. He guided her in a wide arc, ignoring the throbbing pulse he sensed from her wounded wing. She responded with a labored but determined beat, heading toward the newly arrived pirate flank. From above, Jon saw them racing into the fray, ready to pounce on a pair of Dornish galleys whose decks were already bloodied from boarding actions. He took a deep breath, bracing himself. "One more run," he whispered. "We can do this." Moondancer folded her wings, diving sharply. Flames spewed from her jaws, engulfing the lead pirate ship's foredeck. Men scattered, screaming, sails catching fire instantly. The vessel careened sideways, scraping the hull of its own companion, which resulted in a tangle. Arrows whizzed up from the third ship, but the pirates aimed poorly amid the chaos. A single arrow struck Moondancer's flank, but it seemed to glance off her scales. Jon felt her shudder, roaring in defiance. They pulled up again, pain coursing through her wing. The flight was unsteady, but enough to keep them airborne. Below, the pirate reinforcements panicked, 2 of their ships now ablaze or colliding with each other. The Dornish seized the moment, boarding the crippled pirate vessels. The advantage swayed back to the Allied fleet. In the distance, Jon saw a crownlands galley drift, half sunken, its mast snapped. Another loyal vessel was ablaze amidships. The cost was high. Still, it seemed the pirates were breaking. Several ships tried to flee southward, sails tattered, men bailing water. A few fight-hungry captains stubbornly continued the battle, exchanging artillery with the Sea Talon. But the presence of the dragon overhead demoralized them. Gradually, the pirates lost their cohesion, each vessel making for open sea or seeking to hide behind an island. Miles signaled a final push, horns echoing across the smoky waves. The crownlands and Dornish ships pressed forward. Jon circled, scanning for any major threats, but it appeared the tide had turned. Pirate ships lay sinking or burning across the bay, their survivors bobbing in the water. At least 3 or 4 pirate vessels were still afloat and in fighting shape, but they were in full retreat, making a desperate run to deeper waters. The Allied ships gave chase, though the swirling smoke made pursuit perilous. Jon felt Moondancer trembling beneath him, her breathing ragged. He steered her away from the thickest smoke, landing on a jagged island outcrop that rose from the sea's surface like a broken blade. She settled with a weary groan, folding her wounded wing gingerly. Jon dismounted, nearly stumbling on the uneven ground. Salty wind whipped at his face, stinging his eyes as he turned to inspect her injuries. The hole in her wing was larger than he'd hoped, ringed with blood. The scorpion bolt had torn through the membrane, leaving a ragged wound. She hissed, twitching, as if to shake off the pain. Jon placed a hand on her scales, voice low. "Easy, girl," he said. "I'll find help soon, but we have to get you off this rock." Below, the sea frothed with floating wreckage and drifting corpses. The stench of burned pitch and charred flesh tainted the air. He took a moment to gauge the fleet's progress. It looked like a victory, albeit a costly one. At least half of the pirate ships were destroyed or captured. The rest had scattered. The crownlands fleet had lost a few vessels, and several more were heavily damaged. But they held the bay. Over time, the horn blasts and clashing weapons subsided, replaced by the grim work of pulling men from the water and extinguishing deck fires. Columns of smoke rose to the heavens, a testament to the brutality of the clash. When the immediate danger passed, Miles dispatched a small boat with a few men to find Jon. They rowed toward the island outcrop, waving a banner. Jon flagged them down, guiding them to a narrow inlet. They approached hesitantly, eyeing Moondancer in the distance. One man carried a pack of basic medical supplies. "We saw you land," he called. "Is the dragon badly hurt?" "She's wounded, but alive," Jon said. "I need bandages and a needle if we have one large enough." The men exchanged worried glances, but followed Jon's lead. They approached slowly, letting Moondancer sniff at them. She growled, but did not lash out, as if sensing Jon's acceptance of their presence. Together, they used strips of sailcloth and rudimentary stitches to try to close the worst tear in her wing. Moondancer's roars of pain echoed off the rock, but Jon kept a firm hand on her flank, speaking softly in Valyrian. The men worked as quickly as they dared. When they finished, the wing looked like a patchwork of cloth and scaled membrane, blood still seeping in places. It would need proper tending once they returned to calmer waters. The men gave her a wide berth, worried she might lash out. But she only panted, exhaustion dulling her usual ferocity. Jon thanked them, swallowing his own exhaustion. "What's the state of the fleet?" One man, stinking of sweat and smoke, reported grimly. "We lost at least 3 ships sunk or unsalvageable, dozens dead or wounded, but we captured or sank a great portion of the pirate fleet. A few stragglers fled, though we don't know where they're holed up." Jon nodded, a heaviness settling over his chest. "War again. Always war. All right, let's see if Moondancer can fly back to the main group. If not, we'll have to sail her out somehow." They coaxed her to spread her injured wing. She managed it, though her movement was stiff. With labored flaps, she lifted off the rocky island. Jon mounted behind her. The men cheered, stepping back into their boat. Moondancer glided across the water, more carefully than before. Jon guided her to the largest surviving Allied ship, a Dornish galley that was relatively intact, where they found enough open deck space for her to land. She perched, trembling, while sailors cowered or stared in awe. Corin Euler approached, wiping soot from his face. "Gods be good. I thought you'd been shot down." His expression showed immense relief. "I nearly was," Jon answered. "But we're still here." Miles soon arrived by rowboat, face grim but determined. "We've driven them off for now. Shall we press on or regroup?" Jon ran a hand through his sweat-drenched hair, scanning the horizon. "We need to secure this area. Finish off any stragglers if we can do so safely. Then we regroup, see if we can find their base on Bloodstone." He hesitated, glancing at Moondancer's injured wing. though I can't dive in for a second round of fights from the air until she heals. The scorpions are too dangerous. Miles chewed on his lip. Your dragon's presence turned the tide. Without it, we might be outmatched again if they bring reinforcements. Then let's hope we dealt them a crippling blow, Jon said. Our priority is to ensure the Stepstones remain safe for merchant passage, at least for a while. And so, the remainder of the day and the next were spent combing the nearby waters, capturing wounded pirates, salvaging what vessels they could, and tending the injured. They found half-burned hulks drifting in the current, men clinging to flotsam. A handful of pirates surrendered willingly, promising to guide them to hidden caches of loot. Whether their information was reliable remained to be seen. Jon coordinated from the Dornish galley, wanting to keep Moondancer close so the ship's healer could tend her wound. The men carried water buckets, washing away the blood and smoke stains. She allowed the attention, though she flinched at every touch. Jon stayed beside her, guilt weighing on him. He had known a scorpion shot was a risk. He had led her into that danger. Was it worth the cost to keep a realm stable? At times, he shut his eyes, recalling the screech of scorpion bolts, the roar of flames, men's screams. The stench of burning flesh clung to his nostrils. He remembered Daenerys's eyes alight with fervor. Was he any different using a dragon in battle? But he told himself it was not the same. They had not burned a city of innocents. They had taken the fight to pirates who preyed on the defenseless. Yet the moral weight pressed on him all the same. On the second night, the Allied fleet anchored near the battered cove. Crews worked by torchlight to patch hulls. The sea glimmered with firelit reflections, the aftermath of battle heavy in the air. Jon, drifting in and out of exhaustion, found a quiet spot on the deck beside Moondancer. He propped himself against her flank, her scales warm through his cloak. She breathed slowly, occasionally shifting her injured wing. He felt her discomfort like an echo in his own bones. His eyes closed. For a moment, he slept there under the open sky. In his dreams, he soared above Winterfell, dragons swirling overhead, only to see the towers crumble under black flame. He saw ghosts, Ned Stark, Robb, Daenerys, faces merging into shadows. When he jerked awake, heart pounding, the sea was eerily calm. A faint haze of dawn light touched the horizon. He forced himself upright, gently checking Moondancer's wound. The makeshift bandages needed changing. Her blood had clotted in places, though fresh trickles stained the cloth. She blinked awake, regarding him with a weary gaze. He whispered soothing nonsense, fetching water to clean her flesh. The castle-trained healer, a stooped man from Dragonstone, arrived, carrying new bandages and a mild poultice. Jon aided him, murmuring constant reassurance to the dragon. She hissed when the poultice touched raw tissue, but did not lash out. Afterward, he gazed at the battered fleet around them. A handful of functional ships, some heavily damaged, a couple more on the verge of sinking if not for tireless pumps. Many had wounded men moaning in pain. The decks were slick with congealed blood. The stench of salted gore tainted the breeze. This was victory of a sort, but a costly one. He prayed the pirates had lost enough ships to scatter them permanently. Yet he feared there were more out there. Over the following days, they made cautious forays around the surrounding islands. A few small pirate dens were discovered easily overrun, mostly deserted by the time the crownlands men arrived, as word of the dragon's assault had spread. They found stashes of stolen cargo, spices from Essos, barrels of wine from the Arbor, even fine silks that once belonged to a Braavosi merchant. They freed a handful of captives. Wounded sailors starved and frightened. Some pirates surrendered on the spot. Others fled deeper into the Stepstones, escaping into hidden coves. By all appearances, the main pirate force had been shattered, if not utterly destroyed. Within a week, the Allied fleet was in dire need of repairs. Food stocks ran low. Many men clamored to return home, having done their duty. Their ships' decks were charred, sails patched. Battered though they were, they'd proven that Westeros would not be easy prey for freebooters. Jon conferred with Miles and Corran, and they agreed it was time to withdraw, leaving a small watch of volunteers and some local sails to guard the newly reclaimed cove. They scuttled a few pirate vessels in the process to prevent them from being refitted. Then they turned their sails north, heading for calmer waters. Moondancer, still wounded, spent most of the voyage perched on the Dornish galley's deck. She rarely took flight, only short glides when the crew needed space to maneuver. Jon kept her calm, feeding her fish or goat when possible. She grew restless, but the pain evidently subdued her usual vigor. More than once, Jon sat by her side, guilt tearing at him. The men watched from a distance, sometimes in awe, sometimes in fear. That close proximity to a dragon was new to them. By the time they reached the seas near Tarth, a messenger ship from King's Landing met them, carrying fresh supplies and a letter from Gendry. He hailed their success, praising Jon's leadership, and asked them to return for a triumphant welcome if they so wished. Jon read the words with mixed feelings. There was nothing triumphant about the blood-soaked decks and the wounded that moaned below. Still, the Stepstones' threat was at least temporarily quelled. Maybe that was cause for relief. He decided to sail straight to Dragonstone instead. Moondancer needed proper rest and care. The fleet parted ways. The crownlands ships continued north to King's Landing, carrying Miles and the bulk of the men. The Dornish galleys also took their leave, heading south around the peninsula, eager to return home. They offered respects to Jon, calling him the Dragon of Dragonstone. He thanked them, though the title felt uncomfortably grand. He parted from them with polite farewells, promising to keep the Stepstones corridor secure for as long as he could. A single small galley accompanied Jon to Dragonstone, carrying some of the wounded men who preferred to convalesce there rather than in the city. The journey was mercifully uneventful. Each day, Moondancer's wing improved slightly, though she still favored it. Jon feared an infection, but the poultices seemed to be preventing it. By the time the familiar black silhouette of Dragonstone's towers rose from the horizon, he felt a wave of relief he had not expected. They docked in the castle's harbor under a gray sky. Beric, the steward, rushed out to greet them. He was visibly alarmed to see the dragon's bandaged wing, but Jon assured him it would heal. Over the next few days, the small retinue of healers from Dragonstone tended to the wounded men, including Moondancer. Jon oversaw the process, dividing his attention between the battered newcomers and the daily running of the castle. News of the battle filtered in via Raven. The city celebrated the victory, though many families mourned fallen sons. Gendry's letter praised Jon's role in the conflict. He invited Jon to King's Landing for a ceremony, but Jon declined politely. He was not in the mood for feasts or parades. Instead, he spent his days tending to Moondancer. Slowly, the swelling around her wound lessened, and she began testing her wings in short flights around the castle spires. Her resilience humbled him. She overcame pain with raw spirit, never truly docile, but trusting him enough to let him near. On calmer evenings, he stood on the cliffs, stroking her scales. "I'm sorry," he found himself whispering once, as she rumbled softly, pressing her massive head into his hand. He recalled Regal's death again, and the tears pricked at his eyes. "You deserve peace." Summer burned on. A measure of normalcy returned to Dragonstone. Jon walked the ramparts, checking in on laborers and stewards, ensuring the newly arrived men, wounded or otherwise, settled peacefully. Some would return to the crownlands eventually, while others wanted to start anew in the small village near the castle. Beric arranged farmland for them, a chance to rebuild their lives. Every now and then, a passing merchant ship from the Stepstones arrived with grateful tidings. The pirate threat had subsided, trade lanes were safer. In time, though, new dangers might arise. That was the cycle of the world. At sunset one evening, Jon found himself in the library again, paging through a tome about Aegon the Conqueror's earliest days in Westeros. He read how Aegon first landed on the shore of what became King's Landing, how he used the threat of dragonfire to subdue entire kingdoms. He closed the book, feeling a shiver. He had repeated some small piece of that legend in the Stepstones, albeit for a different purpose. Perhaps there would always be parallels when it came to dragons. Perhaps the best he could do was channel that power responsibly, striving never to become a tyrant. A knock sounded at the library door. Beric peered in, face lit by the last rays of dusk. "My lord, a visitor has arrived." She did not give her name, but she asked for you. Jon set aside the book, frowning. "A woman? From the mainland?" Beric shrugged. "She came by boat, wore a cloak. She reminds me a bit of the North, if you'll forgive my presumption." Jon's heart stirred, half hoping. "Arya?" he asked quietly. She did not say, "But she's waiting in the courtyard." Jon stood at once, crossing the library to the hallway. His footsteps echoed against the stone walls as he hurried down to the courtyard. The sky overhead had turned a deep purple, stars peeking through. Torches glowed around the courtyard's perimeter. There, standing near the well, was a cloaked figure. At the sound of his approach, she turned. His breath caught. Not Arya, but Sansa Stark. "Sansa," Jon murmured, stepping closer. She pushed back her hood, revealing a faint smile. The firelight cast flickering shadows across her auburn hair. He saw relief and concern in her eyes. It had been many months since he last saw her in person, though they exchanged letters. She wore a traveling cloak of thick wool, a silver wolf's head clasp at her throat, and a subtle ring with the Stark sigil. "Jon," Sansa said, voice soft but warm. She took a step toward him and they embraced. He felt the tension in her shoulders, the lingering weight of worry. He held her tightly, mindful of the last time they'd shared a close moment. "I didn't expect you," he admitted, pulling back slightly to study her face. She offered a wry smile. "I had to see you with my own eyes. Word reached Winterfell of your battle in the Stepstones. Some letters said you were wounded, others said your dragon was killed. Still others claimed you had conquered the entire southern coast." She shook her head. "You know how rumors spread." Jon let out a breath. "I'm all right. Moondancer's hurt, but healing." He gestured vaguely toward the far side of the courtyard, where the dragon might be perched. "What about you? How fares the north?" Sansa's smile faded slightly. "We stand, but it's never easy. Rebuilding is a slow process. We deal with petty disputes between lords, rumors of wildling raids, though that might be exaggeration. I spend my days settling feuds and forging trade pacts. Sometimes I wonder how Father managed it all." Jon nodded, sympathy in his gaze. "He had honor, and so do you." She touched his arm. "I also came because, well, I worried about you, Jon. You vanish for months at a time. Rumors swirl that you're raising a dragon army. I know it's nonsense, but I had to see for myself that you're still you." He glanced away. "I am," he said quietly, "still me, though I've accepted being Targaryen as well." Sansa squeezed his arm lightly. "I can see that. It suits you more than I expected, if I'm honest. You're calmer somehow, more certain." Jon thought about that, remembering how uncertain he'd felt during the battle, how haunted he remained by Daenerys' legacy. But if Sansa saw a difference, maybe that was something. "Come," he said gently. "You must be hungry. Let's find a meal, and I'll show you around." They walked to the Great Hall, a modest space still under renovation, where Beric arranged a simple supper of bread, roast fowl, and ale. They spoke in low voices as they ate. Sansa shared news of the north, how House Manderly was rebuilding White Harbor, how House Glover had rejoined the fold, how winter wheat was faring well in the new fields. She brushed on the subject of possible marriages among the northern lords, though she made no commitments. "The north is free as we agreed," she said with a faint smile, "and I'll not force any illusions of southern politics upon them." Jon nodded. "Good. The realm is better off with you in the north, maintaining stability." She tilted her head. "What about you, Jon? The Targaryen in Dragonstone, always responding when the realm needs a champion. How many times will they call upon you?" He shrugged, pushing a piece of bread around his plate. "I don't know. I never wanted to play the hero, but I can't turn my back on people who need help. Not when I have what I have." She reached across the table, laying a hand on his. "You don't have to do it alone, you know. Gendry can help. I can help. We all can. Please don't bear the world's burdens by yourself." Jon exhaled, tension unwinding a fraction. "I'll remember that." After supper, they wandered through the castle, passing corridors lit by torches. Sansa marveled at the carvings of dragons in the walls, the Valyrian script etched into archways. Jon explained how he'd found ancient texts about the Targaryen lineage, some referencing Rhaegar, though details were scant. She listened quietly, occasionally resting a hand on his shoulder, as if to ground him in the moment. Finally, they stood atop the outer wall. The ocean sprawled below, moonlight silvering the waves. Night air caressed them, carrying the distant cry of seabirds. Sansa folded her arms against a gentle breeze. "It's beautiful here," she said softly. "In a stark, lonely way. Reminds me a bit of the north." Jon leaned against the stone battlement. "There's a certain chill even in summer. But it suits me. I never felt right in the south. Even King's Landing was too crowded, too warm. Here, I have space." She nodded. "And a dragon." He managed a small smile. "And a dragon." They fell silent, each lost in thought. Then Sansa spoke again, voice hushed. "Will you stay here forever, Jon? Or will you ever come back north?" He considered the question. "I don't know. Part of me longs for Winterfell, memories of the old days, you, Arya, the rest of our family. But I also feel I have a duty here. The realm is fragile, and Moondancer, she's bound to me, to my blood. It's like I'm her steward, her protector. She gives me the strength to shield people from threats like we saw in the Stepstones." He paused, glancing at Sansa. "But I would come home to see you. Winterfell is never far from my heart." Her eyes shone in the moonlight. "I'd like that," she whispered, stepping close. They embraced, a gentle warmth in the chill night. For that moment, the ghosts of the wars, the nightmares of Dragonfire, the burdens of leadership, all receded. They were siblings again, the last living children of Ned Stark and Catelyn Tully, each carrying scars of a torn world. Sansa stayed a fortnight, resting from her travels. She met Moondancer properly one morning, carefully approaching with Jon at her side. The dragon regarded Sansa with mild curiosity, allowing the new presence but remaining aloof, curled around a sunlit patch of stone. Later, Sansa explored the library, reading fragments of Targaryen history, her brow knit in fascination. At dinner, she charmed the stewards and laborers with her gracious manner. She even offered to help sort out a dispute between two fishermen regarding netting rights in the cove, a matter of negotiation that Jon was grateful to pass on to someone with a gentler diplomatic touch. On her last day, they stood again on the ramparts as her ship prepared in the harbor below. A crisp wind tugged at their cloaks. She faced him, expression earnest. "Be well, Jon, and please write to me more often. Let me know how the repairs to the castle proceed, or if another threat arises." He nodded. "I will. The same for you. If the North needs me, I'll come." She held his gaze. "I know." Then she stood on tiptoe, pressing a kiss to his cheek. He closed his eyes, a surge of warmth filling his chest. They descended together, walking to the quay where her ship waited. With a final embrace, they parted. Sansa's vessel slid into the open water, sails catching the breeze. Jon watched from the dock, silent, until it disappeared into the horizon. Moondancer's wound continued to heal over the following weeks. The hole in her wing scarred but did not impede flight completely. She tested her strength each morning, gliding around the fortress walls. Jon breathed easier with each successful attempt, relief easing the knot of guilt in his stomach. She was resilient, maybe more than he deserved. Summer eased toward autumn, golden light slanting lower across the sea. The pace of life at Dragonstone returned to calm. Ships from King's Landing arrived now and then with trade goods, sometimes bearing letters from Gendry updating Jon on the city's slow reconstruction. Davos wrote as well, describing how the Stepstones remained relatively free of pirates, at least for now. A few stragglers still lurked, but none dared muster a fleet while a dragon roamed the skies. Word had spread across the narrow sea that the Targaryen rider was no myth, and the coasts were not the easy pickings they'd once been. In these quieter days, Jon found moments of reflection. He sparred with a few of the younger knights who had joined his modest garrison, keeping his sword arm honed. He read more of the old texts, gleaning bits of Valyrian vocabulary to communicate better with Moondancer. He walked along the coastline, letting the waves lap over his boots. He found a sort of peace that he had rarely known, not since he was a boy at Winterfell, ignorant of what lay ahead. One mild afternoon, he sat in the courtyard with a charcoal stick and a scrap of parchment, trying to sketch Moondancer as she dozed in the sun. His talents were limited, but he attempted to capture the arc of her neck, the glint of her scales. She opened one golden eye to watch him, a faint rumble in her throat. He chuckled. "Yes, it's poor likeness, I know." She blinked lazily, unimpressed. The day wore on, the sun drifting low in the sky. Jon felt a drowsiness tug at him, but just as he stood to retire inside, he heard Beric's voice calling from the gate, urgent and slightly breathless. Jon abandoned his sketch and strode to meet him. Beric bowed, face anxious. "My lord, a messenger has come from the crownlands. He rides hard, says he bears dire news." Jon's chest tightened. "Show him in." A moment later, a dust-stained rider staggered through the gate, all but collapsing from exhaustion. The castle guards helped him remain upright. He was a young man in battered leathers, eyes wide and fearful. "Am my Lord Targaryen?" he gasped, voice hoarse from dryness. "You must come. The city, King's Landing. Something is happening." Jon's pulse pounded. "Speak. What's happened? An army? Or something like it?" the messenger croaked. "They wear mismatched armor, some with Lannister colors, others with black hoods. They've raided villages up the Rose Road, heading toward the city. They call themselves the Sons of the Scorpion, or so travelers say. They kill any loyal to Baratheon. Gendry has called the banners, but there are rumors they have dark weapons, maybe even captured scorpions. Some say they intend to seize the city or burn it. We're not sure, but the crownlands are in panic, begging for help. Lord Baratheon begs you to come at once." The courtyard fell silent except for the rider's ragged breathing. Jon's mind raced. Sons of the Scorpion? Another band of outlaws? Or some twisted remnant of the old Lannister loyalists? Could they truly threaten the city so soon after the Stepstones? His jaw clenched. He felt anger stir. These men would stoke chaos again, endanger innocence for their own ends. He closed his eyes, took a breath, then addressed the messenger. "Rest. You've done well to bring this news. We'll ready our horses and supplies." Beric hovered, concern etched into his features. "My lord, do we ride tonight?" Jon looked to Moondancer, who had lifted her head, sensing the tension. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in his gut. He wanted to avoid more bloodshed, more heartbreak. But the crownlands called for aid, and Gendry had proven himself a friend. The city had no near-infinite resources, nor, ironically, a large contingent of scorpions to hold off a determined foe. Once more, they might look to the dragon. "Yes," Jon said quietly, his voice steady with resolve. "We leave as soon as we can. Summon the riders, gather what men we have. I'll take Moondancer. We'll go to King's Landing." Beric hurried off to comply, shouting orders. The messenger, half collapsed, was whisked inside for water. Jon stood in the courtyard, heart hammering, Moondancer's molten eyes locked on his. Another threat loomed, another test. He recalled Sansa's words, "You don't have to do it alone." But in many ways, a dragon rider always stood alone, perched between sky and earth. He approached Moondancer, placing a hand on her flank. She stretched her wounded wing, which had mostly healed, though a scar remained. He felt that scar in his own soul. "Once more into danger," he murmured. "Just one more time, we pray." She huffed, as if in exasperation. But the old thrill and dread churned in Jon's veins. He was a Targaryen, whether he embraced it or not, and the realm called again. There was no ignoring the summons. He stood there a moment longer, letting the golden light of the setting sun bathe them both in shadows and radiance. Then he turned away to see to his preparations, a knot of anticipation twisting in his chest. Tomorrow or the next day, they would be in King's Landing once more, facing a new threat from men who perhaps worshipped chaos. This was the burden and the gift of bearing the blood of dragons. He clenched his fists, exhaling a slow breath. Within the hour, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Men checking horses, strapping on armor, packing supplies onto mules. Jon donned his own gear, boiled leather with mail, the Stark direwolf sigil still etched on one pauldron, the Targaryen three-headed dragon on the other, a blend of the two worlds that defined him. He strapped Longclaw to his belt and tried not to think of how many more throats that blade might pierce before peace was won. As darkness gathered, torches flared along the castle walls. Jon took one last look at Dragonstone's imposing towers. He thought of the quiet nights, the hush of the sea. Then he mounted Moondancer, still feeling a twinge of caution at her not yet perfectly healed wing, but trusting her to manage the flight if they kept it measured. A half-dozen riders fell in behind them on the ground, planning to sail across the bay at first light and ride the roads to King's Landing. Jon would arrive from the air, hopefully well ahead of them. At his command, Moondancer launched herself off the courtyard. The wind of her wings drowned out the clamor of men below. She soared over the battlements, heading for the open sky. Jon felt that familiar surge, half terror, half exhilaration. Beneath him, the ocean gleamed with moonlight, the horizon stretching into blackness. He guided her west, toward the seat of kings, the city that never truly rested from the aftershocks of war. In the distance, thunderheads flickered with lightning, as if the gods themselves were forging storms. Jon squinted at the faint glow, uncertain whether it was just distant weather or something more ominous. One more threat, one more call to arms. He prayed it would be the last. Yet in his heart, he suspected that so long as the Game of Thrones endured, men would keep raising steel against each other, seeking dominion or revenge. And as long as that threat loomed, the dragon rider would find no lasting rest. He pressed his heels gently into Moondancer's flanks, urging her onward. She roared once, wings carrying them through the night air, a lone silhouette racing across the moonlit sky. Jon felt the swirl of wind tear at his hair, heard the rhythmic beat of her flight. No matter what might come, pirates, usurpers, cunning foes with stolen scorpions, he would meet it head-on with sword and flame. He was Jon Targaryen, once Snow, keeper of the wolf's honor and the dragon's power. So he flew, unbroken by the weight of the past, unbowed by the burdens of the present, carrying the flickering hope that a day without war might yet dawn. Until then, he would remain the watcher in the sky and on the walls, guided by the memory of Ned Stark's quiet integrity and Rhaegar Targaryen's haunting legacy. In that union, he found purpose enough to keep going. The night opened before them, vast and secretive, the shining expanse of stars their only witness as they cut through the darkness toward another uncertain tomorrow. Jon flew under a moonless sky, the world below reduced to the shades of a muted tapestry. Stars stretched overhead, scattered pinpoints of silver in the deep dark, and the wind battered his face as he guided Moondancer west. He could make out her breathing against the rush of air, each inhale and exhale a reminder that she was still healing from the scorpion wound she'd taken in the Stepstones. The wing beats were even enough, though sometimes he felt a slight hitch, as if her muscles pulled painfully. He murmured soft reassurances when she let out a low rumble, wishing he could ease her discomfort. But there was no delaying this flight. The messenger's words still pounded in his head. Sons of the Scorpion. An army of mismatched loyalties, rumored to be closing on King's Landing, leaving burnt villages and corpses behind them. Gendry needed help, and Jon answered. He tried to keep Moondancer flying at a steady pace, not pushing her. Daylight would have made navigation easier, yet there was no time to wait. If this group marched swiftly, they might be on the city's doorstep in days, or perhaps they were already there. The old, jagged edges of memory nagged at Jon. The city in flames under Daenerys, the helpless crowds, the deafening roar of war. He had no wish to see King's Landing threatened again. Darkness swallowed most landmarks, but Jon recognized the faint glimmer where the Blackwater met the sea. Far to the south, a subtle glow on the horizon might have been the lights of coastal farms. He directed Moondancer toward it, scanning the land below whenever the moon slipped out from behind clouds. After hours of flight, the horizon paled with the first hints of dawn, a sickly yellow band creeping up the sky. The fields and rivers took shape, faint outlines under the uncertain light. They passed above small settlements. Jon tilted forward in the saddle, searching for signs of smoke, banners, or anything indicating an armed force. Mostly, he saw farmland and winding roads, the occasional hamlet hugging a stream. The hush of early morning clung to everything, broken only by Moondancer's wing strokes. He wondered if the sons of the Scorpion moved only by day, or if they crept at night as so many outlaws did. Finally, just as the sun's first rays spilled across the land, revealing rolling meadows and scattered copses of trees, Jon spotted columns of smoke to the southwest. Not a single thin line from a farmstead's hearth, but a thick, dark plume. Alarm prickled at the back of his neck. He urged Moondancer lower, ignoring the ache he sensed from her. She dutifully descended, and he squinted to see more clearly. He could make out the remains of a village, dozens of thatched roofs caved in, some still smoldering. A handful of structures survived, but many were charred skeletons. He clenched his teeth, heart pounding. Were the sons of the Scorpion responsible? Seemed likely. He circled once, searching for survivors in the rubble. That was when he spotted a group of figures around a building that had partially collapsed. They appeared to be peasants, many crouching or lying on the ground. A few moved, perhaps rummaging through debris. Jon saw no immediate sign of an armed host, but he couldn't just fly on. He guided Moondancer to an open patch of trampled earth beyond the village. She landed with a huff, stirring ashes from the ground. As soon as he dismounted, he looped the reins around one of her spines, though she hardly needed tethering. She folded her wings, favoring the left one with a careful shift. He walked forward, watching the peasant figures warily. If bandits lurked, they could be hidden in the wreckage. At his approach, a young man holding a crude spear leapt up, eyes wide. Behind him, 2 children cowered. Jon raised both palms, showing he meant no harm. He realized he must have been an intimidating sight. Armor bearing the Stark direwolf and Targaryen dragon, a Valyrian steel blade on his hip, an actual dragon behind him. The man looked ready to bolt. Jon called out, voice low and calm, "I'm not your enemy. What happened here?" The man stared at him, then over Jon's shoulder at Moondancer. Shakily, he lowered his spear. "They came 3 days ago, called themselves the Sons of the Scorpion, wore black hoods. Some had the Lion of House Lannister on their shields. Others had no sigils at all." His voice broke. "They killed anyone who resisted, took what they wanted, burned the rest." Jon's stomach tightened. How many were there? Could have been 100, could have been more. They marched on with wagons of stolen goods and captives. His gaze flicked to the children behind him, as if relieved they'd escaped notice. Headed east, talked of going to King's Landing, said they'd kill the bastard on the throne. They shouted that name, Gendry Baratheon, called him a usurper. Jon's hands curled into fists. That confirmed it was a real threat, not mere rumor. He forced himself to remain calm. Did they say who leads them? The man swallowed. A woman with a scar across her eye, wearing battered Lannister armor. Could be she was in charge. She spoke of repaying old debts. Some of her men cheered at that. Jon nodded grimly. "All right, do you need help? Are they injured?" The man looked around, blinking back tears. "We've few survivors and many are wounded. Our healer died in the attack." "Let me see," Jon said. He turned to Moondancer, giving her a quick pat on the neck. "Stay," he murmured, though he suspected she'd remain where she was unless provoked. He spent the next hour checking on villagers who had burns, cuts, or deeper wounds. Jon was no maester, but he'd learned enough field medicine in the Night's Watch and on the battlefield to do some good. He washed wounds with boiled water, heated over the smoldering wreckage, and wrapped them with strips of cloth. The children hovered nearby, ring at Moondancer more than at Jon, as if unsure which was the greater marvel, the sight of a living dragon or a stranger tending them with quiet efficiency. When he'd done what he could, Jon gathered those physically able to travel, urging them to seek shelter away from the gutted village. There was a holdfast a few miles away. If they could limp there, they might find safety. He wished he could do more, but the Sons of the Scorpion were marching on. Every moment wasted risked the city's safety. Before he left, he made sure they had a cart and a docile mule. He helped them load the worst wounded. Some men balked at the idea of relying on a lord with a dragon, but the young man with the spear convinced them. Fear and exhaustion silenced most protests. Jon took one last look at the ashen rubble, anger roiling in his chest. He couldn't bring back the dead, but he could stop the killers before they caused more suffering. He mounted Moondancer, who rose with a strained flap of wings, and soared east, scanning the roads below. By midday, he spotted more smoke in the distance. Another village smoldering. The Sons of the Scorpion were forging a path of destruction, seemingly unstoppable by local militias. He saw no sign of the main host from the air, which meant they might be ahead or taking a different route. The roads forked in several places leading to King's Landing. If the Sons of the Scorpion had cunning leadership, they might try to slip past the capital's outer defenses. Jon pushed Moondancer to gain altitude, ignoring the pang he felt each time she stressed her healing wing. They had to catch up, or at least reach King's Landing in time to warn Gendry. That evening, as dusk fell, Jon finally glimpsed the broad fields that surrounded the capital. In the far distance, the city's walls rose stark against a pink-streaked sky. Lamps flickered along the ramparts, and though it was too far to see details, the distinctive shape of the red keep loomed on the eastern edge of the city. He felt a pull in his chest. So much had happened there. So many ghosts haunted those streets. He guided Moondancer lower, aiming for a small rise half a league from the city gates. A camp spread across that rise, banners flapping in the twilight. Jon recognized the stag of House Baratheon, along with a handful of lesser houses in the crownlands. A rudimentary palisade had been erected, men patrolling with torches. No doubt Gendry's muster of local lords. The sight of Moondancer approaching caused a stir. Horns sounded, figures scurried about with spears and crossbows. Jon circled once to show he came in peace, then landed outside the camp's outer perimeter, well clear of watchfires. Soldiers advanced, nervous and wide-eyed, forming a ring. Jon raised a hand. "I'm Jon Snow," he called, voice echoing. "I'm here to see Lord Baratheon." A figure broke from the knot of soldiers. Gendry himself, wearing a cuirass and a fur-lined cloak despite the lingering summer warmth. He jogged forward, waving his men to lower their weapons. "Stand down. It's him." Jon dismounted and clasped Gendry's arm. He felt the tension in the younger man's stance. Gendry's face was lined with fatigue and worry, but he managed a quick grin of relief. "I was praying you'd come," he said. "We've had ravens from half the crownlands, speaking of raids, burned farms, murdered peasants. The stories grow more dire by the day." Jon gave a terse nod. "I've seen 2 villages destroyed. The survivors said these Sons of the Scorpion are heading here with wagons, captives, and plenty of bloodshed in their wake. They might be close." Gendry exhaled. "Then we have little time to prepare. Come inside. We'll talk." He glanced at Moondancer, who crouched protectively. "Will she be all right out here?" Jon patted the dragon's flank, murmuring a soft word in Valyrian. "She'll guard herself. Just keep your men calm and well away from her." He gave Moondancer a reassuring look, then followed Gendry into the camp. Inside, the place buzzed with the activity of men forging pikes, sharpening swords, patching tents. Most were raw recruits, Jon guessed, farmers handed spears or old mercenaries drawn by the promise of coin. Still, Gendry was doing what he could. He ushered Jon toward the largest pavilion, which served as a command tent. Torches blazed around its entrance, revealing a simple table with maps pinned by daggers, barrels of supplies in the corners. A few battered chairs and crates formed a makeshift meeting place. Around the table stood several figures, lords or knights of the crownlands, including Sir Miles Sunglass, who had fought alongside Jon in the Stepstones. Miles straightened at Jon's arrival, relief crossing his face. Another man with salt and pepper hair introduced himself as Lord Lannet, a minor bannerman to House Rosby. A few others nodded respectfully. Gendry planted his hands on the table. Word is these Sons of the Scorpion might be 500 strong, give or take, led by a woman known as Shara the Unbroken. Some say she was once a sergeant in the Lannister forces that roamed after the war. Others whisper she might have been a mercenary captain. Whatever her origin, she's riled up a mix of ex-Lannister men, Sellswords, fanatics who hate me and the New Order. They claim I sit on a throne stolen from rightful rulers. Never mind that the throne itself was melted. It's foolishness, but it's drawn them together. Jon studied the rough map of the crownlands. I saw the wreckage they left behind. They're heading in from the west, likely along the Gold Road or Rose Road. Miles tapped a spot on the map. We think they're near the crossing here, the place called Five Weirs. If they pass that, they can strike the city's outer farmland in a day's march. Gendry nodded. We have about 400 men mustered. Another 100 might be on the way from the Stormlands, but they won't arrive for 2 or 3 days. We can't just wait here while the Sons of the Scorpion burn everything in sight. Jon agreed. We should intercept them before they reach the city. They thrive on fear and the chaos of raiding. If we can force them into an open battle, we might scatter them. Lord Lannet cleared his throat. Easier said than done, my lord. Some claim they have stolen scorpions from an old Lannister armory. If that's true, you and your dragon will be prime targets. The mention of scorpions made Jon's heart tighten. Moondancer was still recovering from her last encounter with such weapons, but he couldn't hold back for fear alone. If they do have scorpions, they'll likely hide them among their wagons or fortify them on a hill. I'll have to be cautious. Gendry frowned. We can't rely solely on the dragon. We have archers, some cavalry. Maybe we can flank them. He looked to Jon, quiet desperation in his eyes. I hate that we must risk your dragon's life again, but fear of dragonfire might break their morale. If they're as ragtag as rumors say, half of them could bolt at the first sight of an airborne threat. Jon studied the map. We can position an ambush near the crossroad. Is there high ground we can use? Or thick forest? Miles pointed. There's a wooded rise near Redwater Creek, about a league from Five Weirs. If we get there first, we could hide part of our force. Let the Sons of the Scorpion approach, then hit them on the flank. Gendry tapped his chin. We'd have to march tonight. They might arrive tomorrow if they're pushing hard. Our men are weary, but so are the Sons of the Scorpion, I'd wager. They've been ring at Moondancer more than at Jon, as if unsure which was the greater marvel, the sight of a living dragon or a stranger tending them with quiet efficiency. When he'd done what he could, Jon gathered those physically able to travel, urging them to seek shelter away from the gutted village. There was a holdfast a few miles away. If they could limp there, they might find safety. He wished he could do more, but the Sons of the Scorpion were marching on. Every moment wasted risked the city's safety. Before he left, he made sure they had a cart and a docile mule. He helped them load the worst wounded. Some men balked at the idea of relying on a lord with a dragon, but the young man with the spear convinced them. Fear and exhaustion silenced most protests. Jon took one last look at the ashen rubble, anger roiling in his chest. He couldn't bring back the dead, but he could stop the killers before they caused more suffering. He mounted Moondancer, who rose with a strained flap of wings, and soared east, scanning the roads below. By midday, he spotted more smoke in the distance. Another village smoldering. The Sons of the Scorpion were forging a path of destruction, seemingly unstoppable by local militias. He saw no sign of the main host from the air, which meant they might be ahead or taking a different route. The roads forked in several places leading to King's Landing. If the Sons of the Scorpion had cunning leadership, they might try to slip past the capital's outer defenses. Jon pushed Moondancer to gain altitude, ignoring the pang he felt each time she stressed her healing wing. They had to catch up, or at least reach King's Landing in time to warn Gendry. That evening, as dusk fell, Jon finally glimpsed the broad fields that surrounded the capital. In the far distance, the city's walls rose stark against a pink-streaked sky. Lamps flickered along the ramparts, and though it was too far to see details, the distinctive shape of the red keep loomed on the eastern edge of the city. He felt a pull in his chest. So much had happened there. So many ghosts haunted those streets. He guided Moondancer lower, aiming for a small rise half a league from the city gates. A camp spread across that rise, banners flapping in the twilight. Jon recognized the stag of House Baratheon, along with a handful of lesser houses in the crownlands. A rudimentary palisade had been erected, men patrolling with torches. No doubt Gendry's muster of local lords. The sight of Moondancer approaching caused a stir. Horns sounded, figures scurried about with spears and crossbows. Jon circled once to show he came in peace, then landed outside the camp's outer perimeter, well clear of watchfires. Soldiers advanced, nervous and wide-eyed, forming a ring. Jon raised a hand. "I'm Jon Snow," he called, voice echoing. "I'm here to see Lord Baratheon." A figure broke from the knot of soldiers. Gendry himself, wearing a cuirass and a fur-lined cloak despite the lingering summer warmth. He jogged forward, waving his men to lower their weapons. "Stand down. It's him." Jon dismounted and clasped Gendry's arm. He felt the tension in the younger man's stance. Gendry's face was lined with fatigue and worry, but he managed a quick grin of relief. "I was praying you'd come," he said. "We've had ravens from half the crownlands, speaking of raids, burned farms, murdered peasants. The stories grow more dire by the day." Jon gave a terse nod. "I've seen 2 villages destroyed. The survivors said these Sons of the Scorpion are heading here with wagons, captives, and plenty of bloodshed in their wake. They might be close." Gendry exhaled. "Then we have little time to prepare. Come inside. We'll talk." He glanced at Moondancer, who crouched protectively. "Will she be all right out here?" Jon patted the dragon's flank, murmuring a soft word in Valyrian. "She'll guard herself. Just keep your men calm and well away from her." He gave Moondancer a reassuring look, then followed Gendry into the camp. Inside, the place buzzed with the activity of men forging pikes, sharpening swords, patching tents. Most were raw recruits, Jon guessed, farmers handed spears or old mercenaries drawn by the promise of coin. Still, Gendry was doing what he could. He ushered Jon toward the largest pavilion, which served as a command tent. Torches blazed around its entrance, revealing a simple table with maps pinned by daggers, barrels of supplies in the corners. A few battered chairs and crates formed a makeshift meeting place. Around the table stood several figures, lords or knights of the crownlands, including Sir Miles Sunglass, who had fought alongside Jon in the Stepstones. Miles straightened at Jon's arrival, relief crossing his face. Another man with salt and pepper hair introduced himself as Lord Lannet, a minor bannerman to House Rosby. A few others nodded respectfully. Gendry planted his hands on the table. "Word is these Sons of the Scorpion might be 500 strong, give or take, led by a woman known as Shara the Unbroken. Some say she was once a sergeant in the Lannister forces that roamed after the war. Others whisper she might have been a mercenary captain. Whatever her origin, she's riled up a mix of ex-Lannister men, Sellswords, fanatics who hate me and the New Order. They claim I sit on a throne stolen from rightful rulers. Never mind that the throne itself was melted. It's foolishness, but it's drawn them together." Jon studied the rough map of the crownlands. "I saw the wreckage they left behind. They're heading in from the west, likely along the Gold Road or Rose Road." Miles tapped a spot on the map. "We think they're near the crossing here, the place called 5 Weirs. If they pass that, they can strike the city's outer farmland in a day's march." Gendry nodded. We have about 400 men mustered. Another 100 might be on the way from the Stormlands, but they won't arrive for 2 or 3 days. We can't just wait here while the sons of the Scorpion burn everything in sight. Jon agreed. We should intercept them before they reach the city. They thrive on fear and the chaos of raiding. If we can force them into an open battle, we might scatter them. Lord Lannet cleared his throat. Easier said than done, my lord. Some claim they have stolen scorpions from an old Lannister armory. If that's true, you and your dragon will be prime targets. The mention of scorpions made Jon's heart tighten. Moondancer was still recovering from her last encounter with such weapons, but he couldn't hold back for fear alone. If they do have scorpions, they'll likely hide them among their wagons or fortify them on a hill. I'll have to be cautious. Gendry frowned. We can't rely solely on the dragon. We have archers, some cavalry. Maybe we can flank them. He looked to Jon, quiet desperation in his eyes. I hate that we must risk your dragon's life again, but fear of dragonfire might break their morale. If they're as ragtag as rumors say, half of them could bolt at the first sight of an airborne threat. Jon studied the map. We can position an ambush near the crossroad. Is there high ground we can use? Or thick forest? Miles pointed. There's a wooded rise near Redwater Creek, about a league from 5 weirs. If we get there first, we could hide part of our force. Let the sons of the Scorpion approach, then hit them on the flank. Gendry tapped his chin. We'd have to march tonight. They might arrive tomorrow if they're pushing hard. Our men are weary, but so are the sons of the Scorpion, I'd wager. They've been raiding non-stop. Jon gave a curt nod. We'll do it. Better to face them in the open fields near that creek than to let them choose the battlefield. I'll scout from the sky at dawn, find their exact location, then we can position ourselves accordingly. The lords and knights looked to each other, reluctant but resigned. This was the best plan they had. Gendry's expression hardened. Agreed. We march within the hour. Gather all the provisions we can carry. They dispersed to prepare, leaving Jon and Gendry in the tent. Gendry sank onto a crate, rubbing his temple. I never realized wearing a crown or whatever passes for it would be so damned exhausting. Every day brings a new crisis. Jon gave him a faint, sympathetic smile. Leadership is a burden, but you're not alone. You've done well to gather them. Gendry let out a weary laugh. Easy for you to say. You have a dragon. All I have is a hammer and a name I barely earned. He sighed, then rose. Let's go. The sooner we end this threat, the sooner we can think about rebuilding again. Night fell as the small army broke camp. Torchlight flickered over the mass of men, wagons, and horses, turning their breath to mist in the cooling air. Moondancer walked at Jon's side, steps rumbling across the grassy fields. The men gave her a wide berth, though a few stared with awe. Some saw her as a beacon of hope. Others likely viewed her as a terror best left undisturbed. Jon remained near Gendry at the head of the column, guiding them southeast. By moonrise, they left behind the farmland that ringed King's Landing, entering a region of gentle hills. The Rose Road snaked off to the west, occasionally branching into smaller paths. Jon's eyes strained to pick out silhouettes against the star-flecked sky. His ears caught only the rustle of grass and the occasional clang of harness. Overhead, clouds drifted across the moon, sending shifting shadows across the ground. They pressed on through most of the night, making slower progress than Jon would have liked. Men stumbled from fatigue, and the mounted knights took care not to outrun the foot soldiers. Every so often, Gendry called a brief halt to let men drink water and rest. Jon used those moments to check Moondancer's wing, ensuring she wasn't overtaxed. She kept pace, moving on foot, sometimes flaring her wings to stretch them. Despite everything, she seemed determined, as if she sensed the urgency. A chill settled by the time they approached Redwater Creek. The moon neared its zenith, bathing the land in pale silver. The sound of the creek's rushing water gave them a point of reference. Miles directed them off the main road and into a patch of trees. There, they halted, forming a rough camp. Men took shifts to catch whatever sleep they could. The plan was to wait until the first hint of dawn. Then Jon would fly ahead to locate the Sons of the Scorpion. Jon found a quiet corner where Moondancer could lie down. She curled in the grass, tail twitching, her gaze flicking to any man who ventured too near. Jon settled on a fallen log, cloak wrapped around him. He tried to rest, but his mind whirred with images of burned villages, scorpion bolts, and the faces of those who'd suffered under the Sons of the Scorpion's cruelty. Sometime in the small hours, Gendry approached, dropping onto the log beside Jon. He rubbed his hands together for warmth. "I can't sleep," he muttered. "Every time I close my eyes, I see them at the city walls, slaughtering innocents or holding children hostage. The realm's been through so much already." Jon understood the weight all too well. "We've survived worse, Gendry. The White Walkers, Cersei's tyranny, the war against Daenerys. People endure." Gendry studied the sky. "That's what I'm counting on." Then he glanced at Moondancer. "She's mending." Jon nodded. "She's strong. That scorpion wound pains her, but she's healed enough to fly. I just need to be careful." Gendry's eyes lingered on the dragon a moment longer. "I'm grateful you came, Jon. This lot calls me king or lord or what have you. But in truth, I'm just a blacksmith who got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you see it." Jon smiled wanly. "You're doing your best, forging alliances. That's more than many have managed." They sat in silence, the hush broken only by the occasional shuffle of a soldier or the murmur of a distant stream. Eventually, Gendry rose to check on the sentries. Jon remained, leaning against Moondancer's flank when she rolled slightly toward him. Her scales radiated warmth, reminding him of the nights he'd spent against Ghost, the direwolf who once followed him everywhere. It felt both comforting and GRY flames. He soared upward, glimpsing another wagon further back that might hold a second scorpion. Meanwhile, the Sons of the Scorpion flailed in the creek, pinned by archers on one side and cavalry on the other. Some tried to break away, running for the road behind them, but the brunt of Gendry's forces pressed them back. Jon circled. The second wagon was indeed a scorpion platform. His crew was still fumbling with the tarp. He dove again, but Shara anticipated him. She shouted, pointing upward. Archers braced their crossbows, letting loose a volley. One bolt grazed Moondancer's flank, causing her to jerk in pain. Another arrow bounced off her scales. Jon gritted his teeth, focusing on the scorpion wagon. Moondancer spat another lance of flame. The wagon caught fire, but not before the scorpion loosed a bolt. This time, the shot soared wide, striking only open air. Jon felt a wave of relief as the wagon's wheels crumpled under the heat, and men ran screaming into the creek. With the scorpions neutralized, Moondancer circled overhead in a show of might. The outlaws looked up in terror, morale crumbling. Gendry's cavalry slammed into their flank, cutting down men who tried to flee. The crownlands infantry advanced steadily, spears bristling, stepping over bodies in the shallow water. The creek churned with mud and gore. Shara fought near the center, cursing and rallying a knot of loyal outlaws around her. In the swirl of battle, she spotted Jon overhead, her scarred face twisting with hatred. She roared something he couldn't make out. Jon guided Moondancer down to a clearer patch of ground near the rear, where fewer bodies cluttered the space. He dismounted, leaving her to guard the flank, and waded into the outskirts of the fight. He saw captives cowering in a wagon, probably the peasants the Sons had taken. He cut away the ropes securing the wagon door, motioning for the terrified men and women inside to run to safety. Then a bellow of rage sounded behind him. He spun to see Shara the Unbroken striding forward, sword dripping red, half of her face smeared with mud and blood. She lifted her blade in challenge. Around them, the outlaws still capable of fighting formed a small circle, while Crownland soldiers tried to press in from the periphery. Jon drew Longclaw, the Valyrian steel humming in his grip. Shara spat at the ground. "The Targaryen pretender," she snarled. "Another bastard who thinks he can burn Westeros to his liking. We'll make you pay for what your queen did." Jon steadied his breathing, stepping carefully in the mud. Daenerys is gone. This has nothing to do with her. Surrender, and your men might live. She gave a bitter laugh. Surrender to that blacksmith boy in the Red Keep? Never. We are the last who remember the rightful order. The lion's roar will be heard again. She lunged, her strikes fierce and swift. Jon parried, feeling the jolt run up his arm. She was strong. Stronger than she looked, or perhaps adrenaline fueled her. Their blades clashed, sending sparks. Men around them shouted encouragement or curses, but Jon narrowed his focus on Shara's movements. Her stance was that of a seasoned soldier, not a wild bandit. She aimed for his limbs, trying to slip past his guard. He blocked and countered, feinting high before cutting a shallow slice across her thigh. She gritted her teeth, refusing to slow. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw Moondancer crouched at the edge of the creek, snarling at outlaws who dared step close. He blocked another slash from Shara, twisting away from her blade. She slammed her shoulder into his, staggering him. He recovered in time to duck beneath her follow-up strike, the steel whistling near his ear. "Your line died with Daenerys," she hissed, voice raw. "I'll carve you open to prove it." Rage flared in Jon's chest, but he held it in check. He sidestepped her next thrust and brought Longclaw down in a controlled arc. She tried to parry, but Valyrian's steel bit into her battered sword, cracking the metal near the hilt. Shara stumbled, eyes widening in fury and desperation. Before she could recover, Jon kicked her hard in the midsection, sending her into the muddy water with a splash. She landed on her back, sword clattering free. Jon pressed Longclaw's tip to her chest. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she glared up at him, refusing to beg. Around them, Gendry's men overcame the last pockets of resistance, and the creek fell into a hush broken only by moans of the wounded. Shara spat again, flecks of blood on her lip. "Go on," she rasped. "Burn me like your dragon queen burned them all." Jon's mind flashed to Daenerys in the throne room, to the bodies in King's Landing streets. He felt revulsion coil in his gut. He lowered Longclaw a fraction. "You'll stand trial," he said, voice taut. "I won't murder a defeated foe." She let out a bitter laugh, then lunged up, hands grasping for a hidden dagger in her belt. Jon reacted swiftly, slamming the flat of his blade onto her arm. The dagger clattered away. This time, he brought Longclaw's hilt down hard on her temple. Shara went limp in the water, unconscious. Panting, Jon signaled 2 crownlands soldiers to bind her. "She lives, but she's done. See that she's secured." They pulled her from the creek, wrestling manacles onto her wrists. Blood trickled from her temple. Jon exhaled, glancing around at the carnage. Gendry stood nearby, spattered with mud and gore, hammer in hand, hair plastered to his forehead. He locked eyes with Jon and gave a curt nod of acknowledgement, relief etched in his expression. Across the water, the sons of the Scorpion lay broken. Bodies floated or sprawled in the reeds. Some men knelt to surrender, throwing down weapons. Others lay dying. A few had scattered into the woods, though Gendry's archers gave chase. The captured wagons, their tarps smoldering, revealed the twisted remains of Scorpions. Jon sheathed Longclaw, feeling an odd numbness settle over him. This was victory, but the cost lay all around. Dead on both sides, red water swirling in the creek. He trudged to Moondancer, pressing his forehead gently against her scaled neck. She huffed, trembling from exertion. He felt grateful beyond words that no scorpion bolt had found her. Men began the somber work of gathering the wounded and counting the dead. Gendry, though bone-tired, organized the search for any surviving outlaws who fled. He sent riders to gather peasants from the nearby farms, letting them know the threat was ended and to see if there were local healers to tend the wounded. For hours, the field was a scene of grim labor. Corpses were stripped of identifiable gear, placed in piles for later burial or burning. Captives were herded under guard. Shara, still unconscious, was hauled onto a wagon with her arms and legs bound. Jon helped some soldiers treat wounds, binding gashes and splinting limbs. A few recognized him from the Stepstones campaign and murmured thanks for his help. Others simply stared at the dragon, unsettled. By midday, the sun blazed overhead, turning the battleground's stench sour. Gendry found Jon near a cluster of wounded men. He removed his helm, wiping sweat and blood from his brow. "We have to decide how to handle the prisoners," he said quietly. "Some are ex-Lannister soldiers, some are Sellswords, some are just peasants who got swept up. And Shara," he grimaced, "she'll demand a trial, I suppose." Jon nodded, grim. "She's a war criminal. Let the city see what justice truly is, after so much chaos. But the lesser men, if they truly were coerced or forced by hunger, maybe they can be spared. That choice is up to you, as the realm's steward." Gendry looked uneasy. "I'm not a judge by nature, but we have to set an example. Too many have tried to seize power by force. We can't let that stand." He sighed. "We'll take them to the city. Let the council pass judgment." They talked quietly about logistics, then parted to continue organizing. By late afternoon, Gendry's men were ready to march the prisoners back to King's Landing. The stench of death at the creek was overwhelming. Carts carried the severely wounded. Shara was lashed to a specially guarded wagon, still unconscious or feigning it. Jon mounted Moondancer, who seemed anxious to leave. Her steps were stiff. He sensed her exhaustion and the scratch from that arrow earlier. Thankfully, it was only a shallow cut. He resolved to have the maesters check her as soon as they returned. They set off along the muddy road, the columns moving slowly. The victorious army was in no shape for a parade. Men were battered, horses lamed, supply wagons nearly empty. Yet they pressed on, fueled by grim satisfaction that the sons of the Scorpion would no longer terrorize the countryside. Villagers emerged from hiding as the column passed, some offering meager thanks or water. Others just stared at Moondancer in silent awe. When they finally reached King's Landing near dusk, a crowd had formed at the main gate. Word had spread of the victory, and curious onlookers lined the streets as Gendry, Jon, and the battered soldiers marched in. Some cheered half-heartedly, but many simply gawked at the prisoners. A few threw rotten vegetables at the outlaws, cursing them for the murders and burnings. Jon heard children whisper about the Dragon Lord. As Moondancer ambled behind, they crossed into the old courtyard near the Red Keep's charred walls. Jon remembered the last time he'd stood here, overseeing the final days of the Stepstones campaign. Now fresh scars marred the keep's repairs. Broken scaffolding, a half-rebuilt tower. Reconstruction never seemed to end in this city. Soldiers herded the captives into makeshift holding pens. Gendry dismounted, turning to Jon. "We'll keep them here under guard. Tomorrow we can have a formal accounting of their crimes." Jon inclined his head. "What of Shara? She'll be locked in the dungeons, pending a trial," Gendry said. "I want the council present. The people deserve to see justice for all she's done." Jon nodded. He felt a wave of weariness. "That's fair. I'll remain a few days, then return to Dragonstone. I have wounded men who came with me, and Moondancer needs rest." Gendry clasped Jon's arm. "Your help was crucial." Again, Jon managed a tight smile. "Just doing what I can." They parted ways. Jon guided Moondancer toward the same open field outside the city where she'd roost before. She lumbered along, mindful not to step on any huts or stray onlookers. Guards hurried to clear a path. Once they reached the hillside, she sniffed around, then collapsed with a soft rumble, folding her wings. Jon patted her flank, promising to fetch a maester to tend her scratches. The day had been brutal, and he suspected the adrenaline masked deeper aches. Night descended. Jon commandeered a small corner of an abandoned stable at the city's outskirts, refusing more opulent lodgings in the Red Keep. He'd had enough of palace walls. The stable was serviceable. He could keep an eye on Moondancer from there. A local boy offered to bring him a bowl of stew, which he ate in weary silence, reflecting on the day's bloodshed. The Sons of the Scorpion had been dismantled, but how many more splinter groups existed? How many still bore grudges from the war? Sleep came fitfully, haunted by images of the Stepstone scorpion bolt tearing into Moondancer's wing, of Daenerys raging in the sky, of Shara's hateful stare. He awoke before dawn, sweat beading on his brow. Rather than try for more rest, he washed his face at a nearby trough and checked on Moondancer, who slept deeply, sides heaving with each breath. At sunrise, he walked into the city, heading for the Red Keep. The streets were already alive with vendors hawking bread, fruit, and trinkets. People recognized Jon, or at least recognized the Targaryen sigil on his pauldron. Some bowed their heads, others stared warily. He felt uneasy with the attention, remembering how such adoration could curdle into fear when a dragon soared overhead. Within the keep's courtyard, Gendry was conferring with members of the small council he'd assembled. Lords, knights, and a few advisors. Davos Seaworth stood among them, nodding gravely. At Jon's arrival, they beckoned him over. Gendry explained the day's proceedings. Shara and her chief lieutenants would stand before a hastily convened tribunal in the throne room. What remained of it? The captive outlaws might face lesser sentences, or even a chance at the Night's Watch for those who'd been coerced. The city had no iron throne to seat a king, but Gendry would preside from the wooden chair they'd fashioned as a temporary seat of power. Jon accompanied them to the remains of the Great Hall, where scaffolding still propped up some of the damaged walls. Workers had cleared debris enough to allow gatherings inside. A raised platform stood at one end, a simple chair upon it. Rows of benches had been placed for onlookers, though it wasn't a large crowd. War had thinned the city's population, and many still busied themselves rebuilding. Guards dragged in Shara, arms shackled, bruise discoloring her temple. She had a bandage around her thigh from Jon's earlier slash. Her eyes blazed with defiance as she scanned the hall, ignoring the stares of people whispering about her crimes. Gendry ascended the dais, looking uneasy but determined. Jon stood to one side, arms folded. Davos stood on the other side, quietly attentive. The hearing began. Witnesses were called. Some peasants from the burned villages, a captured outlaw who turned informer, a local lord whose holdfast had been ransacked. Their testimony painted a brutal picture of pillage, murder, and forced servitude. Shara glared at them but said little at first. When Gendry asked if she had any final words, she let out a bitter laugh. "You're no rightful lord," she snarled at Gendry. "You're a blacksmith's get, stained with the filth of usurpation. The rightful queen was destroyed by the Starks and traitors. You're a band of cowards cowering behind a dragon once again. But the realm remembers. One day, the lion will roar, and you'll all burn in the very fires you wield." Her words echoed in the hall, sending an unsettled murmur through the observers. Jon's chest tightened. He could hear the echoes of old hatreds, old feuds that never died. Gendry pressed his lips together, then rose from the chair. "The realm has no place for your cruelty," he said. "You attacked villages, butchered innocents. We will not allow fear to rule these lands again. I sentence you, Shara the Unbroken, to death. May the gods judge your soul." She set her jaw and spat at the floor. The guards hoisted her away, and the lesser outlaws were brought forth. Some admitted guilt. Some claimed they'd been forced to fight for Shara. Gendry and the council doled out varied sentences. The worst faced execution, others life at the wall. A handful who had been pressed into service with no blood on their hands were released under watch. It was an imperfect process, but Jon had seen worse in the north, and at least Gendry tried to differentiate degrees of guilt. By midday, the sentences were carried out. Shara died on a chopping block in the yard, unrepentant to the end. Jon watched from a distance, expression grim. The crowd that gathered was smaller than in the days of King Joffrey's public spectacles. Only a few curious onlookers, plus victims seeking closure. Jon wondered if Shara's final words would inflame new conspiracies. Another piece of the old war was put to rest, but perhaps a new one would rise. Exhausted, Jon took a meal with Gendry, Davos, and the other council members in a side chamber. The mood was subdued. They had averted a crisis, yet the realm remained fragile. Over cups of watered wine, Gendry brought up the question of how they could prevent further uprisings. Jon suggested a stronger network of informants across the crownlands to catch rumors early, as well as forging alliances with smaller houses that had once served the Lannisters. If they felt recognized and included, perhaps fewer would be tempted to join rebels. Davos nodded in agreement. It's the small folk who suffer most when these warbands roam. We need to show them that peace brings prosperity, that trade flows when the roads are safe. Gendry tapped a finger on the table. Easier said than done, but we'll try. I'll push for more patrols. Once the new ships are built, we'll secure the coasts as well. The Stepstones gave us a lesson in how quickly threats arise at sea. They fell into deeper discussion until well past sunset, mapping out rough proposals. Finally, Jon stood, stretching the ache from his back. I should return to Dragonstone soon. My presence here draws attention we don't need. Moondancer must heal fully. Gendry rose too, clasping Jon's shoulder. I understand. You've done more than enough, Jon. You're always welcome here if you wish it. Jon offered a small, tired smile. Thank you. Send me a raven if trouble stirs again. I'll come. Davos accompanied Jon as he left the keep. They walked the courtyard in dim torchlight, stepping around piles of masonry. Once out of earshot of the others, Davos spoke quietly. I worry for you, lad. You keep stepping into these fires, risking yourself and your dragon. We've seen how scorpions can end a dragon's life in a heartbeat. Jon studied the old smuggler's weathered face. I can't stand aside when people suffer, Davos. I know, he said with a sympathetic sigh. But keep your wits about you. Each time you fight, the memory of dragons sets some men to trembling in fear, and sets others to dreaming of ways to kill you. Your father, Ned Stark. He once told me that the bravest thing a man can do is choose peace over violence. If there's a path to stop the bloodshed without lighting dragonfire, consider it. Jon bowed his head. I'll remember. That night, he slept again in the stable near Moondancer's hillside perch. Morning broke clear and mild, a pleasant end-of-summer breeze stirring the grass. Jon spent several hours ensuring Moondancer's bandages were changed and double-checking that her arrow scratch was not infected. A maester from the city brought ointments, and the dragon tolerated the care with a minimal show of annoyance. One long growl that sent the maester scampering back a few paces, face pale as milk. By midday, Jon resolved to depart. Gendry wanted to hold a small ceremony to honor him, but Jon politely refused. He had no taste for more pageantry. Instead, he quietly took his leave. Gendry insisted on escorting him to the gate, flanked by a few knights who tried to offer him thanks. Jon merely nodded, reminding them that the realm was best served by vigilance and unity, not by glorifying a single man or beast. He flew out over the city walls at a steady pace, Moondancer's wings thumping the air. Below, the rooftops spread in a jumble of slate and timber, half-repaired sections interspersed with new structures. People pointed from the streets, but no cheers rose this time. Just the curious hush that comes when a legend passes overhead. Jon felt relief to be leaving, uncertain if or when he would return. The flight back to Dragonstone took much of the afternoon, but the weather was fair, and Moondancer's stamina held. Jon kept an eye out for storms on the horizon, finding only calm seas. By twilight, the island's dark silhouette came into view, the carved towers of the old Targaryen stronghold lit by the amber glow of torches. Jon sighed, a knot of tension easing from his shoulders. A watchman atop the walls spotted them. The gates opened, and men hurried to greet their lord's return. Beric bowed, relief on his face. Welcome back, my lord. We heard rumors of a great battle near the city. Are you unharmed? Jon dismounted, patting Moondancer's flank. We won, but it was bloody. Shara the Unbroken is no more. The sons of the Scorpion are broken. The city is safe again. Beric nodded. That is good news indeed. We feared you might be caught in the fray. Jon handed over the reins. Moondancer needs rest and fresh meat. Make sure she's comfortable. I'll be in the hall soon. Beric and a few stable hands set to work, carefully leading Moondancer to her usual perch, though she needed little direction. She ambled off, evidently just as eager for a meal. Jon watched her go, feeling that familiar swirl of gratitude and guilt. This cycle, flying off to face some threat, returning victorious, wearing the weight of blood on his conscience, reminded him of the constant toll that dragon power demanded. He stifled those thoughts for now, heading into the castle to wash. By the time he emerged from his chambers, the sun had dipped below the sea's horizon, painting the sky in a fiery swirl. Candlelight flickered in the corridors. Servants brought him a warm meal of fish stew and bread. Jon ate alone in the smaller dining hall, half lost in his own mind. Later, he found himself wandering the ramparts. The sea breeze cooled the sweat and grime lingering on his skin, and Jon rose before the dawn the next morning, quietly slipping out of his chamber in Winterfell while the castle still slept. A meager glow bled through the high windows, outlining rough shapes of stone in the corridor. His cloak brushed the floor, stirring echoes in a place that held so many of his childhood memories. He passed the long-extinguished braziers and empty wall sconces, thinking of days long ago, when he used to roam these same halls as a boy, neither Stark nor Targaryen in any public sense, just the bastard of Winterfell. He found himself drawn to the Godswood. Outside, the morning was cold, the sky tinted in subtle shades of purple and charcoal. Snow clung to the courtyard's corners and piled against the walls. Even so, the old hot springs still sent steam curling up in pale tendrils near the weirwood, creating a faint veil of mist around the ancient tree. Its carved face watched him with silent intensity, red leaves rustling in the faint winter breeze. Jon approached the weirwood, placing a hand on the rough trunk. Memories tugged at him. Time with Robb and Arya, training under Ned Stark's watchful eyes, the hush of many dawns spent here in quiet reflection. So much had changed, yet the old Godswood remained. He closed his eyes, breathing in the cold, damp air. He remembered the vow he'd once made to protect the realm, first as a brother of the Night's Watch, then as king in the north, and now in the strange balance of Targaryen heritage and Stark loyalty. He told himself that the land was safer than it had been years ago. The White Walkers were no more, the Iron Throne's wars were ended, and though chaos still flared in pockets, at least there was no all-consuming conflict. Yet he knew peace was only ever one blade's width away from shattering, and he, like many others, had become part of the patchwork that held it together. The subtle crunch of boots on snow made him turn. Sansa stood by the edge of the clearing, arms folded in a thick cloak, her breath ghosting in the frigid air. She offered a small, apologetic smile. "I thought I might find you here. I woke early." He let his hand fall from the weirwood trunk. "I couldn't sleep." She joined him, her gaze traveling across the gnarled roots and the thin layer of ice that fringed the hot spring pools. "I've often come here since we retook Winterfell. Sitting beneath these branches reminded me of Father. Reminded me of what we Stark children went through to come back home." Jon touched a knotted root with his gloved hand. "We've lost so many," he said quietly, "but we still stand." She nodded, her hair catching a soft gleam in the pale dawn. "We do." For a moment, neither spoke, content to share the quiet presence of the old Godswood. Then she cleared her throat. "Today is the sentencing for the raiders. We'll hold court in the Great Hall, as the Northern Lords expect. Are you certain you want to stand by me? Some might say it's a Stark matter alone." Jon exhaled a short plume of fog. "Sansa, I came to help you protect the North, and I suspect my presence might deter any notion that you're weak. If you'd prefer I remain apart, I will, but—" She shook her head. "No, I want you there. Our people trust you. You saved them, rescued the hostages. Your voice will carry weight. Besides, for all the tension your Targaryen blood sometimes stirs, it's overshadowed by your history here. You're a Stark to them, and to me." He felt the warmth in her tone, answering with a small nod. "Then I'll stand with you." They left the Godswood and returned to the keep as servants lit torches in the corridors, preparing for the day. The smell of baking bread reached them from the kitchens, and Jon realized how hungry he was. He hadn't eaten since the modest feast the night before. In the hall outside the kitchens, he encountered Tormund, who was already devouring a large wedge of cheese and a hunk of bread. The wildling chieftain grinned around a mouthful, then clapped Jon on the shoulder. "You sleep too little," Tormund said, spraying crumbs. "I've been up ages. Big day, eh? Giving justice to those pups we caught in the hills." Sansa, with a polite but exasperated look, nodded. "We appreciate your help, Tormund. Will you stay a while longer after this? Or head back to the wilderness?" He scratched his beard. "We'll see. My folk out in the mountains might linger if they think there's a bigger threat. But if it's truly finished, we might wander back toward the wall. Some miss the open tundra." "Either way, you'll have our thanks," Sansa said. "It's good to see that wildlings and northerners can work together when needed." Tormund's eyes flicked to Jon. Well, that was always your doing, Snow. You and that red-haired queen in the south had your differences, but at least you taught me crows can be friends sometimes." He snorted, then bit into more cheese. "Any chance you'll bring that dragon of yours to the far north? I'd like to see how she handles real cold." Jon raised an eyebrow. "She's not fond of freezing winds, but she's endured enough. I'd rather not push her unless we must." Tormund shrugged. "Fair enough." He finished his quick meal and trotted off down the corridor, leaving Sansa and Jon to proceed to the hall. They shared a brief breakfast themselves, then parted ways to dress for the court session. Jon found that his old room, once so cramped with childhood insecurities, felt strangely smaller now. He changed into a dark tunic, thick breeches, and his black cloak trimmed with a bit of fur at the collar. He still wore the combined sigils on his pauldron, one side the Stark direwolf, the other the Targaryen dragon. Inspecting it in the small mirror, he felt a flicker of apprehension. Would the Northern Lords truly be content with a Targaryen crest displayed in Winterfell's hall? But Sansa had asked for his presence, and the realm needed unity, not more division. He let the thought slide away. When he entered the great hall, he saw that Sansa had already seated herself on the raised dais where the high seat of Winterfell stood. It was not as imposing as the Red Keep's throne, but it held its own weight of history. Tormund lingered near the front, as did a handful of men who joined the scouting party. The lords who had arrived for the council were assembled in 2 rows of benches. Guards lined the walls, and at the rear, a small knot of curious Winterfell residents, household staff, stable hands, had come to watch. The air carried the hush of anticipation. Sansa gestured for Jon to stand on her right, as planned. He crossed the flagstones, meeting a few lowered gazes from the lords. Lord Serwyn gave him a respectful nod. Lady Lana Manderly offered a polite smile. The others seemed more preoccupied with the moment. A pair of guards brought in the captured raiders, hands bound. Some limped, bandaged from the skirmish. They were a sorry lot, thin, grim-faced, eyes shifting with fear. A hush fell as Sansa rose. "We gather to address the crimes committed against the people of the North," she said, voice carrying the resolute calm that had grown in her over the years. "These raiders have admitted to stealing supplies, taking hostages, and killing those who resisted. Some among them also aided in capturing an Umber cousin. Justice must be served." A soft murmur swept the hall. The prisoners stared at the ground, a few trembling. One older man with tangled gray hair lifted his chin defiantly, though there was no real hostility left in his eyes, just a kind of weary resentment. Sansa motioned to Jon. "My brother, Jon Snow, helped capture you. He will speak to your actions." She looked to him expectantly. Jon cleared his throat. These men and women were found hiding in a camp in the foothills. They fled across the north, attacked holdfasts, took hostages to trade for supplies. Some confessed desperation. Others refused to speak. He surveyed the group, noting the young man who had broken first, the older man who spat curses, and the handful who just stared numbly. Desperation is no excuse for murder or abduction, but it can be a reason for leniency if their crimes were not done out of cruelty alone. He paused, letting the words hang. Sansa nodded. "Lord Serwyn, you lost men to these raiders. Speak." Serwyn rose, face tight. "They slew 2 of my best trackers, men with families. They forced my small folk to surrender clothes off their backs in the dead of winter. I can't abide that. Yet I also see they're half-starved themselves. My heart is torn." He sat back down, shoulders tense. A quiet fell. Then the older captive with matted hair muttered loudly, "Hang us or don't, but spare me the pity. We did what we must to live." Sansa regarded him, eyes cold. "And how many innocents died that you might live?" He did not answer, gaze flicking away. She took a breath. "We must deliver a judgment. Some among you killed or maimed. Others merely followed in fear. Let us separate those who shed blood freely from those who did not. The worst offenders shall face execution." The hall was so still that the crackle of the hearthfire seemed deafening. Jon stepped forward. "For those who surrendered without fighting, who never killed, we can offer a choice. Serve a term at the wall, or remain in Winterfell's custody until you work off your debt. The North is large, and there is need for labor rebuilding holdfasts and roads. If you prove yourselves loyal, you can earn a place here. If not, you face the same fate as murderers." Lord Glover pursed his lips but did not protest. The older captive, however, spat on the floor. "Your mercy's a chain. The wall is a chain. It's all the same to me." Sansa's jaw tightened. "Then you forfeit mercy. Guards, remove those who refuse the offer." She glanced to the others. "Any among you who prefer an honest chance at redemption, speak now." A handful of the captives hesitated, exchanging looks. The younger man who'd confessed previously stepped forward. I don't want to die," he whispered, voice shaking. "I never killed anyone. I only took the spoils. We were starving." Sansa inclined her head. "You will repay your debt working for Winterfell under guard. If you attempt escape or raise arms again, your life is forfeit." She turned to the guards. "Bind those who accept the terms. The others who are proven murderers or who refuse will be put to death. That is the law of the North." So it was done. A few raiders submitted to the arrangement, eyes filled with relief or resignation. Others maintained stony defiance, including the older man. The hall watchers murmured among themselves as guards separated them. One prisoner, not the older man but a younger woman with tangled hair, shrieked in fury at the mention of execution, straining against her bonds until she was subdued. The next hour was a grim affair. Sansa read out the names of men identified by the scouting party as having slain innocents. Each name carried a hush. No one cheered. This was no triumphant show, only a necessity. When it ended, the condemned were led outside. Tradition held that the one who passed the sentence should swing the sword. Ned Stark had taught Jon that custom, but these were Sansa's lands now, not his. He glanced at her questioningly. She set her jaw, determined. "I will do what must be done," she said quietly. Jon accompanied her, as did Tormund, Serwyn, and others, out to the snowy courtyard. The prisoners were lined against a wall, arms tied behind their backs. A headsman's block stood ready. Sansa removed her fur cloak, handing it to a guard, and took a long northern blade from another. This was no spectacle, only a handful of watchers bore witness. Wind blew across the yard, scattering flurries. The condemned raiders looked on with hollow eyes. The older man sneered, refusing a blindfold. Sansa forced herself to meet each gaze. Jon saw the tension in her posture, the flicker of pain behind her composure. She had endured so much to rebuild Winterfell, and now she must enact this harsh duty. Yet the North's laws were clear. She nodded to the guards, who forced the first man to kneel at the block. Sansa lifted the sword. Her breath formed a small cloud in the cold air. In a single arc, she brought the blade down, severing the man's head. Crimson stained the snow, and the watchers flinched. Tormund lowered his gaze briefly. Serwyn's lips thinned. One by one, those condemned were executed. Sansa's face went pale, each swing of the blade clearly weighing on her, but she did not falter. When it was over, she stood trembling, the sword dripping with blood. Jon stepped to her side, placing a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him, eyes full of quiet anguish. He murmured, "Ned Stark would be proud that you upheld the law yourself, but I'm sorry you had to do this." She exhaled, nodding dully. "So am I." The guards hurried to clear the courtyard, carting away the bodies. Snow kept falling, as though indifferent to the grim events. Tormund gently suggested that Sansa return inside to warm herself. She handed the sword to a guard with shaking hands, then allowed Jon to guide her back into the keep. Later, in the solar, Jon and Sansa sat before a fire. A servant brought mulled wine, which Sansa sipped silently. Tormund lingered in the doorway, uncertain if he should leave. Eventually, Sansa managed a faint smile at him. "Thank you for your help," she said. "If you wish to go, I won't be offended. This is a difficult time." Tormund considered. "We'll stay a bit, see if any stragglers remain in the hills. Then we'll head north." He glanced at Jon. "What about you? Staying in Winterfell now that it's done?" Jon shook his head. "I promised I would only remain until the raids were handled. Dragonstone needs me. My new shipyard is still being built, and Gendry occasionally calls for aid in the crownlands." Sansa set down her cup, a slight quiver in her voice. "Part of me wishes you'd stay forever, but the rest knows you have obligations. You've a realm to guard, as you always have." Jon smiled sadly. "So do you. Just keep me informed. If the North needs me again, I'll come." He paused. "But there's no rush to leave tomorrow. I can spare a few more days." She managed a grateful nod, cheeks still pale from the morning's ordeal. "That's good. I'd like at least some time to catch our breath, to remember we've earned that much." The next few days passed in a subdued manner. Winterfell's daily life continued. Servants hauling firewood, stewards distributing salted meats, stable boys tending horses. The newly captured workers, those raiders who'd accepted the chance to atone, were set to chores under close watch. They wore shackles or rope bindings around their waists but were not treated with cruelty, just caution. Some seemed relieved to have a roof and hot meals, even if it was a reluctant arrangement. Others bristled but obeyed, apparently preferring forced labor to the sword. Jon spent quiet hours walking the battlements, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. He reflected on how easily a group of desperate people could become monsters in the eyes of the realm. He recalled the wildlings beyond the wall, how some were no different, just driven by necessity. Yet the line between survival and brutality was thin. Perhaps that was a lesson for them all. He also took time to visit the orchard yard, checking on Moondancer. The orchard's gnarled trees had long lost their leaves, branches bare under the dusting of snow. Moondancer curled up near a low stone wall, exhaling plumes of warm breath that melted patches of snow around her. She seemed subdued by the cold climate, but she accepted the daily offerings of sheep or goats. Occasionally, she bristled when a curious guard came too close, but she did not lash out. Jon patted her scales, murmuring in Valyrian that they would soon return to milder weather. She nuzzled him, as though she recognized that promise. On the third day after the executions, Tormund approached Jon in the courtyard, his breath steaming. "We scouted the foothills again," he said. "No sign of more raiders. A few old campsites, but likely abandoned. I reckon we can go back north now. My folk hate being cooped up in a castle for too long." Jon gave a solemn nod. "Thank you, Tormund. You did a great service. You'll always have a friend in Winterfell." Tormund grinned, clapping Jon's arm. "I know it. Maybe I'll bring you some decent ale from the gift next time. Let you taste real brew." He turned to look beyond the walls. "And if you see any White Walkers wandering about, do let me know. I miss a good fight now and then." Jon snorted softly. "No more White Walkers, I hope. May we never see their kind again." Tormund's expression took a serious turn. But the long night taught me never to say never. If something stirs, I'll send word." After a moment, the wildling clasped hands with him, then departed with his band. Their departure left Winterfell quieter, though still busy with the usual routines of northern life. Finally, the day came for Jon himself to leave. A crisp dawn, the sky pale gold behind a veil of gray clouds. Sansa waited by the main gate in a heavy cloak, flanked by a handful of guards. She regarded him with a wistful smile as he finished strapping the harness onto Moondancer's back in the orchard yard. The rest of Winterfell's folk stood at a distance, watching the spectacle of a dragon departing in the snow. When Jon was satisfied the harness was secure, he turned to Sansa. "Thank you for letting me be of use. You're more than capable, but I'm glad I could help quell the raids." She stepped forward, embracing him. He could feel her slender frame shaking slightly in the cold. "I'll miss you," she whispered. "We all do, but you have your path." Her voice caught. "I only wish we had more time together as a family." Jon squeezed her gently, the old ache rising in his chest. "If I can, I'll come back soon. Maybe after the new ships are well underway. Send me a raven if you need anything." She nodded, blinking away a trace of moisture in her eyes. "Take care, and please watch yourself near those Iron Bank men. I've heard rumors that bankers can be more dangerous than swords." He managed a soft laugh. "I'll keep my guard up. Farewell, Sansa." She stepped aside, letting him lead Moondancer to the open space beyond Winterfell's walls. Guards raised the portcullis, and he walked the dragon out onto a stretch of frozen ground. Snow crunched under her claws. She sniffed the air, possibly scenting the stable mounds or the scents of thousands of people. Then, with a rumbling breath, she spread her wings, ignoring the flinches of the watchers on the battlements. Jon climbed into the saddle, giving Sansa one last look over his shoulder. She lifted a hand in farewell. He raised his own in silent reply, then leaned forward. Moondancer launched with a mighty surge, throwing whirls of snow into the air. The castle gates, walls, and towers fell away beneath them. A swirl of wind cut across Jon's cheeks, and in seconds, Winterfell was a tapestry of gray stone and white drifts. He felt a pang at leaving, but also the familiar rush of flight, the sense of open possibility. They soared south, following the line of the King's Road from above. The air grew somewhat milder each league they covered, the snow giving way to patchy fields as the day wore on. Jon occasionally landed to rest Moondancer and let her hunt, though pickings were sparse in winter. She managed to snatch a few scrawny deer and fish from half-frozen streams. Jon huddled by small fires, leaning against her warmth. At night, he found a sheltered hollow or copse of trees, always mindful of lurking bandits. But they encountered no trouble beyond some startled travelers who spotted the dragon overhead and fled in terror. 3 days into the journey, the weather shifted to a steady rain. By then, they'd reached the regions closer to the neck where the climate turned damp. Visibility was poor, so Jon kept Moondancer on a low, careful flight path, hugging the land. Though it slowed them down, he preferred caution. She was still not at her full strength of old, and a misjudged flight in heavy rain could cause injury. They pressed onward, the skies a slate of unending drizzle. At last, after almost a week, the sea came into view again, rolling in swells of iron-gray water. Jon felt a distant relief that soon they would reach Dragonstone's familiar silhouette. He guided Moondancer along the coast, scanning for any sign of Gendry's realm or a crownlands patrol. Above, gulls wheeled, shrieking at the sudden intrusion of a larger flying predator. Before returning to Dragonstone, Jon decided he should at least pass by King's Landing to confirm all was well. Gendry had not sent any alarming ravens, but a quick check seemed prudent. On the 8th day, they followed the coastline of Blackwater Bay, the watery horizon lost in the gloom of intermittent fog. By mid-afternoon, the city walls appeared, a sprawling labyrinth of rooftops behind them. The Red Keep's broken towers stood out, half rebuilt, a reminder of the wars that had ravaged the capital. Jon kept Moondancer high, circling beyond arrow range. Sure enough, watchers on the walls noticed, their signals reflecting a now familiar routine. Horns blowing, archers readied. But when they recognized the black and silver shape of the dragon, they lowered their weapons, presumably recalling that the city had an alliance with this Targaryen rider. Jon guided Moondancer down to a patch of land near the Red Keep's battered courtyard. The city guard spilled out, cautious but not openly hostile. Word spread quickly, and soon Gendry himself emerged. The king, though in truth more a lord regent of the realm, strode across the courtyard, cloak flapping in a stiff breeze. His face showed surprise, then a broad grin. "Jon Snow," he called, waving. "I thought you'd be in the north for months. Is all well?" Jon dismounted and clasped Gendry's forearm. "The raids are dealt with. Sansa has it under control. I was heading back to Dragonstone, but thought to stop by." Gendry nodded, eyes flicking to Moondancer, who crouched behind Jon, scanning the city with watchful eyes. "She looks bigger every time I see her. I'll find a place for her to rest. The old practice yard might suffice if you wish to stay the night." Jon considered, noticing the city's progress. The courtyard held scaffolding, stonemasons working on a collapsed section of the keep. "Thank you. I'll stay briefly, but I must return to Dragonstone soon. How fares the realm?" Gendry rubbed his beard, exhaling. "Better. We've had no further attempts to overthrow me, no major pirate incursions. Davos and I have been focusing on rebuilding roads and docks. The city is calmer now that the food stores are replenished. Some trouble in the west with bandits near the Gold Road, but it's nothing like the Sons of the Scorpion." He gestured for Jon to follow him inside, while guards formed a perimeter around Moondancer. Jon made sure the dragon was content before stepping away. She huffed, but did not protest. Inside, the Red Keep was a cacophony of hammering, saws, and labor. Gendry apologized for the noise, leading Jon through half-constructed corridors. "We're finally rebuilding the upper levels," he said, raising his voice to be heard above the din. "Once we have a stable monarchy, whatever that means, this castle might reflect it." Jon cast a glance at scorched walls. "At least no one is murdering each other in the streets." "True." Gendry gave a grim chuckle. "We have that much to be thankful for." They found a smaller solar away from the noisiest repairs. Servants brought bread, salted fish, and ale. Gendry ate heartily, apparently starved after a day of dealing with city matters. Jon partook more moderately, filling Gendry in on the North's predicament and the final settlement with the captured raiders. Gendry listened intently. "I'm glad Sansa has it under control. The North, ironically, might be more stable than the crownlands now. At least they all respect her. Here, half the lords keep checking if they can slip a knife in my back, figuratively or literally." Jon gave a thoughtful nod. "You've endured worse. Besides, you have Davos for counsel. And the people respect your forging. It sets you apart from the old line of pampered kings." A flicker of gratitude crossed Gendry's face. "Thank you. I just hope the realm stays at peace long enough for us to rebuild." They spoke of other matters, the progress of the new Crownlands navy, the watchful eye on the Stepstones, and any potential alliances with Dorne or the Reach. Gendry mentioned that the lords of the Reach remained somewhat aloof, focusing on their own harvests. Dorne had reopened some trade routes, though trust was still delicate. The wars had left deep scars. Eventually, Gendry asked, "How fares your shipyard at Dragonstone? The Iron Bank arrangement is still in place." Jon nodded. "Yes, they're providing shipwrights and materials in stages. I worry about debt, but so far the terms seem balanced. My steward, Barrack, oversees day-to-day tasks. I need to return soon and ensure nothing's gone awry." Gendry seemed reassured. A small navy at Dragonstone, coordinated with mine, could be enough to deter new threats from the narrow sea. If we stay united, that is. Jon agreed, finishing his ale. Staying united is the challenge. Too many resent Targaryens after Daenerys, or resent Baratheons after Robert. But if we show them we're not chasing crowns or vengeance, perhaps it'll hold. Gendry's gaze flicked to the window, where the sky had turned pinkish with the last light of day. "Let me host you in a modest dinner tonight. Tomorrow you can head back if you wish. We have a decent bed for you at least, though the castle's in disarray." He offered a half-smile. "I owe you hospitality, Jon." Jon hesitated, then nodded. "Very well. One night. I need to check on Moondancer, though. She'll want to stretch her wings or find a safer perch than the courtyard." They parted ways. Jon located Moondancer, ensuring she had enough space to move. The city guard had hastily cleared an area near the battered practice yard, though the presence of a half-collapsed tower loomed overhead. Jon coaxed her into a wide patch of ground, promising her they'd leave soon. She hissed at the city's bustle but calmed when he fed her a side of beef from the keep stores. The guards watched from a prudent distance, more curious than terrified by now. Night fell, and Gendry summoned a small retinue for dinner in a half-repaired hall. Davos was there, offering Jon a heartfelt greeting, along with a couple of crownlands knights and a visiting lord from the Stormlands. The meal was simple: stew, bread, fresh fish, but the conversation was lively enough. They discussed the improvements in trade, the scheduling of more stable shipping lanes, and the future of the monarchy. Some asked Jon about the North, and whether Sansa might ever reclaim independence fully. Jon explained that the North effectively governed itself under her leadership, but Gendry's counsel and Sansa's communications remained cordial. It was a balancing act. Eventually, as the candles burned low, Davos cornered Jon near the hearth. He examined Jon with a keen, paternal gaze. "You look well but tired," Davos said softly. "I suspect you're carrying more burdens than you admit." Jon sighed. "I always have. It's no different now. But the North is stable, the Stepstones are quieter, the Sons of the Scorpion dismantled. I suppose that's as good as it gets." Davos nodded. Until the next band of fools tries something. Just remember you're allowed to rest, lad. You're not the only one capable of keeping the peace." Jon managed a faint smile. "I know. Sansa's capable. Gendry's grown into his role. But if something arises at Dragonstone, I can't ignore it." He paused. "You should visit sometime. The new shipyard would benefit from your insight." Davos's eyes glinted with interest. "I might just do that. Gendry's no blacksmith these days, but I still have an itch for honest work. And I'd like to see how the Braavosi handle themselves." They parted amicably, Davos to speak with Gendry, Jon to find a corner where he could finally slip out for the night. He made his way to the chamber prepared for him, a modest room with a half-intact window. Through that gap, the city's dim lights glowed. He peeled off his cloak and boots, exhaustion settling into his bones. Over and over, it struck him how strange it was to find a measure of calm in King's Landing, a city once torn by dragonfire. But times had changed. He slept, drifting into half-remembered dreams of Winterfell's godswood and the swirl of snow. He dreamed of Moondancer flying over the wall, of Sansa executing raiders, of Gendry forging swords in dragonflame. The images blurred into restless shapes. When morning arrived, he woke with a start, blinking at the watery light through the battered window. He dressed, found some bread and boiled eggs, then bid Gendry farewell in the courtyard. The young lord was already up, conferring with a group of masons. They exchanged a firm handshake. Gendry insisted on escorting him to Moondancer. A small crowd had gathered to see the dragon depart, including a few children who stared with wide eyes. Jon saddled Moondancer, double-checking the straps. She seemed eager to leave the city's tight confines. With a leap, she took flight, swirling dust around the courtyard. People shielded their eyes, but no one ran screaming, which Jon took as a sign that the capital was growing accustomed to the Targaryen presence. They soared away from King's Landing's walls, crossing the Blackwater Bay under a high, pale sky. It was only a short flight to Dragonstone by Dragonback, perhaps an hour, if the winds cooperated. The water below rippled, dark and fathomless, reflecting the overhead clouds. Moondancer beat her wings, each stroke powerful enough to send them gliding great distances. Jon occasionally spotted fishing cogs or small merchant vessels, their crews gaping at the sky as he passed. Soon, the distinct outline of Dragonstone's towers came into view, perched upon jagged volcanic rock. Smoke drifted from the castle's vents, soft wisps of sulfur-laden steam. Jon felt a rush of familiarity, an odd sense of coming home, though it would never hold the same place in his heart as Winterfell. This was the seat the realm now expected him to occupy, the place from which the new Targaryen presence shaped the seas. He guided Moondancer toward the courtyard, noticing the bustle of workers around the fortress walls. The partial construction of the shipyard had advanced, evidenced by piles of timber near the harbor. As they touched down, men jumped back, startled, but quickly recovered when they recognized who it was. Jon dismounted, heart thumping with the familiar relief of safe landing. A swirl of salty air hit him. Beric approached swiftly, bowing. "My lord, welcome back. We weren't certain when you'd arrive." Jon clasped his arm. "I came as soon as I could. I trust all is well." Beric's brow furrowed. "For the most part, yes. The Braavosi shipwrights have expanded the slipway. We've laid the keel for the first patrol cutter. But we've had difficulties with supply shipments. A handful of petty lords in the crownlands claim they never agreed to certain trades or toll reductions. The Braavosi want to enforce the contract. There have been arguments." Jon sighed. "We'll sort it out. Let me see them." Beric nodded. "They're waiting in the new planning hall near the cove. Also, my lord, we've had a messenger from Braavos itself. Someone high-ranking with the Iron Bank. Arrived 2 days ago, wanting your signature on an additional clause. Something about repaying the first shipments with future yields from the fishery." "I didn't commit to anything." Jon frowned. "I'll speak with him too." He handed Moondancer off to a stable hand who knew how to coax the dragon with fresh fish. "Feed her well. Keep her calm," he instructed, then turned back to Beric. "All right, show me to the planning hall." They traversed the winding path down to the cove, passing laborers hammering frames for new docks. Braavosi artisans oversaw the work, occasionally shouting instructions in accented Westerosi. The slipway itself now supported the skeleton of a sleek hull, maybe 2/3 complete. Closer to the water, logs and timbers were stacked under tarps. A crane jutted from the rocky ground, rigged with pulleys for hoisting heavy beams. The planning hall was little more than a wooden structure erected on stone foundations near the cove. Inside, large tables held maps, sketches of ships, and ledgers. Several men in Braavosi attire stood around, along with a few local stewards. One of the Braavosi, tall, with iron-gray hair at the temples, was Jaino Daries, whom Jon remembered from their earlier negotiations. Daries inclined his head as Jon entered. Another man, shorter and wearing a deep purple cloak, must be the new arrival from Braavos. "My Lord Targaryen," Daries said. "Welcome back. We're relieved to see you safe." Jon studied their faces, noticing tension. "I hear there's been trouble with supplies." Daries gestured to the shorter man. "This is Osaro Mentis of the Iron Bank. He came with updated terms. And yes, we've had trouble obtaining certain timbers from crownlands merchants. The contract you signed guaranteed the Braavosi a certain toll-free route, but some lords claim they never agreed. They're blocking or demanding fees." Jon ground his teeth. "We can't coerce lords to provide toll-free shipments if Gendry hasn't explicitly approved. Our arrangement was that the Crown and I would coordinate." "Did they not receive the letters from King's Landing?" Osaro Mentis stepped forward. He had a smooth voice and carefully manicured nails. "The local lords claim no direct instruction from King's Landing. They see the Iron Bank as foreigners, refusing to honor these conditions. We're losing time, and each day the shipyard is delayed costs coin. The Iron Bank invests in good faith, but we expect returns." Jon folded his arms. "I understand, but the Crown must be part of this. I can't overrule Gendry's authority. I'll send ravens at once, clarifying the arrangement. We need a formal endorsement from King's Landing for toll-free shipments, or at least reduced tolls." Osaro's expression remained polite. "In the meantime, we propose a small modification to your agreement. Since you're building a fleet presumably for local defense, and to protect trade routes, why not repay part of the debt by dedicating a share of the fish caught in Dragonstone's waters? The Iron Bank could then sell it abroad, recouping our investment." This was part of our updated clause. Jon's brow furrowed. "A share of the fishery? That's the livelihood of the local people. The city has only a few fishing villages. They rely on those catches to survive and trade. If the bank claims a big portion, my folk might starve." Daries raised a pacifying hand. "It need not be large. perhaps a modest percentage each season. Enough to compensate for the shipping trouble we've encountered. We ask only for a guarantee to ensure the bank does not lose money. Beric interjected, looking anxious. But my lord, the cove's fish can fluctuate. Last year was poor. Some fishermen already struggle to feed their families, especially if storms come. Jon considered, jaw set. I can't promise a portion of the fish if it robs my people. We might arrange a different form of payment. Maybe a portion of any future port taxes if trade flourishes, or a share of docking fees from Braavosi vessels that use the new harbor. But to claim the fish, that's precarious. Osaro narrowed his gaze. Port taxes and docking fees would require a stable stream of visiting ships. Are you certain Dragonstone can attract enough traffic? The main route is still King's Landing or ports in the Reach. Jon paused. Once these patrol cutters are operational, the routes near Dragonstone should be safer. We plan to store goods here, become a stepping stone for trade. With the proper incentives, ships can dock to buy fresh fish or resupply. Over time, it might become profitable. Daries and Osaro exchanged a glance. Finally, Osaro nodded slowly. Let us discuss the details further. We must ensure the Iron Bank sees a return without strangling the livelihoods of your small folk. Perhaps a hybrid approach. A small fraction of fish catch plus a future share in port taxes, scaled according to actual shipping volume. Jon exhaled. That's more reasonable. Let's draft it carefully. And I'll send a raven to King's Landing to clarify the toll-free route. Gendry can confirm it with the local lords. We might have to promise them some advantage or partial compensation. They fear losing revenue. Daries gave a curt bow. Agreed. In the meantime, we can continue the shipbuilding with what materials we have. Though we hope to expedite more shipments soon. Jon spent the rest of the afternoon with them, hashing out potential terms. He had Beric record the notes, ensuring fairness. The local stewards listened, occasionally voicing concerns about the cove's capacity or the fishermen's plight. Jon tried to balance it all. Braavosi demands, local well-being, crown involvement. It was a messy puzzle, but the alternative, stalled construction and a souring of relations with the Iron Bank, would hamper everything. By dusk, they had the framework of a revised deal. Osaro Mentis seemed guardedly satisfied, or at least no longer bristling. They agreed that a final contract would await King's Landing's endorsement, but in the interim, the Iron Bank would not withhold labor or funds. That night, Jon walked the castle walls, letting the ocean's roar soothe his tired mind. A sliver of moon hung over the black water, highlighting wave crests in silver. The tang of salt air reminded him how different this was from the chill dryness of Winterfell. Each place had its burdens. In the north, raiders and long, harsh winters. At Dragonstone, the labyrinth of finances and forging a future that didn't sink into old Targaryen tyranny. He shook his head at the thought that he'd become, in some sense, a man of letters and trade deals rather than a soldier on the front lines. A flapping of wings made him glance up. Moondancer soared overhead, a dark silhouette crossing the moon. She seemed restless, perhaps picking up on his own mood. He called quietly to her, and she circled, eventually settling on the outer rampart. Her claws scraped the stone. Guards nearby backed away fearfully, but she only rumbled, letting Jon approach. He stroked her scales, feeling the tension in her body. "You miss open skies," he murmured. "You miss the simpler purpose of flying, rather than these menial quarrels. I can't blame you." She pressed her muzzle against his hand, exhaling a warm gust that smelled faintly of fish. He closed his eyes, feeling the hum of connection. At times like this, he recalled that a dragon was more than a beast of war. She was life, flame, and spirit incarnate. Maybe she was as close to magic as the world still carried, now that the White Walkers were gone. The next day, Jon sent a raven to King's Landing, detailing the toll-free dispute and the proposed compromise of future port revenues. He asked Gendry to confirm or clarify, urging a swift resolution to keep the Braavosi from pressing too hard. In the meantime, construction progressed. Jon oversaw the setting of more hull planks on the first patrol cutter. Each day, carpenters hammered, Braavosi shipwrights measured angles, and the skeleton of a vessel took shape. By the end of the week, they prepared to raise the partial keel of a second cutter. The harbor swarmed with activity, and it gave Jon a glimmer of hope that Dragonstone could become a small but important outpost. Late one afternoon, Jon walked along the cove, boots sinking into damp sand. Waves lapped at the shore. Stacks of timber loomed above him, cords of rope coiled beside them. Gulls screeched overhead. The smell of seaweed mingled with sawdust. He paused to watch a Braavosi craftsman teaching a local boy how to plane a plank of wood. The boy's eyes lit with fascination. Perhaps in a generation or two, these skills would be native to Dragonstone, giving the castle a new identity beyond simply being a Targaryen relic. He heard his name called, "My Lord Jon." Turning, he saw one of his knights jogging along the shore, breath puffing in the salt air. A raven arrived from Winterfell. Urgent. Jon felt a spike of alarm. Had something happened to Sansa? He thanked the knight and hurried back up to the castle. In the courtyard, Beric handed him the sealed scroll. Jon recognized the stark wax seal. He cracked it open, scanning Sansa's neat script. "Jon, I hope this finds you well. We have a situation of grave concern. At the wall, a series of strange disappearances has occurred. Lord Commander Royce writes that patrols vanish without a trace, leaving only footprints that end abruptly. He fears something unnatural. Rumors swirl of shadows moving in the old fortresses. I do not wish to believe in new specters, but we cannot dismiss his plea for help. The wildlings near Eastwatch are spooked as well, claiming there are dark shapes glimpsed at night. If there is any chance the others or whites remain, we must confirm it. Bran was certain the Night King was ended, and I trust him. But if not, we must be prepared. The Lord Commander requests aid, especially a scouting force or any knowledge we have of the dead. I recall your bond with Tormund Giantsbane. Perhaps you can glean more. I know you just left the north, but we cannot ignore this. Let me know your thoughts at once. Sansa. Jon's stomach clenched. The idea of the others returning was unthinkable. He distinctly remembered that day on the battlefield, the final stand against the Night King. He'd seen the creature shattered, the entire undead horde collapsing after Arya's fateful strike. Could some remnant remain in the deep shadows of the far north? Beric waited, concern etched in his expression. Bad news, my lord? Jon lowered the letter. Troubling news from the wall. Patrols disappearing. Rumors of shadows. Sansa fears it might be something akin to the others. Beric's eyes widened. Gods protect us. I thought they were gone. Jon ran a hand through his hair. So did we all. It might be a false alarm, but we can't risk it. The realm nearly died last time. A single flicker of the dead returning is enough to raise alarm. He looked toward the castle, where the newly hammered beams glowed in the late sun. Another summons to the north. Another crisis. He felt exhaustion well up. But how could he refuse? He exhaled sharply. I'll prepare. Send word to the shipwrights that I'll be absent for a time. Let them continue. You and the knights remain vigilant. If King's Landing queries my absence, show them Sansa's message or a copy. This is a matter of the realm's safety. Beric bowed. Of course, my lord. You mean to take Moondancer north again? Jon nodded. Yes, if it's the others or anything close, we'll need every advantage. Though I pray it's a rumor or bandits playing ghost. I'll write a letter to Sansa, telling her I'm on my way. He penned a swift reply, stating he would fly at once to the wall, that he would also dispatch ravens to Tormund if possible. Then he made ready, exchanging a few urgent words with Osaro and Dares, instructing them to keep building the patrol cutters. Do not slow the work, he said firmly. We might need ships sooner than we think if something stirs in the north. The realm can't be left defenseless. The Braavosi seemed unsettled but compliant. They recognized that a threat of undead might overshadow any financial disputes. Jon packed enough provisions for a journey, though by Dragonback he'd make good time. He told himself this was likely a false scare, some local superstition. The others were gone. Arya had ended them. But as evening settled, and he checked Moondancer's harness for the second time that day, an uneasy knot twisted in his gut. Night was falling, the sky a deep bruised purple. He considered waiting until dawn to leave, but the letter's tone pressed on him. If men were vanishing at the wall, each day might matter. He felt that old urgency from the wars, the haunting knowledge that the White Walkers thrived best in darkness and cold. He mounted Moondancer in the courtyard, guards watching from a distance. The dragon hissed, sensing his tension. "It's all right," Jon muttered, though he didn't quite believe it. She spread her wings, beating them powerfully, stirring grit and pebbles. In a burst of motion, they soared upward into the night sky, leaving Dragonstone's torches behind. They angled north, across the sea, crossing the waves under starlight. The wind tore at Jon's cloak, the cold intensifying with every league. He'd face days of flight again, skirting storms and resting in scattered safe spots. This time, dread gnawed at him in a way the bandit raids never had. The others, or something like them. He thought of how the Night King's lifeless eyes once pinned him in place, how an army of the dead marched unstoppable. They'd believed that threat was done. But if it wasn't, he pushed the fear aside. First, he needed to know the truth. If it was an illusion, he would be the one to confirm it. If it was real, he would stand against it. He was Jon Snow, shaped by the ice of the wall and the fire of dragons, sworn to protect the living. And though he carried no banner but his own strange dual heritage, he felt the same duty burn in his blood. The North had called him again. He would answer. Far below, the Black Sea churned, and Moondancer's wings beat in steady rhythm. Ahead, the horizon melted into darkness, studded by faint stars. He urged the dragon onward, forcing down the swirl of uncertainty. One crisis ended, another began. The realm's peace was fleeting, as always, but he would fight for it as he had done countless times before. So they vanished into the night sky, a lone silhouette chasing the faint promise of dawn, hoping that the world did not tremble on the brink of a new nightmare. Jon flew through the cold darkness with only the wind and his own uneasy thoughts for company. The stars above shone sharp and distant, and the ocean below stretched like a black mirror when the moonlight touched it, reflecting a faint silver sheen. Moondancer kept a steady rhythm, her wings cutting the air with each powerful downbeat, while the salt wind whipped around Jon's face and stung his eyes. Despite the cold, he felt beads of sweat on his brow, a reflection of the dread coiled in his chest. If the rumors from the wall held any truth, if men truly vanished without explanation, if shadows prowled the high passes, then no amount of southern politics or new fleets would matter. The dead had nearly destroyed the world once before. He pressed his gloved hand against Moondancer's neck, sensing her warmth. The dragon, seemingly tireless, continued north, responding to the pressure of his knees and the shifts of his weight. Though she couldn't possibly understand the notion of White Walkers or the ancient threat of the others, she reacted to Jon's tension. At times, she snorted or rumbled, and Jon gently hushed her. Nothing to be done but keep flying, keep pressing on. He wished he could push Moondancer to even greater speed, but the poor visibility in the darkness and her need for occasional rest demanded caution. By the time a pale sliver of dawn lightened the eastern horizon, Jon had guided her toward a rocky strand near Crackclaw Point. The sea hammered this stretch of the coast, sending whitecaps to slam against dark boulders. He spotted a small, empty beach where they could land. Moondancer descended with a weary hiss, her wings rustling as she folded them. She prowled the sand, sniffing the air, while Jon dismounted and stretched cramped muscles. Standing there, he felt the bite of the wind through his cloak and recognized the heavier chill that grew with every league traveled north. He fed Moondancer from the supplies he carried, a few strips of dried meat, and let her drink from a stream trickling nearby. Then he found driftwood along the pebbled shore, built a tiny fire, and crouched to warm his hands. The watery dawn painted the sky in streaks of gray and pink, illuminating sea foam as gulls wheeled overhead. This was an inhospitable patch of coastline, far from any major settlement. If he wanted to find a village for more provisions, he'd have to venture inland, but time was pressing. He scooped up a handful of water from the stream, drank it cold, and felt it chase away some of his weariness. Once Moondancer finished her brief rest, Jon mounted up again. She stirred into flight with a powerful thrust that scattered the remains of his little campfire. Flames died in a scatter of embers, and within moments they were rising high above the coast. The morning air had more clarity than the moonless night, allowing Jon to see rolling hills and occasional clusters of stunted pines to the west. Farther north, the terrain would flatten before rising again into the mountainous region known as the Neck, and beyond that, the true north. If the weather held, he could cross the narrowest part of the continent by late evening, then press on to the region near the wall the following day. But weather rarely cooperated in such journeys. They flew for hours, the sun climbing the sky in a slow arc. When the land beneath them showed signs of farmland, a few tilled fields and hedgerows, Jon considered finding a village where he might secure extra provisions or a warmer cloak. But every moment counted. He was loath to stop for too long, not when Sansa's letter spoke of urgent mysteries at the wall. A sense of foreboding refused to leave him, whispering that if he dawdled, some new horror might cement itself in the far north. Still, Moondancer needed breaks. By midday, he landed near a deserted pasture behind a scattering of birch trees. Letting her feed on a wild goat, she managed to snatch from the brush. The creatures that saw a dragon overhead usually fled in panic, but Moondancer's speed often sealed their fate. Jon himself chewed on stale bread from his pack and gulped water until his stomach cramped. He stared up at the sky, anxious for the next stretch of flight. At last, they took off again, continuing north. Clouds rolled in from the west, thick and gray, threatening rain or sleet. The temperature plummeted. By late afternoon, the first flakes of snow drifted down, swirling in a stiff wind. It wasn't the heavy, constant snowfall of deep winter, but it was enough to hamper visibility. Jon guided Moondancer lower, hoping to fly beneath the clouds. The swirling whiteness turned the world into a blur. His cloak stiffened in the cold. More than once, he worried about the dragon's wings icing over, though her body heat seemed to keep frost at bay. Nightfall came earlier under the clouds. Jon realized he'd have to stop soon, find somewhere to shelter Moondancer. He scanned the ground for any sign of a safe clearing or an outpost. At last, through the haze, he glimpsed faint torchlight in the distance. A small settlement or a roadside inn. He directed Moondancer toward it, though he worried how the local folk would react to a dragon landing so near. Even a single night's rest might be worth the risk of frightened villagers. As they drew closer, he saw the shape of a squat building next to a winding road. Several huts clustered around it, forming a tiny hamlet. A palisade of rough-hewn logs circled the area. The torchlight came from watchtowers along the makeshift fence. Jon sighed in relief, though he braced for tension. If they saw a dragon approaching, panic might ensue. He patted Moondancer's neck. "Slow," he said softly, trying to keep her flight gentle, non-threatening. The settlement came alive with shouting and frantic movement as Moondancer's silhouette descended through the swirling snow. Horns bleated, likely a call to arms. Jon grimaced, imagining arrows or spears. He extended his arms, signaling for calm. Moondancer landed about 100 yards from the palisade with a muffled thump, sending powdery snow into the air. Torches along the wall flared brighter as men and women ran to see the creature. Jon dismounted, raised his hands to show he carried no drawn weapon, and called out over the wind. "I'm Jon Snow. I mean no harm. I travel north." His words echoed across the snowy field. He saw figures peering over the palisade, some with spears leveled, others with bows. "I am part Stark, part Targaryen," he added, feeling foolish. "I only need shelter for the night, if you can spare it." Silence stretched. Then a voice shouted, "Prove you're not here to burn us." Jon heard fear in that voice, maybe memories of old wars. Snow stung his face. He spread his arms again, stepping away from Moondancer, letting them see his sword was sheathed. The palisade gates creaked open slightly. 3 men ventured out, cloaked in furs, each holding a spear or bow. One was older, with lines etched deeply into his face. He approached warily, eyes darting between Jon and the dragon. "You say you're Jon Snow? We heard tales about a Targaryen with a dragon in King's Landing. Folk talk of that sometimes. Didn't expect him to show up on our doorstep." Jon forced a smile, though the cold bit at his cheeks. "I don't blame you. My apologies for the shock. I'm heading north to the Wall on urgent business. We've run out of daylight and the snow is heavy. If you can grant us a place to rest, I'll pay." The older man glanced at the swirling flakes, then at Moondancer's imposing shape. She hissed softly, shifting her wings. The man's companions muttered to each other in low voices. At length, the older man lowered his spear. "We've a stable large enough for 6 horses, but not for that. Still, there's a patch of open yard behind the inn. She can settle there if she won't burn the place down." Jon shook his head. "She's no danger unless threatened. I'll stay with her or close by." The man exhaled, nodding. "Very well. I'm Harl Greywill. This here is Maple's Rest. We're a roadside hamlet for travelers heading to White Harbor or to the Neck. You're welcome as a guest, if you truly come peacefully." He cast a last wary look at the dragon. "Thank you, Harl," Jon said. "I swear no harm will come to you from me or from her." He followed the men toward the palisade, Moondancer lumbering behind him. Some villagers gawked in outright terror, others in astonished fascination. A few mothers scooped up children and ran inside huts. Jon tried to exude calm. He'd become used to this, the ripple of fear and awe that accompanied a dragon's arrival. Within the palisade stood a modest inn of rough timber, an adjoining stable, and a handful of huts. Smoke rose from chimneys, carrying the scent of stew. A central fire pit smoldered. Harl led them around back, where an open yard abutted the stable's side. Wooden fences and a few wagons lined the perimeter. Snow blanketed everything, and the stable roof sagged under the white weight. "She can stay here out of the wind," Harl said gruffly. "Mind the wagons." Jon nodded. Moondancer sniffed the stable, letting out a small growl that made some villagers jump. But she merely curled in a corner of the yard, tucking her wings tight. Jon thanked Harl, who motioned for the other men to stand watch, obviously not comfortable leaving a dragon unattended. Jon spoke softly to Moondancer, promising he would return soon with food. She flicked her tail, apparently content enough to rest out of the worst of the snow. Inside the inn, the warmth struck Jon like a wave after the biting cold outside. A central hearth blazed, and the floor was strewn with rushes. Tables and benches lined the walls, though only a handful of patrons were present. Likely locals. They stared wide-eyed as Jon entered, shaking off flakes. Harl introduced him to a stout woman with a serious face who ran the inn. She gave a stiff nod, curt and businesslike. "You'll want a meal, I suppose? And lodging?" "Yes," Jon replied. "And if you have some goat or beef or anything for my dragon, I can pay." The woman blinked, then forced a polite nod. Harl insisted on leading Jon to a small table near the hearth, away from the few patrons who seemed uneasy. Jon removed his gloves, rubbing life back into his fingers, and watched as Harl left to see about the men posted outside. After a few tense moments, a young girl brought a wooden bowl of stew and a chunk of black bread. She put them down quickly and fled back to the kitchen, eyeing him like a figure out of a story. Jon sighed, sipping the stew. It was hot and peppery, not the best he'd had, but it filled his belly. He realized how hungry and tired he was. Once he finished, he asked the innkeeper about any news from the north. She shrugged, saying only that travelers were fewer these days. Rumors told of cold winds near the wall, but nothing specific. She had heard that White Harbor was rebuilding its docks, and that bandits had lessened around these parts. No mention of the others or men vanishing in the far north. Eventually, Jon settled the payment with coin, enough silver stags to cover food for both him and Moondancer. He insisted they bring out raw goat or sheep for the dragon, which a pair of stable hands grudgingly did. Jon accompanied them, ensuring Moondancer stayed calm. The watchman on the yard's edges eyed the dragon with vigil, but no trouble arose. In truth, Moondancer seemed too tired to cause a fuss. She snapped up the provided meat, curled again, steaming breath melting the snow around her. Night deepened. Harl offered Jon a cramped room in the inn, but Jon declined. He'd rather keep watch over Moondancer, and besides, he felt uneasy about leaving a dragon in a yard surrounded by anxious villagers. Instead, he found a corner under a small awning, where stacks of firewood were kept dry. He laid down straw for bedding, wrapping himself in his cloak. The snow outside the palisade drifted heavier now, but inside, the wind was partially blocked by the rough walls. He drifted into a fitful sleep, one hand resting on the hilt of Longclaw for reassurance. In his dreams, he saw flashes of winter fields, footsteps in the snow, and a tall figure with glowing blue eyes that vanished the moment he turned to look. He felt an old dread wash over him. The dream shifted to a memory of the long night, the sound of wights shrieking, the clang of weapons. Then he snapped awake, heart pounding, to the hiss of the wind and the faint crackle of a watchman's torch. Moondancer stirred, letting out a low rumble, but settled when she realized no threat was near. Jon breathed deeply, pressing a hand over his thudding heart. The others had been destroyed. This was the truth. He had to believe it, but Sansa's letter suggested otherwise, or at least a new puzzle that might mimic them. He eventually dozed off again, lulled by the hush of the snowstorm. By morning, the storm had mostly passed, leaving drifts piled against the palisade. The sky was clear and cold. Jon found the innkeeper had prepared a portion of bread and cheese for him to break his fast, which he ate quickly, then thanked her with another coin. The watchers in the yard helped shovel a path so Moondancer could exit without knocking down half the fence. She seemed rested enough, though frost rimmed the edges of her scales. Harl Greywill appeared, still clutching a spear. "Heading on, I take it?" "Yes," Jon said, tightening the last straps of Moondancer's harness. "Thank you for your hospitality. I apologize for any trouble we caused." Harl shrugged. "No trouble, so long as no flames torched the place. Though I'd be lying if I said I ever want to see that beast again." Jon nodded, not offended. "Farewell, then." He climbed up onto Moondancer's back. She rose, wings spreading. A few villagers gasped and stumbled backward. Jon gave one last wave, then signaled Moondancer. She launched up over the palisade, swirling snow in her wake. The hamlet shrank below, silent once more. They resumed their northward path, ascending above frosty hills. The day's travel unfolded in a punishing cold that sank into Jon's bones, even through layers of wool and fur. By midday, they reached the edges of the neck, a region of boggy ground and winding waterways. Flying above it was simpler than slogging through the marshes on foot, but the swirling winds and patches of fog made navigation tricky. Jon recalled traveling this region in the past, though never by dragon. He followed the meandering lines of waterways that generally trended north, hoping he could catch a glimpse of the King's Road or some known landmark to confirm he was still on course. Luck favored him enough that by late afternoon, he spotted the vast stretch of open forest that led toward Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress guarding the entry to the north. He circled once, glimpsing the ruined towers, then pressed on. Snow dusted the treetops, the entire land appearing in a hush of white. He considered stopping near the old ruin for the night, but the day was only half gone. He urged Moondancer to continue, determined to cover as many leagues as possible. That evening, clouds gathered again, promising more snow. Jon finally relented, landing near an abandoned holdfast on slightly higher ground. The place was little more than crumbling walls and a partial roof. He tethered Moondancer in the courtyard, though tethering a dragon was largely symbolic. He found an interior space where old timbers formed a partial ceiling, providing some shelter from the wind. With the last light of day, he scavenged enough deadwood to build a small fire. Moondancer hunted a rabbit or two in the surrounding brush, which barely satisfied her. Jon shared the last of his bread. He resolved to push for the last hearth or some other known location soon. He was nearly out of rations. Night fell swiftly. Jon warmed himself by the fire, though it did little to banish the chill. The wind moaned through the cracks in the ruin's walls. He pulled his cloak tighter, drifting into a half-doze, haunted by the same anxious thoughts. If the others truly stirred, how many men could the wall muster? Would Tormund come to their aid? How soon might Sansa arrive if it escalated? He recalled the devastation from the last war and prayed the realm would never see such horrors again. Sleet rattled the roof during the night, but by dawn, it had relented, leaving a thick layer of ice that made the ground treacherous. Jon rose stiffly, fed Moondancer the meager remains of his supplies, and prepared to fly again. He judged it might take 2 more days to reach the wall at this pace. The notion tempted him to push harder, but the dragon was no machine. She needed rest and real food. If they burned her energy too fast, she might collapse mid-flight. Reluctantly, Jon resolved to proceed as before, stopping whenever Moondancer showed signs of fatigue. They pressed on. By midday, the snowfall returned in force, limiting visibility to a few dozen yards. Jon could only see swirling white around them, with occasional glimpses of the ground. More than once, Moondancer let out a distressed hiss as the wind buffeted them. Jon worried they might slam into a ridge or cluster of trees. Finally, he signaled her to descend near the faint outline of a road that curved through a valley. Once on the ground, the wind-driven snow stung his cheeks, and he realized they needed cover immediately. He guided Moondancer along the road, searching for a settlement or an abandoned barn. Anything with a roof. The swirling snow made it hard to see, but eventually he noticed a small stone structure near the road, possibly a holdfast or watchtower. Approaching, he found it was in partial ruin, though a portion of the tower's lower floor remained intact. With considerable effort, he led Moondancer into its courtyard, half barricaded by a collapsed gate. She fit, though the space was cramped. The roof overhead had holes, but it was better than nothing. Snow piled in drifts against the stone walls. Jon quickly cleared a spot for her to rest, piling rubble to block the worst of the wind. Hours passed as the storm raged. Jon huddled in the tower's lower chamber, occasionally checking on Moondancer. He had no more food to share, which worried him. If the storm didn't ease, he'd be stranded. The dragon might turn to hunting in the blizzard, though that was risky. He gripped Longclaw, thinking he might have to scout on foot. But the swirling whiteout beyond the tower door was nearly impassable. At last, near dusk, the wind subsided. The blizzard weakened, leaving a quiet hush of drifts. In the dim light, Jon peered outside. The road was blanketed in knee-high snow, but the sky overhead had cleared enough to show stars emerging. He sighed in relief. Another night here, and tomorrow they could hopefully push on. He decided to let Moondancer rest fully, then attempt the final leg in the morning. Wearily, he settled in the tower's corner, stuffing straw under him for warmth. His limbs felt numb, his lips chapped from the cold. He was no stranger to winter. He'd grown up in the north, served on the wall, but riding a dragon through these conditions was a different trial. He thought longingly of Dragonstone's volcanic warmth, and for a moment, he questioned whether he truly belonged up here. But he forced the doubt aside. Sansa's letter demanded his presence. The memory of the war for the dawn sealed that resolve. He slept fitfully, dreaming of footsteps ending in the snow, men vanishing as though snatched by unseen hands. A swirl of images from Hardhome flickered in his mind. The raising of the dead, the soundless intimidation of the Night King. When he awoke, heart hammering, the darkness around him felt suffocating. Moondancer stirred at the disturbance, letting out a questioning trill. Jon rose, exhaling a shaky breath, and reassured her with gentle words. Then he stoked the small fire, dozing off once more in the flickering glow. At the first hint of dawn, he prepared to move. The wind was calmer, and the sky, though overcast, was free of fresh snow. He climbed the half-broken tower to get a vantage. From the top, he saw rolling white hills and the faint line of the road continuing north. If he pushed hard, he might reach either the last hearth or perhaps a lesser holdfast by evening, then the wall another day after that. He saddled Moondancer, whispered encouragement. She hissed, as though complaining of hunger, but took flight with surprising eagerness, wings dislodging clumps of snow from the courtyard. They rose above the silent landscape. The day was gray and somber. Jon steered them along the road, scanning for any travelers or sign of life. Hours passed in monotonous whiteness, until, at last, they spotted a cluster of buildings he recognized as a small settlement used by the northern houses. He guided Moondancer to land at a distance, approaching on foot. If he was lucky, he could buy or trade for supplies before continuing. This time, the villagers reacted with alarm, but they were fewer in number and recognized House Stark's name more readily. One older woman even remembered hearing of Jon Snow. They provided a meager but welcome meal: dried fish, bread, a bit of salted pork. Jon paid with what silver remained. For Moondancer, the men offered a pair of goats, likely a large sacrifice. Jon insisted on paying more, which left him nearly broke. But the dragon devoured them swiftly, licking blood from her maw, and seemed calmer afterward. The villagers confirmed the road ahead would lead him toward the last hearth if he veered east or continued on a track that paralleled the King's Road. But with all this snow, it's slow going for normal folk, one man warned. You might find a few empty cabins along the way, though. The Umbers used to keep them stocked for rangers. Jon thanked them, set out once more. Moondancer soared above the snowy plains. Despite the biting cold, Jon felt a stirring of anticipation. Soon he would be near the territories of the Umber clan. The memory of the raiders who had kidnapped an Umber cousin flickered in his mind. That crisis was over, but the North always seemed to breed new troubles. Midday came and went. The sun never fully broke through the clouds, but the light allowed decent visibility. Jon glimpsed scattered stands of pine and fir, white-laden branches drooping under snow's weight. Wolves howled somewhere below, their calls lost in the wind. At times, Moondancer flew low enough that he spotted their shapes darting through the drifts, lean and hungry. The world felt empty, a hushed expanse of winter. With each passing mile, the sense of foreboding crept closer. He could almost imagine that the dead roamed behind every bank of snow, waiting. Near dusk, the silhouette of a larger holdfast appeared on a slight rise. Perhaps a smaller Umber outpost or a place sworn to them. Smoke curled from its chimneys, indicating habitation. Jon decided to risk one more landing, hoping to find real shelter for the night. As they approached, he spotted the sigil of House Umber, a roaring giant, carved into the gate's wooden beams. That was a relief. The Umbers, allied with Sansa, might be glad to see him, or at least not hostile. He set Moondancer down outside the wooden palisade. As expected, horns sounded from within. But these were northern horns, deeper and more orderly than the panicked calls of southern hamlets. The gate soon swung open, and a half-dozen men in thick furs stepped out, carrying axes and spears. One in front shouted, "Who goes there?" Jon slid off Moondancer, raising his voice. "Jon Snow, returning to the north on urgent business." "Are you Umbers?" The leader lowered his axe a fraction. "Aye, we're sworn to House Umber. This is Greywatch Hold, under the command of Lady Myra Umber." You truly ride a dragon." Jon gave a small, wry shrug. "I do. May we shelter here tonight?" "She needs rest, and so do I." A few of the men exchanged looks. Then one said, "Word reached us you helped rescue that young Umber girl from raiders. Lady Myra spoke well of you." They seemed somewhat relieved. "All right, we'll let you in, but the dragon'll have to stay in the courtyard." "Is it tame enough?" "As tame as can be," Jon replied. "She won't attack unless threatened." So it was that he led Moondancer inside Greywatch Hold, which turned out to be a modest fortress with stout wooden walls, a guard tower, and a central keep built of heavy timber and stone. Snow lay heaped around the yard. A scattering of stable sheds and a smithy ringed the perimeter. The men gave Moondancer a wide berth, but she merely settled near a corner, curling her tail around her feet. Lady Myra Umber appeared, a tall woman with broad shoulders and red hair woven into thick braids. She wore a wolfskin cloak over sturdy leathers. Her face bore a scar across one cheek. "Jon Snow," she said, studying him. "When we heard a dragon was outside, I almost doubted your name, but I remember the day you traveled with Sansa Stark to quell those bandits. Thank you for saving my niece." He nodded. "I'm glad she's safe now. Forgive the intrusion, but I'm heading to the wall." Sansa's letter spoke of strange disappearances. "Do you know aught about it?" Myra frowned. "We've heard rumors from the Night's Watch. Something about patrols vanishing, footprints ending abruptly. We're too far south to see it ourselves. But travelers from the Long Lake region mutter that the nights feel colder, that odd howls echo in the distance." Jon's gut twisted. "I fear a new threat might be brewing." She barked a humorless laugh. "The gods help us if it's the others again. But if you're here to investigate, you'll get no argument from me. If Sansa Stark calls, House Umber answers." He inclined his head. "Thank you. I only need a place to stay this night, then I'll continue north at dawn." Myra gestured for him to follow her inside the keep. "We'll feed you. Your dragon can have a goat or two, if we can spare it. No sense letting you starve." Inside, Greywatch's great hall was smaller than Winterfell's but welcoming enough. A fire roared in a central hearth, and a few long tables stood around it. Myra introduced Jon to her steward, who promptly arranged a meal of venison stew, bread, and ale. Jon devoured it, warmed by the flickering flames. Myra joined him, asking about King's Landing, about Sansa, about the potential reappearance of undead. Jon answered as best he could. Yes, the capital was stable, yes, Sansa was well, and no, he had no proof the undead had returned, only troubling rumors. Myra set her jaw. "I'll send a raven to the last hearth. Let them know you're passing by with a dragon. The sight might alarm them otherwise." Jon was grateful. "Much appreciated. The fewer panicked troops we face, the better." They spoke a while longer. Myra offered to let him sleep in a guest chamber, but as usual, Jon declined, preferring to remain near Moondancer. She insisted on giving him warm furs, at least. He accepted them gratefully. After dinner, a pair of stable hands brought goats to the courtyard, and Moondancer snapped them up hungrily. Jon sat against her flank, the new furs wrapped around him, listening to the night wind blow. The men of Greywatch occasionally peered out from the walls, but none tried to provoke the dragon. Late that night, a soft knock sounded on the courtyard gate. Jon, half dozing, snapped awake. Myra's voice barked a challenge, and a guard answered. Something about a traveler. Curious, Jon rose, brushing snow from his cloak. He heard footsteps, the creak of the gate opening. Torchlight flickered on the wooden walls. A figure stumbled in, wrapped in a ragged cloak crusted with ice. He looked half-frozen, his cheeks raw with cold. One of Myra's men steadied him, guiding him to the courtyard's warmth. Myra demanded, "Who are you, wandering at this hour?" The man coughed, breath fogging. "Locke, from near the wall. We were searching for missing men. They're gone. Gone without trace." Jon's heart leapt. He stepped forward. "Missing men? Are you from the Night's Watch?" The traveler shook his head. "No, just a trapper. But I heard the watch was offering coin for news of the vanishings. So I followed trails, found footprints that led to a rocky ravine. Then nothing." The footprints ended as if they stepped into thin air. His eyes darted fearfully. "I saw shapes moving in the gloom, and I heard voices, but not in any tongue I know." The guard cursed under his breath. Myra demanded more details, but the man only babbled about flickering lights in the snow, about a cold that seemed unnatural. Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. The man's story echoed Sansa's letter all too closely. He might be delirious or telling the truth or both. Myra ordered her steward to fetch soup and blankets, leading the half-frozen traveler inside. Jon stayed in the courtyard, staring at the swirling snow. His mind raced with dark possibilities. If a new power was rising beyond the wall, the Night's Watch might be outmatched, especially after losing so many men in the last war. Tormund's wildlings might help, but only if they recognized the threat. He resolved to press on at dawn. There was no time to waste. He slept poorly, haunted by memories of hard home and the long night. He kept reaching for Longclaw in his sleep, as if expecting whites to surge from the darkness. Each time, he found only the quiet hush of the courtyard and Moondancer's steady breathing. Before sunrise, he rose, gathered his belongings, and quietly roused Myra in the keep's hall, telling her he must depart. She insisted on giving him dried venison and a skin of ale. He thanked her. She wished him luck, though concern etched her features. Morning arrived in a pale shimmer, the sky overcast. Jon led Moondancer out of Greywatch's yard, took flight, and soared north again. Snow dusted the land in an unbroken expanse. The wind was calmer, letting them fly higher and faster. By midday, he recognized the shape of distant hills that marked the approach to the last hearth. The great keep of the Umbers rose on the horizon, though the roads leading to it looked half-buried in snow. Smoke curled from multiple chimneys. He considered stopping, but time pressed. Myra's raven would have alerted them. If they needed to speak with him, they'd send riders. He angled Moondancer slightly west, seeking the shorter route to the wall. The day wore on, the wind rising again, though not to blizzard strength. Jon hunched in the saddle, cloak whipped around him, breath turning to frost on his beard. His thighs ached from gripping the dragon's flanks, and his chest felt numb from the cold. But each hour brought them closer to their goal. He recalled that the Night's Watch primarily manned Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, and the Shadow Tower. If the vanishings centered around some part of the wall, he might start at Castle Black, the most accessible. Perhaps Lord Commander Royce, whom Sansa had mentioned, was waiting there. By late afternoon, the looming presence of the wall appeared. A pale bluish-white line stretched across the horizon. Jon's heart squeezed at the sight, that vast barrier of ice. Once the shield that separated the living from the horrors beyond. He remembered patrolling its ramparts, feeling the weight of winter's breath. Now he approached it from above on Dragonback, a vantage he hadn't often used in the old days. Snowfields stretched to the north, and a band of gray clouds hovered overhead, as if reluctant to part. He steered toward Castle Black, which lay near the center of the wall, connected by the King's Road that ran south to Winterfell. As they drew closer, he saw the familiar outline of towers and walls forming the castle. Smoke rose from the chimneys, indicating men were inside. The gate in the ice was closed, presumably to keep out threats from beyond. No doubt watchers had already spotted the dragon. He could see a flurry of movement on the ramparts. He circled wide, giving them time to recognize him, then brought Moondancer in for a cautious descent near the courtyard. Horn blasts echoed, the old call of the watch. Jon's chest tightened with nostalgia. He recalled the day he first arrived as a boy, naive about the world's cruelty. Moondancer landed in a swirl of snow. Night's Watch brothers ran to and fro, some with crossbows, others shouting orders. Jon dismounted, lifting his hands. "I come in peace," he called, voice echoing. "It's Jon Snow, once Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." He saw confusion, awe, maybe fear in their faces. Then a tall figure pushed through, wearing the black cloak of a watch officer. "Hold your fire," he barked to the archers. He approached warily, pulling down a hood to reveal stern features and short brown hair flecked with gray. "Jon Snow indeed," he said, surprise in his voice. "I wasn't sure if I'd ever see you again. I'm Lord Commander Royce now." Jon recognized him as a brother from a cadet branch of House Royce in the Vale. They'd crossed paths briefly during the war. "Greetings, Commander. I came as soon as I could. Sansa Stark wrote about the vanishings. Is it truly that dire?" Royce nodded, mouth set. "Come inside. The men are freezing out here." He waved for the archers to stand down. With some reluctance, they lowered their weapons, eyes still darting to Moondancer. Royce led Jon across the courtyard. "Your dragon can stay out here if she doesn't mind. We have stables, but none big enough for that." Jon patted Moondancer's flank. "She'll be fine so long as no one threatens her. Feed her if you can spare livestock, or I'll hunt for her tomorrow." Royce agreed, dispatching a few men to fetch a couple of sheep from their meager stores. Jon disliked imposing, but the dragon needed food. The men of the watch, though uneasy, began to gather near her. He cautioned them to keep a safe distance. He followed Royce into the familiar corridors of Castle Black, the cold stone and drafty halls bringing back a flood of memories. They reached a meeting chamber warmed by a brazier. Royce gestured for Jon to sit, then asked a steward to fetch hot broth. The two men faced each other across a scarred wooden table, the light from a single lantern flickering against the walls. "How bad is it?" Jon asked quietly. Royce ran a hand over his jaw. "Worse than the letters could convey. We've lost 3 patrols in the last month, each vanished entirely. A total of 15 rangers. We've tried sending larger groups, but they come back with nothing. It's always the same story. Footprints that end abruptly, eerie quiet. Sometimes they find discarded gear, but no blood or bodies." Jon's chest tightened. "Any signs of whites? Frozen corpses returning?" Royce grimaced. "No. We haven't seen a single white or white walker. No blue-eyed ghouls. But men talk of hearing whispers on the wind at night, and sometimes shadows that skitter across the snow vanish when you approach. We've scouted from the top of the wall with telescopes, but see nothing conclusive." Eastwatch reported a similar case. 2 rangers vanished after investigating a deserted wildling camp. Jon remembered Hardhome all too well, the terror of an army of the dead. If the others were truly back, they'd likely show themselves more blatantly, raising corpses in droves. This seemed subtler, almost like illusions. Still, the unknown could be deadlier than an open threat. "Have you tried questioning wildlings who still roam beyond the wall? Tormund or his people might have seen something." Royce nodded. "We sent ravens, but no reply yet. It's possible they're scattered. Some wildlings do trade at Eastwatch, but none claim knowledge of these vanishings, or so the Eastwatch commander says." Jon leaned forward, elbows on the table. "I'll help you investigate. That's why I came. We should form a scouting party, perhaps with a few of your best rangers. I can fly Moondancer beyond the wall, see if we spot anything from the air. The risk is that if there's truly a threat, they might have weapons to bring down a dragon." Royce's eyes flicked at the mention of a scorpion or some magical means. "It's a risk, but your vantage might be invaluable. Let me gather men I trust, those with experience patrolling the haunted forest. We'll plan to head out tomorrow at first light. Unless you need more rest." Jon shook his head. "I've traveled long, but this matter can't wait. We move tomorrow." Royce stood, offering a hand. "Then it's decided. For tonight, you'll have a bed in the commander's quarters if you wish. Or you can stay near the dragon." Jon managed a thin smile. "A bed if it's all the same. I suspect your men would prefer I keep the dragon calm, but she'll be content if well-fed." Royce snorted wryly. "We'll manage. I'll have the men bring you a meal. Now, I must see to them. They're rattled by your arrival, but I think it's a relief to have the old Lord Commander back in some capacity." He gave Jon a respectful nod. "No matter what your name or your dragon, you'll always have a place here." Jon felt a twinge of gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. Let's hope we can solve this mystery before more lives are lost." They parted ways. Jon ventured to the courtyard, checking on Moondancer. Indeed, the watch had procured 2 scrawny sheep, which she had devoured. She seemed satisfied enough, though she glanced at Jon with a low rumble, as if complaining about the cramped quarters. He stroked her flank, murmuring apologies for the cold. "One more day," he whispered. "We'll search, see what's lurking out there. Then we'll return somewhere warmer." She exhaled, snorting steam in the frigid air. As the night wore on, Jon found himself in the old Lord Commander's chambers. They'd been assigned to Royce, but he graciously offered the smaller adjacent room for Jon. The bed was lumpy, yet to Jon, it might as well have been a grand featherbed after days of sleeping in ruins or snowdrifts. He washed with a basin of warm water a steward provided, scraping off road grime. When he lay down, exhaustion rolled over him. Castle Black's familiar stone walls seemed almost comforting. Sleep, however, didn't bring peace. He dreamed of the old days when he first came to the wall as a boy who knew nothing of what lay beyond. Then the dream twisted to the last war. He saw the Night King's cold gaze, the swirl of undead. He jolted awake, heart pounding, in a room lit only by the faint glow of embers. Took him a minute to remember where he was. He drew a shuddering breath, cursing the nightmares. Even after all this time, the memories lingered like scars beneath the surface. The next morning, Royce summoned Jon before sunrise. In the main yard, a group of black-clad rangers assembled, snow crunching underfoot. They carried bows, spears, and short swords. Jon recognized a few faces, men who'd survived the wars or joined in the aftermath. Royce introduced them quickly. Rangers Giles, Nair, and Bannon, each with experience patrolling beyond the wall. They stood stoically, faces taut with anticipation. "We'll take about 8 men total," Royce said, gesturing to the rest. "We want to avoid a large group that might slow us down, but enough to handle trouble." He turned to Jon. "How do you wish to coordinate with your dragon?" Jon glanced at the dawn sky. Clouds ringed the horizon, but the wind was mild for now. "I'll fly overhead once we're beyond the gate. Look for any sign of movement. If I spot something, I'll circle. You can follow on foot. I must caution you not to stray from the group. If vanishings occur in small parties, we can't risk splitting too thin." Royce nodded. "Agreed. We'll keep a tight formation. Let's do it." They checked gear. Furs, snowshoes, ropes, torches. One man carried a horn, another flint and tinder in a sealed pouch. Then they moved to the tunnel through the wall, which stood thick and imposing. Watchmen cranked the gate open, letting in a breath of piercing cold from the northern side. Beyond lay the wide, windswept expanse known as the Haunted Forest, its trees skeletal in winter. Jon felt a tremor of memory, the place where ghosts and nightmares had once walked. He mounted Moondancer outside the gate, where the ground lay uneven and frosted. The men set out in a single file, stepping carefully. Snow reached their calves. Jon urged Moondancer to ascend, but slowly, ensuring he didn't lose sight of them. Overhead, the early morning light bathed the landscape in a dull gray glow. The men trudged forward, scanning for tracks. Jon soared above, scanning for anything unusual. Hours passed. They ventured deeper into the forest, where pine and fir trees formed a maze of white-laden boughs. Occasionally, Jon glimpsed animals, deer, hares bounding through drifts. Once, a lone white wolf trotted along a ridge, but no sign of men or malevolent forces. No flicker of undead armies. The group pressed on, forging a path around thick groves. They found the remains of old camps, likely from wildlings, but mostly abandoned. Twice, Jon circled in curiosity when he spotted what looked like footprints, but they led nowhere significant. Just small groups of tracks that vanished at a stream or patch of rocky ground. By midday, the men halted near a half-frozen river. Jon landed Moondancer, joining them. The rangers reported no evidence of an enemy, only the typical hush of winter. Royce frowned. The vanishings occurred further north, near the foothills. "We'll keep going." They shared cold rations and water. Moondancer tore into a rabbit she'd caught, though it was barely a mouthful. They continued. The terrain grew rockier, rising into low hills that flanked the forest. By late afternoon, a light snowfall began again, swirling around them. Jon scouted from above, but the limited visibility hampered him. At last, Royce decided they should camp before dark. They found a hollow under an overhang of rock, where pine trees partially shielded the wind. While the men set up a ring of torches and built a small fire, Jon landed and discussed the plan for the night. "We should take shifts," he said. "Vanishings happen at odd times. We can't let down our guard." Royce concurred. They arranged a watch rotation. Jon volunteered for a shift, as did Giles and Bannon. Moondancer curled near the tree line, body radiating warmth. The men huddled around the fire, though the biting cold still gnawed at them. Snow thickened, drifting in lazy flakes. The night was silent except for the crackle of fire and the sigh of the wind. Jon's shift came, and he stood at the perimeter, scanning the darkness beyond the torchlight. Each time a branch snapped or the wind moaned, his heart jumped. He fought the old terror that conjured images of whites creeping behind the trees. Now and then, he glimpsed Moondancer's silhouette in the gloom, her eyes faintly reflecting the fire's glow. Nothing happened. Eventually, morning arrived in a dull gray, revealing more falling snow and no footprints but their own. The men woke stiff and tired, rummaging for breakfast. Jon felt frustrated. Perhaps that was ungrateful, it was better they found no horror. But the vanishings remained unexplained. Royce suggested heading further north toward the foothills that lay in the shadow of the Frostfangs. That's where one patrol vanished. If we find nothing, we might loop east toward Eastwatch, see if they've discovered anything. They did so. The wind picked up again, driving snow in sheets that whited out half the sky. Jon tried flying above the storm layer, but the swirling winds were too dangerous. He stayed low, following the rangers as they plodded along ridges. At times, he lost sight of them for minutes, heart pounding until the storm parted enough to reveal their black cloaks. The land grew more rugged with jagged outcrops of rock. Patches of ice made footing treacherous. Each new step required caution. If there was something out here, it could easily watch them from behind some hidden crag. Around midday, they found the site of a previous patrol's last known camp. Royce recognized it from a scout's report. Tents had been flattened by wind and snow, leaving only bits of cloth and snapped poles. A half-crumbled ring of stones suggested a fire pit. No bodies, no blood, no sign of a struggle. The men spread out, searching for clues. Jon dismounted, leaving Moondancer perched on a rocky shelf overhead. The search yielded little. A stray glove, a tarnished buckle. Tracks were obliterated by shifting drifts. Royce scowled. It's as though they just vanished. Jon paced the area, scanning for any unnatural sign. His gut churned at the memory of Hardhome, where the dead had come in waves. But the ground here was empty. Let's see if we can find a trail leading away, he muttered. The rangers spread out, poking at snowbanks with their spears. Suddenly, one of the men shouted. Jon and Royce hurried over. The ranger held up a scrap of cloth, half encased in ice, stained with something dark. Blood, presumably, though frozen. Found this near some rocks. Looks torn from a cloak, the ranger said. And there's something else. He nudged the ice. A partial footprint was visible, then it trailed off onto rock. The older imprint indicated the foot was bare or clad in something that left unusual patterns. Long, thin shapes. Not a normal boot. Jon's heart raced. Could it be a white? Or a white walker? Royce crouched, brow furrowed. A white walker's foot might leave an inhuman track, but it's hard to be sure. Could also be some wildling with strange footwear. He sounded unconvinced. They chipped at the ice, revealing more of the print. Indeed, it had elongated contours. The men exchanged uneasy glances. No one living has feet like that, one whispered. A sudden chill, colder than the wind, prickled Jon's neck. He remembered the others, how they moved silently, left frost in their wake. We have to be on guard, he told the group. Don't wander alone. If it's an other, it might be picking men off at vulnerable moments. Royce swallowed. Then we keep going. We can't turn back without answers. They pressed forward another league, climbing a ridge that overlooked a wide valley. The snow fell in fits now, swirling in gusts. Moondancer flew overhead, her shape half lost in the gray gloom. The men carefully descended into the valley, struggling not to slip on hidden ice. Dusk crept closer, the sky darkening again. Still, no further sign of missing rangers or undead assailants. Tension built, as if the land held its breath. At last, Royce declared they must camp for the night in the valley's shelter. The men found a cluster of boulders that formed a natural windbreak. Jon landed with Moondancer, scanning the area. He saw no movement except the swirling snow. The temperature plummeted further, biting into every scrap of exposed skin. They lit fires among the rocks, setting torches around the perimeter. The men huddled, sharing body heat, gripping steaming cups of broth heated over the flames. Jon sat near Moondancer, who curled behind the boulders, chest rising and falling as she tried to rest. Night descended fully, the darkness oppressive. The watchers rotated shifts again. Jon dozed in short spells, waking each time the wind howled. During the second watch, a sudden scream tore the silence. Jon jolted awake, hand on long claw. The men scrambled, grabbing weapons. Torches bobbed erratically in the gloom as someone shouted, "Where's Bannon?" "He was right here," Royce cursed. "Light the perimeter." He and Jon rushed to the edge of camp, near where Bannon had been posted. Snow glistened under torchlight. No sign of Bannon. Footprints led away a few paces, then simply ended. The men formed a circle, hearts pounding. Jon knelt, examining the footprints. They trailed off into a patch of ground that seemed undisturbed. No scuffle, no sign of Bannon's body or gear. It was exactly like the stories. Vanishings with no trace. A faint sense of dread enveloped the group. One of the rangers muttered a prayer to the old gods. Moondancer hissed from her corner, as though sensing alarm. Jon stood, scanning the darkness. "Bannon!" he called, voice echoing. Only the wind replied. He felt a rush of helpless rage. "Stay together," he warned the group. "No one moves alone, not even to relieve themselves." They bunched up, forming a tight knot by the fire. A half-hour passed, then an hour. The watchmen held torches high, but the swirling night revealed nothing. Snow drifted lightly, covering footprints. Bannon did not reappear. No sounds of struggle, no cry for help. Only that single scream, abruptly ended. The men's nerves frayed. One ranger insisted on combing the perimeter. Jon led him in a methodical search, but found no sign of Bannon. It was as if he'd been plucked from existence. Royce's face was ashen. "Gods, it's real," he whispered to Jon. "Something out here is taking men. Could it be an other that can pass through the snow unseen?" Jon clenched his jaw. "If so, we'll stand and face it. But we must be smart. Dawn is a few hours away. We hold out until then. Keep the fires bright." They dragged more branches onto the flames, the glow flickering off the rocks. A hush settled over the camp, broken only by the men's ragged breathing. Moondancer prowled restlessly, rumbling at the edges of darkness. Jon forced himself to remain calm, though dread fluttered in his gut. Hours crept by in tense silence. Occasionally, a twig snapped beyond the torchlight. Each time, swords hissed from sheaths, but nothing emerged. No second scream, no footprints, just the soft hush of falling snow. The men drew together, fear etched in their eyes. Jon recalled the crippling uncertainty of waiting for the undead. But here the threat was unseen, intangible. At last, dawn glimmered over the horizon, banishing some of the gloom. With the first pale light, the watchers scoured the perimeter again. Sure enough, Bannon's footprints ended in the same spot, the snow around them seemingly undisturbed. No alternative tracks, no drag marks, no blood. Royce exhaled shakily. "We can't keep going like this. We've lost one man already. We'll lose more if we remain. Let's return to the wall, regroup. We need a larger force. Maybe the wildlings can help us track this unnatural foe." Jon considered. Part of him wanted to press deeper, find Bannon if he was still alive. Yet the rangers were near breaking, and the second they lost another man, morale might collapse. He glanced at Moondancer. She hissed at the air, tail lashing, as though sensing something malevolent. "All right," Jon agreed reluctantly. "We'll head back, but carefully. This thing might follow us." They packed camp, eyes scanning the ridges. The men marched in a tight formation, swords drawn. Jon mounted Moondancer, flying above them at a low altitude, determined not to let any vanish out of his sight. As they retraced their step, the snowfall thickened, but at least it was daylight. Even so, the sense of being watched lingered. Jon heard Moondancer growl once or twice, though he couldn't see any pursuer. It was nerve-wracking. By midday, they reached the site of the old patrol camp again. Nothing stirred. The forest beyond lay silent. They pressed on, crossing the half-frozen river. The day crawled by, a steady retreat. When dusk threatened, they paused, anxiety high. But fortune favored them enough to let them emerge from the forest edge near the wall earlier than expected. Perhaps the fear lent them extra speed. Late in the evening, the gate at Castle Black loomed. The men stumbled in, half-frozen, eyes haunted. They reported the loss of Bannon, describing the single scream, the abrupt footprints. Other watch brothers listened, horror dawning. Royce retreated with Jon to the same meeting chamber, where they sank onto benches, exhausted. "So it's real," Royce said grimly. "Whatever it is can snatch a man in the blink of an eye. No traces left behind. Could it be some new magic from the White Walkers? Or a shape-shifting creature? Or—" Jon rubbed his temples. "I don't know. But we can't face it blindly. We need a larger expedition, maybe in coordination with Sansa. Send word to Winterfell, ask for more men. Also, Tormund must be alerted." Royce shook his head. "The Watch is too depleted to mount a full campaign. We have only a few hundred men left, scattered across 3 castles. The wildlings number more, but they're scattered too, living in small clans. We need an alliance or a strategy. If we keep sending small patrols, we'll just feed it." Jon felt a heavy weariness. "I'll write to Sansa, and to Gendry in King's Landing if needed. This might be a threat to the whole realm again. If it's truly a leftover or an echo of the other's power, we can't face it alone." Royce agreed. "And what about you, Jon Snow? Will you stay here? We need your leadership. Or do you intend to return to Dragonstone?" Jon's mouth twitched in a humorless smile. "I came to help. I won't leave until we figure this out or have a plan. My shipyard and duties can wait a little longer." In truth, he felt torn. Dragonstone faced delicate negotiations with the Iron Bank. But the North needed him more urgently. If men kept vanishing, it could herald a new wave of doom. "Let me rest a few hours. Then we'll send ravens at first light." Royce clasped his shoulder. "We're grateful. The Watch is always your home, Jon Snow." Jon nodded, though home felt a complicated notion now. He left to check on Moondancer in the courtyard. She seemed unsettled, prowling near the walls as if smelling an unseen threat. He soothed her with calming words. Some older watchmen watched from a distance, remembering the dragons from the final battles. The swirling snow half obscured them, creating ghostly silhouettes in the torchlight. Jon felt certain that the realm was on the cusp of another trial, a puzzle that might lead to horrors akin to the undead. He recalled the quiet vow he'd made, to protect the living no matter the cost. If that meant staying in the north, rallying armies, and scouring the haunted wastes beyond the wall, so be it. He was Jon Snow, shaped by ice and fire, and he would not abandon the fight now. Still, as the night deepened, that old dread of the dead's return gnawed at him. He whispered under his breath, "Let it not be the others, gods. Let it be anything else." Yet some part of him knew the shadows in the snow were not normal bandits or illusions. Something lurked out there, feeding on fear, plucking men from existence. Whether it wore the face of the others or some new malice, it threatened to unravel the peace they'd bled so hard to gain. Jon steeled himself for the trials ahead. Dawn would bring fresh decisions. Ravens to Sansa, to Tormund, to Gendry if necessary. He only prayed help would arrive before more men vanished into that silent, hungry cold. He settled near Moondancer, letting her warmth combat the bitter wind. As he sank into uneasy sleep under the watchful eyes of the Night's Watch, the hush of the courtyard felt like the pause before a storm. In his slumber, images drifted. Sansa's worried face, Gendry forging steel, the Braavosi bankers with their ledgers, and always, in the background, that sinister emptiness in the snow, waiting to swallow the living. If they were to stop it, they would need every ally, every shred of courage. And perhaps, once again, a dragon's fire would meet an enemy from the cold darkness beyond the wall.